Hello and welcome everyone to the NACL. We are here. It is playoffs time and the action just waiting to happen. My name is Eric Desarex Patron. Joining me, of course, it is Joshua Joshi Howard. Are you excited? It's our first time in the playoffs. We had day number 1 yesterday. Now we get to take part in the action.
And now we get to see exactly how these teams are going to be showing us what they're made of for the rest of the playoff season, because so many of these teams are looking for their first opportunity to play in these playoffs. So many of these teams need an opportunity to showcase they have what it takes to stay in the upper bracket. And Desrex, we got to note that the path is so much easier if you just keep winning.
If you just keep winning, there's no problems, and let's see why it's easier. Losers bracket, man, you got some hurdles you got to get through, especially if you're in that 7th and 8th seeding. It means you get no extra life. You're starting in the bottom down there, but look at how many you have to win just to get into winners finals itself. Dragons still only got to win one more, and they're there, and then you get to go to the Riot Games Arena on September 8th. So it is a wild path. If you're able to just take those wins, you don't have to take that path. You get to just go through the roses, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, you can win the entire Challengers League, winning 2 best-of-5s. Dragonsteel, Supernova, Fearx, Starforge, and FlyQuest NZXT Challengers. They're currently the best-of-3 stage, but it doesn't take a whole lot more to get yourself into those final couple of games where, like you said, you just, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 best-of-5s you would have to win if you are starting in the first round of the lower bracket. It is so much more difficult.
It is so grueling, and, you know, our bracket has already begun. As you did see, Supernova were able to advance, taking down Blue Otter. What was a very close game, Blue Otter almost finding the comeback in those, as well as FlyQuest taking down Team Liquid in 2 comeback games back-to-back. Now it sets us for our schedule of the day, the matches you are going to be seeing here today, right now. Dragonsteel versus Supernova. Again, perfect season for Dragonsteel, so expectations are high, as well as the defending champions taking on Fearx Starforge. That is the FlyQuest matchup happening later today.
Yeah, Dragonsteel versus Supernova, a lot of people will recognize as a matchup that happened last split as well, when Dragonsteel was still known as Maryville, but Supernova were knocked out very early in their playoffs run in a very unceremonious way to go for that squad, especially with so many returning members with Faisal, Kenvi, and Diamond still remembering all of that, whereas Dragonsteel, they've only replaced 1 player with Zamudo up in the top lane. So this is a rematch for a lot of these guys.
Let's go ahead and pull up the roster, starting with Dragonsteel. Now, the growth that this team has been going through from split to split to split, I mean, it started with Scary Jerry and Zyko back last summer in 23. Now, we've gotten the roster the way it is. They really bolster up the confidence with each other. I talked to Zyko about it. He said that's one of the things, they gas each other up. And right now, with the perfect season, man, it's looking great for Maryville/Dragonsteel.
It's really hard to point to a weak spot on this team just because everyone has been performing so well. There's very little to look at with Dragonsteel and say they aren't doing it some of the best that we have here in Challengers League. We have multiple members who have had so many accolades poured on them in the past. Yuji, our previous most valuable prospect from spring, Scary Jerry, the most improved, and we know so many of these players can potentially go on to play LCS if they so want to.
And I do want to give a quick shout out to Daniel Clerkey, the director of the Maryville program. He did have his contract extended to 2033. So Maryville are going nowhere. We're going to get to see more League of Legends development and development in the esports space as a whole, which is very exciting given the progress this team has made, being the first collegiate roster to ever make it into the NACL. And what was a very disappointing season last year now has been the most tremendous season to see this growth come through. And it really puts a tough opponent for Supernova to have to take on, Josh.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see what Supernova are going to be trying to do in order to turn this around, because it's hard to say that Supernova are not the underdogs in this series. We have a lot of players who have played in this matchup before. They were not able to take it down the last time. They only got a single game during the regular season. However, taking a single game off of Dragonsteel is no small feat, because only 2 other teams were able to do that throughout the regular season, and this is a squad that has a lot of experience to it. This is a squad that we know can bounce back in a lot of these situations.
They punch real fast, man. They are an incredibly quick team when it does come onto the Rift, but one of the questions I'm going to be asking as we do get onto the Rift and we start to see the game play out, if Supernova take a lead, can they convincingly close? We had some of those issues in the Blue Otter games that we saw yesterday between Supernova and Blue Otter, and it was very tight. Supernova were close to getting locked into the lower bracket, Blue Otter, they just barely went down there, and now Supernova, they have to convince us that they can't only get these leads, that they can close them out.
And the place where I'm going to be looking at from Supernova, where we are really going to have to be looking at how well they can close out these games, comes from the bottom lane. Lens and Diamond, possibly the strongest part of this team, matching up into their opponents at Dragonsteel, where Lens has been kind of a quiet hero for Supernova, and also very quietly one of the stronger marksmen that we have had in the league for several splits at this point. Of course, Diamond, one of the most vocal players that we have ever seen in the Tier 2 space. Every team that has Diamond on it is, by definition, a Diamond team. You play the way that Diamond wants to, or you just flounder in the games.
And it's been a bit of a road to see Supernova gel together, because in the first few weeks, we saw this roster on paper, and it wasn't performing to the expectations. I feel like we're starting at the later half of the season, seeing that come through. They did finish 4th in the regular standings, which they were in competition for 2nd, so it shows you how much they were able to climb, of course, that season. Across that season, excuse me. So I do want to see what Supernova can bring to the playoffs. If this team has finally gelled together, found that synergy, and are able to lock in for this Dragonsteel match.
We'll have to see, because I think it is worth noting how much strength is coming in from Dragonsteel yet again. I know that with the regular season over, the votes for the most valuable prospect have been going out. A lot of people have been looking at players on Dragonsteel in particular, and I'll be honest, I think we are in a position where we might actually get our first ever repeat most valuable prospect, because Yuji won it in spring, and I know he was one of the people that I was looking at very heavily. He was my #1 vote for the most valuable prospect, because he just does everything right. It is so hard to find flaws in his play, and can be a player who has had experience at the LCS level, but who hasn't necessarily been able to showcase that same level of dominance that we were used to seeing from Kenby in the Tier 2 space in ages past.
Yuji has been a big cornerstone of the team, but since we're talking about awards, let's talk about Zamudo as well. One of the awards that are going to be out there is Most Improved. Zamudo is one of the candidates for it, man. Coming into Dragonsteel, we had a lot of questions. Is he really going to fit in with this squad? The answer is a resounding hell yeah, man. He's been looking absolutely immaculate, but we are now into draft, so we got to start focusing on that. You might see the Aurora ban right there. It is not in play for LCS, but in play for the NACL, so there's a chance it might sneak through.
Yeah, it turns out the technical limitations are different between the two leagues, so Aurora is available. But as we're going into all of these bans, it is worth noting that we are locked on a single patch. I want to say it was 15, 16, 14. Wait, I'm looking at the wrong... That is the wrong bracket. It is, 14-16. I was right the first time. I was like, 14-5. We are several splits past that at this point. Either way, we are going to be on the 14-16 throughout the course of the entirety of playoffs from this position. And Leona, one of the most powerful things. One of the major things we have to note, though, is the rise of mage mid lanes has started to come back a little bit. We're starting to see a little bit more things like Orianna, and that's going to be benefiting Toasty quite a bit, whereas Spyrex really loves a lot of these melee mids and did fine on a lot of these AD mids that we were often used to seeing, but the Azir are going to be coming through for Toasty right away.
Yeah, and as you said, Spyrex, very good on a lot of those mages. Azir is one of the most tried and true for Spyrex, so it is a bit of a takeaway in the same breath. Land's going to be on the Misfortune, so we do have a lot of zone control coming out of Supernova in the early first 2 picks of this draft.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised to see the Misfortune coming out here. Remember, because we are playing Fearless, picking a champion once means it is not available for the rest of the series. But the Misfortune into the Rumble, always a little bit uncomfortable, because you can't really throw out your bullet time until the Equalizer has already come down. And you're constantly playing this game of chicken as to which side of the map is actually going to be using those ultimates first.
And Josh, that just keeps adding up. You're talking about the Equalizer. You don't do it at the right time. It's the same thing having the Yone. You put down that bullet time, you can still get caught by that ultimate. And we got long range engage pretty much coming off across the table right now for Dragonsteel.
Yeah, very powerful top half of the map. You already have the Yone as a counter to the Azir, able to play that very effectively. The Maokai has a lot of stopping power, and it really sets up very naturally for the Equalizer. Dragonsteel are saying they are the ones in control. They are the ones on the blue side of the map. They are the ones playing white in this game of chess. And now it's going to be on Supernova to try to turn things around. So let's see where the wrinkle in the draft is actually going to be coming through, because this Renekton, a good pick for Faisal. He likes playing it alongside the Cassante, but not necessarily something that is going to be unexpected. Not something that is going to be throwing Dragonsteel a little bit off their rocker, so to speak.
Not going to be as focused in marksman as we've had before, and especially previous in the season. Dragonsteel going to save that for the second phase of the draft. It's going to allow Supernova to try and take away some of those marksmen that Scary Jerry has been playing. Ezreal has been one of his big ones. Another one that stands out that he's been able to take out time and time again has been Zeri. Had a lot of pop-off games with that. So trying to shut down Scary Jerry's Supernova.
Yeah, Scary Jerry has so many champions that he's good at playing, right? He has the Senna, he's also good at the Callista at the same time. There's a new style of Senna that's also been popping up. One of the interesting things, though, is with the Leona and the Nautilus already banned, Braum priority has fallen quite a bit for Supernova because you know that you don't need to block that out for Dragonsteel. However, Braum is still totally fine into Supernova. You can still play this just because of the power that it has going up against the Misfortune in particular, where you just block the entire bullet time and just prevent your entire team from dying. Yeah, you're going to lose the Braum, but you're planning to lose the Braum in most fights anyway.
I'm trying to see if there's any other hard engaged supports you can really go for here. I mean, it's early on, so we still have stuff like Alistair and Rel that's available on the table. Well, if we're going to take hard engaged, we're going to take it into the jungle for Supernova. Taking that teamfight prowess, they do have the Sejuani now. It's going to pair very well to really bolden this top side, Renekton Sejuani working in sync.
Yeah, it really puts a lot of pressure onto Zamudo, and so we will have to watch where Kenby actually likes to go. We haven't necessarily been seeing just the same level of aggression coming out from Kenby as we have in his previous time in Tier 2, but he naturally has a very strong ability to play around Faisal up on the top side. Scary Jerry going to be opting into the Varus. We've been seeing a lot of different variations on the AP Varus in particular here in Tier 2. You go things like the Blade of the Rune King or the Kraken Slayer into Nashor's Tooth, and then sometimes you just go directly for a fancy hat. You got to get everything purple on the same champion at the same time. That would make Scary Jerry very scary.
So much percentage health damage. It really catches you off guard, especially on the tankier units when you get caught by those arrows and you're like, wait, what just happened to my health? Next pick coming in for Dragonsteel. They're getting rather aggressive right now. I mean, look at how much long range engage you've drafted in this game number 1. Renata going to continue to add to that.
And it really just creates a situation where Dragonsteel can be very aggressive, and as long as the hostile takeover from Renata is coming out at the same time, you can't really fight the same kind of combinations that are coming out from Dragonsteel. You can't be throwing Faisal into the fight because he's just going to be going right on back to his own teammates, not going to be doing anything there. And as the Rel comes out, it's a good combination coming out from Supernova. So both these teams have set themselves up so whoever's actually going to be starting the fights will have more opportunities to win them. Whoever's the one who is less gun shy is going to have more opportunities to come back. And so that means there's a lot of comeback potential for both of these sides. But we've seen Dragonsteel have been so much more consistent at closing out games with a lead.
Most definitely. Looking at these drafts as a whole, who do you think really took the better of it? I had questions in Supernova's draft when I saw the early Misfortune and Dragonsteel were able to get that long range engage to constantly try and punish that out. But as we develop the draft more, I do like some of their answers, right? The Renekton Sejuani in the top lane, it's going to provide some power there. Who do you think got the better?
My biggest worry right now when I look at Dragonsteel is they have a lot of magic damage. So this really forces Scary Jerry off of a lot of the magic damage styles of ours that we have been seeing quite often. And so with that in mind, I do like Supernova a little bit. They have more range to play with. By default, they will have a lot of opportunities to win these fights. And that's going to be forcing Dragonsteel to play very aggressively. It's going to force Dragonsteel in a position where they have to be making the plays. That's not a problem for this team. They like doing it. They are very good at doing it. But if you ever find yourself at a deficit with these kind of compositions, suddenly plays that are actually winning don't look as winning as they used to, and that's my only worry for Dragonsteel.
My worry is definitely going to come up as we get later into this game, because I do want to bring up that playoffs game round 1 that Supernova had with Blue Water. I'm pulling up the timelines right now to just get a look at it of how wide some of these gold leads were that were picked up on the side of Supernova before Blue Otter. Not Blue Otter, excuse me. I'm saying it the other way around. How wide some of the gold leads that Blue Otter were able to get before Supernova barely turned it around. It was a lot of close games between those two, so it keeps bringing up that question to me again and again and again. Supernova, can you close out when you do have a strong lead and we're getting later into the game?
Yeah. It's also interesting to compare that because I think early on in the season, nobody was really expecting Blue Otter to get much done in the regular season. Nobody was really expecting them to be much of a threat, but they've moved their way up into 5th in the regular season. But even then, Blue Otter is not Dragonsteel. Dragonsteel is the guys currently on
That's the worry, though, man.
They're the guys. You know, it's just like watching those old Spy Kid movies. Like, are you the guy? No, I'm the guy. And this is the real test that Supernova is going to have to try and pass.
A bad guy. I'm not a good guy. I'm the guy, man. Well, let us know in chat who you think is going to take the dub. Dragonsteel, again, undefeated in the regular season. First time in Tier 2 history that we had that happen. Quite the accomplishment. Supernova, definitely going to be the underdogs in this one as they look to take on Dragonsteel. Type in the chat who's got this.
Yeah, really interesting from Diamond, already setting up a potential level 1 play. He is dismounted, so he's fast.
Oh, very fast. He's able to catch out Zamudo. Now waiting for that Ruthless Predator stun to come through. Zamudo will flash over the wall to get to safety. That's a flash down for Dragonsteel.
Yeah, I mean, it is just going to be a support flash for the top lane flash, and that will create a lot of safety for Faisal up in the top half of the map. That looked rehearsed. That looked like something that Supernova had been practicing for a while, and it is definitely going to be giving a small advantage towards the top side of the map, because you were talking about it a little bit, Desirux. We were looking at Zamudo as potentially our most improved player, because he's always been fairly lane dominant. He's always been somebody who likes setting up situations where he is going to be able to farm and his opponents cannot, because he has frozen waves on them. That is so much scarier to do when you do not have a flash into a Renekton Sejuani.
Yeah, it's going to make it pretty tough up there, and still continuing on with that conversation. Zamudo, quite an amazing player. A lot of the conversation around most improved when we're having it internally was how much has he actually improved versus how much did we just sleep on this man? Because he's actually a really good top laner, especially if you look back at that AoE tape. He was still performing well back then.
He was performing well. He was always looking for flanks, and that's part of why he has slotted in very nicely into this Dragonsteel roster, is because that's something that Niles was very good at doing for them as well in previous iterations. Whereas now, it is just going to be a position where we're going to be watching Zamudo. Firstly, I'm going to see if he's going to buy a control ward this game, so just keep an eye out for that one. He has been buying them this split, so, you know, the coaching has had some effect at the very least. But Dragonsteel do rely on this quite a bit, and Kenvi already coming towards the top side, and this wave is not in a safe position for Zamudo yet.
For those of you who didn't watch last season, Zamudo rarely bought control wards. It took so many games, like we're at late in the season. By week like 8, he had bought his first control ward, so a little bit of a reference to the old Zamudo, as Kenvi still laying prey over here, as you said earlier, Josh.
This is a tough dive.
He has no flash, and you not crashing the minion wave just yet. I mean, Zamudo can push back to prevent that dive.
Yeah, I mean, not going when Kenvi had an opportunity to earlier. It wasn't a great opportunity, but you could have guaranteed the wave actually crashing, whereas Zamudo is still trying to fight to hold a freeze at some point where he can be safe without his flash. On the other side of the map, though, I mean, Yuji's just going for his full clear, and what is this? That's not supposed to be how this lane is going. Zamudo getting everything he wants. He gets a fantastic trade. Faisal has to have taken multiple turret shots in order for him to be in this position.
It had to have been a turret shot, something. But now this kind of flips things over on this top side. Zamudo will have control of that wave. He's holding it in front of his tower. All the meanwhile, Yuji laying prey over to this bottom side. Jungler's going to be in the same proximity.
Oh, jeez.
Envy currently doing his Gromp. Blue buff is up.
This is a classic Dragonsteel play. This is something that Maryville was doing so much. They would get the push on the bottom side of the map. They would clear Yuji from top side to bottom side, and they would just invade with Zyko and sometimes Scary Jerry as well, looking for an opportunity to take away camps, take away buffs. But Kenvi's here.
Here comes Kenvi over the wall with the Arctic Assault. Doesn't find too much else, but does get the flash out of Scary Jerry.
And the flash is big. We have been looking at the trading of flashes so far. Zamudo's is about a minute and a half left to go, but Scary Jerry in the exact same situation. They have a fantastic wave position in the bottom half of the map at the same time. So Dragonsteel, once again, feeling that they can do no wrong, as Zamudo's going to be able to crash this wave and then get back into the top lane without having to burn a teleport. They are doing a fantastic job just winning this game through their lane so far.
With the camps now spawning over on this top side, I want to see what Kenvi is going to do to try and influence over onto this top side. I mean, Flash is going to be up soon for Zamudo. You will have that protection, so that window is closing rather fast, and you did want to utilize this combo, which can be oh so deadly, Sejuani and Renekton. Just the timing has not been there.
Yeah, and Faisal also not going to be having the same kind of money as he goes to back away, and Supernova are recognizing, guys, this is not working. We need to get out of the laning phase that we had previously. Let's put Diamond and Lens up in the top side of the map, shut down Zamudo before he gets access to that flash again. And Faisal, we're sorry, you're not going to be able to farm quite as much, but we will be able to put you in a lane where you can at least farm. And now Dragonsteel has to be in the tough position. Do we want to play for the grubs? Do we want to move Zyko up there? Do we want to make sure that this laning phase continues to go well for us? As Spyrex, that's the wrong direction.
Who gets the knock but doesn't realize he's about to get knocked by the squad of Supernova. They get the stun right underneath the tower. Spyrex is going to survive.
Ooh, that was very close. If Diamond had ended up underneath that turret from the handshake, it would have been a very different position for this whole team. But Dragonsteel, they still find themselves up 800, 900 gold in just the laning phase. No kills have gone through, and now they're looking for Zamudo again. His flash is up in a moment.
Yeah, he will get it up quite soon. Permafrost going to find that stun. There's not much damage, so Zamudo's not pressed to actually burn his flash to escape this. Still, though, Supernova going to start up the grubs. All the meanwhile, Dragon's still on the dragon.
Yeah, going to be getting everything that their namesake deserves, and so Dragonsteel very happy with the situation all around. And we can see that Zamudo's farm numbers have increased, but Faisal has been stuck at this 33 for a while. Dragonsteel has done a better job shutting down the opposing top laner, whereas as Len slowly pushes this one in, Zamudo's going to be able to get this wave. He still has the equalizer to get everything, and so the gold lead should continue to grow here for Dragonsteel for a little while, and that puts a massive pressure onto Supernova to continue trying to make plays.
Just look at the opposite sides of the map right now. I mean, this was set up so Supernova could get the Void Grubs, but it really does hurt Faisal, who's forced away from his towers, forced away from the minions. Meanwhile, Zamudo's just chilling. He's farming. He's got no problem. There's no contention going on. This is going to really hurt the top side of Supernova.
Yeah, I mean, the grubs come through, but at what cost? That's like 400 or 500 gold swing going over towards Dragonsteel.
Yeah.
He's going to push this one in, and Faisal doesn't have teleport, so he's going to at least get most of this wave because it is a cannon wave, but it could be a plate going over to Zamudo if he wants it instead, backing away. Definitely have to feel as though Dragonsteel's gotten the better off of some fancy plays that Supernova has tried to go for, because you can see, in particular, Faisal the one being starved in this game.
Void Grubs being grabbed, I have to ask, how are Supernova going to find the best way to utilize this? I mean, you have to start hitting towers. You have to start taking plates, man. Next Void Grubs spawn, I want to see if Supernova are going to be around there if they're just looking for the denial. It was a hard commit to grab those Void Grubs, which is the interesting thing to me.
Yeah. Kenvi going to be giving up on the Smite fight, being only level 5, not wanting to try and take that fight whatsoever. So, bit of a confidence boost going over to Yuji for sure. But Deathrex, I'm already a little bit worried for Supernova as I watch this game unfold, because they're the ones trying to make plays. None of them have worked so far. Scary Jerry's flash is up in maybe 15 seconds. Everything going in favor of Dragonsteel, and like we said, their lanes, some of the best that we have in the league. And they're also good at closing out all of these plays later on. They're one of the best teams at just speeding the game up when they need to, because they are not afraid to hit Barons when they're confident that you're just going to outsmite their opponents.
I'm incredibly worried because Supernova is a team that's always played fast, and one of their downfalls is sometimes they play so fast they accidentally crash into a wall, right? You're not even having the early game. You're not even having the opportunity to press the gas pedal when you're having a Dragonsteel pick up such a strong passive lead. Supernova trying to find something over on this top side, but it just might be a recall from Kenvi, and empty-handed yet again.
Yeah. Toasty at least is safe. Toasty's doing a good job into Spyrex, but this isn't really when the lane is supposed to be difficult for Azir. You're waiting for like that first item to come in from Yone, having more ability to just jump on top of the Azir. You have more playmaking ability, or rather easier playmaking ability coming out from the Yone, and now the bottom side of the map under a lot of pressure is Yuji coming around and finding Kenvi actually.
You have level 6 for Scary Jerry, so he has the opportunity to put down Chain of Corruptions, try and lock down this bot lane of Supernova. 4 members strong is Dragonsteel, stealing away some of the camps of Kenvi. Go back to lane.
I mean, they're okay with that as well, you know. What do you call it? One bushel of rice, I think, is the term from the Art of War, where Sensu is like, yeah, every bushel of rice you take from your opponent is like having 2 of your own, so take 1 Gromp, that's effectively farming 2 because of the fact that Kenvi is going to be down a Gromp, you're up 1 as well. Now, Dragonsteel looking very hard to get this 3rd play off the bottom side of the map. And again, still with no kills coming through, there's a farm lead in every single position except support. We don't care about that one.
You know, I'm kind of surprised we didn't do content where we had you do something Son of War. Son of War. Art of War.
Son of War.
Wow, I just combined the author and the title of it.
Yeah.
I would have seen you there. But yeah, so far it's just been a very nice passive lead established by Dragonsteel. They're not really as pressured as Supernova is. Again, the map control that's coming out from Dragonsteel, it's allowing beads to come out both the jungle and the top lane, and now possibly the bottom lane as well, as Diamond, getting caught out for just a second, will not have to burn his flash to escape.
Oh, I don't think I saw where Scary Jury used the ultimate. It doesn't have it available now, but Lens, you knew they were there.
Lens, you're too far forward. Don't even burn the flash, man. You're dead to rights, and that's going to be first blood going over to Scary Jerry.
Ah, it's an unforced error right there. Lens knew exactly where all the members of Dragonsteel were. Now Zamudo chasing down Kenvi. Should be able to get away from that one, but man, that's an unforced error in a game that was already looking like it was going towards Dragonsteel's favor.
Ooh, and you can see the focus out of Supernova right now. They saw Yuji yanking down there, so Kenvi's like, I gotta get these Void Grubs. I gotta get Grubageddon. 6 Grubs gonna be the name of the game. Can you utilize them, though? That's gonna be my big question, Josh.
I worry because Grubs are really good when you're able to split the map, when you're able to play 3 lanes at the same time, but you're trying to side lane into the Rumble, you're trying to side lane into the Yone. These are not going to be easy lanes for you to side lane, so you have a narrow window for Supernova where they are going to be very effective. But Zamudo already a level up on Faisal, everyone doing very well, the Goldies continue to go forward, and we are already starting to see first items come in for multiple players. We see that the Leandres is done here for Tosi. Congrats to him, and actually having, you know, his item before anything from Spyrex, because Spyrex stopped off for the boots. But Zamudo also very close to Leandres of his own, and we are starting to get ready for the dragons that are happening at around the same time, and Yuji's already here. He's Maokai. He's better at being here first.
Yeah, and these are hard fights for Supernova to take, because you look at Yuji's first item. He grabbed the Locket. A lot of that AoE damage is going to be negated by the time Yuji just presses that button. Supernova are still looking to take the fight, though. 2k health does remain. Chain of Corruptions goes. Zoned support going to be secured over to Dragonsteel. Diamond still goes in, but he's got no one to really help out here. Stepping away, hostile takeover is able to stop the bullet time. Long chase coming. They're going to turn their angle right onto Toasty. And even with the Emperor's Divide, Toasty's already dead. Psycho flashes forward, finds the handshake. Diamond trying to play the defense for his marksman. It will force him in the long road. He will give up his life to save Lens. 3-0 Dragonsteel early on, Josh. 3k lead. They're not stopping.
Look at the confidence coming out from Dragonsteel. The flash forward from Zyko to hook into the bush in order to try and pull back either Lens or Diamond. It didn't really matter. You can tell in this fight that Dragonsteel are feeling way more confident. Scary Jerry using the Chain of Corruption just to make sure that there is no possible smite steal coming out from Kenvi. And then after that, everything is just a little bit desynced. You see the ultimate from Diamond and Lens coming in at times where they are not layered on top of each other. And then Dragonsteel's like, oh, what if we get those guys? Ooh, what if we get these guys as well, as he goes to get that handshake. And even though he almost loses his life, just like you called out, the Locket playing a big role keeping Zyko alive in that last one. So they find 2 kills, they find the Dragon, they find a 3,000 gold lead. Dragonsteel showcasing why this team has been undefeated.
You know, I love it when Zyko does confident plays like that. I swear, every tournament he's in, we always get a big psychopath moment where he's just willing to throw caution to the wind to try and lock down some of these kills. It speaks to a lot to, you know, his career over in Maryville University. You know, he joined, what was it, early 22. He wasn't officially part of, like, their main roster. He was sitting on the bench for the most part, and that lit a fire under him, man. He said he wanted to improve, wanted to earn that starter spot. And every single season we've seen this guy, that improvement has definitely flourished. He's looking like definite staple of Dragonsteel.
Yeah. What was his predecessor's name? Shady? It was Shady,
yeah,
right?
it was Shady.
Yeah. Dude, I missed that guy. I think that guy could have actually played LCS. But anyway, Zyko, also another player who's done quite well. And I actually asked him, because I know that he had a lot of criticism leveled towards his play, particularly in finals, where it felt as though he was not able to live up to the reputation he had built for himself during the regular season, during playoffs. And now, I mean, Dragonsteel showcasing that they are not missing a beat going from the regular season into playoffs right away. Zyko still feeling very confident, and Dragonsteel with his big old lead. We were saying that whichever team started fights was going to have a pretty big advantage. And one of the things that I hadn't really thought about when I was talking about the drafts earlier was the fact that Dragonsteel, they have a lot of tools for this long-range engage. They have a lot of tools for a wombo combo, but they also have a really good counter engage. They have Maokai and Renata. It becomes more and more difficult for Supernova to try and make anything happen. And Deathstrokes, just like I've said in game 3 previously, Supernova's comeback is going to have to happen later. They're going to have to probably give over another dragon before they have enough items ready to even fight for the soul.
Situation is starting to look grim for Supernova. I mean, we kind of saw a preview of how the team fights are going to go. What happened when Lens pressed his bullet time, hostile takeover rushed right over to him, and he had to cancel it. Situations like that are going to continue happening, and this is why Supernova, it's really up to them to try and figure out a way to get back into this. And you're saying to try and prolong this later, try and get some itemization up. I don't know if they have the time with the leads that Dragonsteel have been gaining just passively. We're already at 3.4k, Josh.
And it's not even obvious if they're better that late in the game. This is a tough dive. Oh.
No! Oh, mistimed on the Emperor's Divide. Will get caught by the ultimate. He's not dead just yet. He's got a slither of health remaining, and now the counter engage coming out from Supernova, focusing on to Yuji. Teleports coming out. Yuji, twisted advance, finds it onto Faisal. Faisal able to take him down, and the Gator will flash away. Now Diamond joins the fray. Scary Jerry able to pick up one. Toasty's down. Scary Jerry picks up another. It's a double kill, but now he has to deal with Diamond and Kenvi. Equalizer comes down from Zamudo, and it's a breeze for Dragonsteel. They'll breathe fire down onto him and take the team fight win, chasing down Lens all by his lonesome. The crown will be killed by Spyrax.
Oh man, F after that one. That's a 15-minute surrender in any solo queue game of mine. That is a brutal position because he was just barely off time with that Emperor's Divide to try and push Spyrax right underneath the turret. That would have been huge because Spyrax was still hitting Lens at the end of that fight. And with Lens still dead, you're not going to have your full team ready. You're not going to be able to go immediately towards this dragon. We were saying the comeback needed to happen later. I don't know if they're going to have time anymore. They're already 4,500 gold behind. It's not obvious to me that they scale better than their opponents. The Azir is really tough to deal with, but Dragonsteel, they're already setting themselves up for a very fast Dragon Soul in this one. They have control of the top side, they have control of the mid lane. They're already starting the Dragon.
Talked about most improved and the candidates right now. What about last season's most improved with Scary Jerry starting 4-0-1? That was Zamudo in a bad way. There's going to be a teleport coming in, trying to protect him. Supernova going for the chase, but here comes Spyrax. Ultimate catches one. Kenvi takes a load of damage, but another teleport means that Dragonsteel can't really continue the chase. However, Yuji has arrived, and suddenly Dragonsteel feel the momentum shifting, but it was all a lie, man, because Supernova burst down Spyrax before Yuji can get there.
But they're not done. They're still looking. Ooh. Scary Jerry not landing that arrow. Yeah, but still, the first turret did fall in the mid lane, but Dragonsteel, they're not yet picking up the dragon. The mid lane will fall here by Lens, so that should be at least one objective bounty going right back on over. A bit of overconfidence coming through from the teleport from Spyrax does mean the Supernova not completely out of this game. It's just still a very tough one, but you can rely on some of this. This is maybe the one criticism that we can actually level at Dragonsteel. Sometimes they buy into their own hype too much.
Yeah, it's definitely going to cost them in this situation because look at where that gold really got to, right? It's come back from the objective bounty where Lens was just in the mid lane getting that tower by himself. You need gold on the Misfortune if Supernova are going to find their comeback in these team fights. So it's nice for a little bit of alleviation for Supernova. Only alleviates it by 1k, gets us back down to 3.2k. It's still a Dragonsteel game.
Yeah, still a very rough position overall as Yuji does find that mountain dragon, which makes things that much more difficult. Interesting. Okay, I guess I respect coming out from Zamudo. He does not have any vision. He does not see where most of the members of Supernova are. He's like, well, I know my team has a lot of people on the bottom side. I don't see anyone there, so I do not want to be dove without the flash. So it will be at least another structure going over towards Supernova. It will remain at about that 3,000 gold. And still, the main worry I have here, Deathstrokes, is that Supernova don't outscale, right? The Varus is this massive damage threat later on. Yone has so much playmaking ability and becomes nearly impossible to kill later on in the game. You have an Azir, you have a Misfortune, but you have to make things happen before that. You have to make things happen before Spyrax is on 3 or 4 items because he will just demolish the rest of the game.
I mean, if I'm looking at scaling, your best shot, it really is Toasty. But even then, as you're saying, there's so many playmaking tools for Dragonsteel to stop him from really having an impact there. Looking at where some of the vision is now getting allocated, Dragonsteel, they do feel momentum heavily on their side. Maybe just one good teamfight win could get them in a situation to start posturing up around this Baron area. You do see that early right now, Supernova are trying to reply to the map setup that Dragonsteel are going for. It's both Spyrax and Faisal headed up.
My big question then is, do Dragonsteel want to win the game through dragons, or are they going to be trying to doing it through the Baron? Because they actually do a lot of damage to the Baron with the Yone and the Varus both being there at the same time. However, if they do get this next dragon, the Mountain Dragon, to get themselves a Mountain Soul, that does spawn an Elder. And you can force the game to end relatively quickly if you're confident in your ability to win fights around that Elder Dragon. If you force Supernova to come out, the Elder Dragon is a stronger buff than the Baron. It just doesn't... Because it just means that you can't be fought. The only issue with the Elder Dragon is there's enough wave clear on Supernova that sometimes you can't take down the structures anyway.
It's kind of hard to tell which one they are going to focus, because if you do look at their play in the regular season, they are very high when it comes to both taking dragons and taking Baron. They put a pretty high emphasis on both of those neutral objectives.
I mean, it happens when you're winning.
Yeah, right.
It's like,
I guess.
Hi, I would like that objective, please. And your opponent's just like, okay, honey, yes, I will let that happen because I can't do anything about it. And now Dragonsteel, they're starting to move around. This is one of the things that they do better when the mid lanes open up, when there are no mid lane outer turrets still available. Dragonsteel do move first quite a bit of the time, and this time it's going to get themselves the top lane turret. And I'm a little bit surprised to see... Oh, no, never mind. The mid lane is still pushing right back into them, and Yuji not able to get them. One of the things... Okay, one of my favorite diamond quotes ever is about 80 carries, and it's that, you know, your job as an 80 carry in the mid game is to go into the mid lane and look sexy. But you can't look so sexy that you actually die. But Lens is fast. He's got that strut to him, you know? He's so hard to actually take down, and even though Dragonsteel started the Baron, it was always a fake threat because you're just trying to see if you can get people to respond to you so you know where they are.
You know, that's a good point and all, but now I want to say my favorite diamond quote.
Yeah?
He's oinking, bro.
That is... I wonder if he still says that. Dude, it is so hard to keep up with, like...
the lingo
Challengers League lingo.
Yeah.
It changes so fast.
What was oinking? You're just farming the top side? Is that what it was?
It's like screwing around.
With success, though.
Sometimes.
Screwing around, you know?
Sometimes. You know. I've seen it both using like, oh no, we're losing. We were just oinking around until the other team won. Either way, we are in a...
If there's anyone in Twitch chat, please update us on the latest Challengers lingo. Okay, now you can go, Josh.
Yeah. I know Aaron is probably watching, so, you know, we'll see what he has to say. Either way, we have 45 seconds until the Dragon Soul will be spawning here for Dragonsteel. They are one Mountain Dragon away, and it's time to start fighting for priority. One of the big things to note is that Yuji, yes, he's on this Mountain guy, is one of the best characters at setting up for these dragons. However, it's not an AP. He doesn't even have the Leandries on this build. He is still looking for an opportunity to actually use the ultimate to take things down, and then Zamuda teleports early. This is a very strong commit.
Oh, they're not allowing Dragonsteel to actually pair up as a squad just yet. You can see that Spyrax is not there, but this means that it is an engage that goes awry. Envy will not have his ultimate. You will have to concede this dragon. Supernova have to back off. This is Dragon Soul as well, so they feel like they can't. Oh, that is a bad gambit, man.
Yeah, but look at Diamond. He's coming around the backside. He will be spotted out by these wards in just a moment. And Yuji's like, oh, I get the sense that there might be someone there.
Yeah, you saw the control ward go down. Still waiting for the fight. Remember, no engage on Kenvi. Still have the bullet time, but that can be stopped by a lot of this long range. And you can see already, first one going to land on Lens, has to cleanse it away. Diamond's low and has to bail out. Dragonsteel still on the table. Handshake going to pull in Toasty. Toasty almost got out by the hostile takeover. Here comes the bullet time. There's a lot of shielding coming in. It's not going to take down anyone. Toasty's fed to the wolves. It's another kill picked up on the backside as 2 kills and Dragon Soul for Dragonsteel.
Honestly, a masterclass in setting up objectives. We got to see that Zamudo moved down on one side to clear out Kenby making sure he could not get to the Dragon. Scary Jerry on the other really is shooting down Diamond, because even if Diamond goes in and gets all his crowd control down on Scary Jerry, there is no follow-up to it. So they just make sure that nobody can even get close to the pit. Dragon Steel find themselves a Mountain Soul. They find themselves the Rally Cry Baron buff, and already 1,500 gold up off of that, 6,000 gold in this game. Watch again, Zamudo, he's going to go from this side of the map towards the other side of the river. He's going to push Kenby completely out of this fight, and Diamond is also being wailed away upon by Scary Jerry. Suddenly, there's no flank, and Zyko and Scary Jerry can reassert themselves on the other side of the fight. They get the Zonia's Hourglass right away, make sure they don't get caught by the bullet time, and Toasty, unfortunately, not able to quite sync up with Len, so the bullet time not able to take down anyone on Dragon Steel.
And you see the struggle, man. It's so hard to set up that bullet time. It's so hard to farm your own jungle. It's so hard to play League of Legends when your opponent is Dragon Steel. Genvi looking to get away. He's a tanky boy, so can absorb a lot of that damage. Zyko and Yuji just being menaces at the moment. All the meanwhile, Faisal will take a tower down in that bottom lane, but you got a Baron buffed Dragon Steel who's knocking at your door.
And look for Dragon Steel to potentially go for a dive here, waiting for a couple of ultimates to be back up. In particular, the ultimate coming out from Spyrox. When that is available, you can actually start looking for some of these fights. And Lens does have the bullet time, can try and clear at least one of these waves, but Spyrox still at the same time in the mid lane. Who's going to match him? It can't be Faisal. He's not going to be able to live that. Toasty can't really do that. He's going to just die. And now Spyrox just slowly chipping away at the mid lane turret at the same time, and Supernova have to find somewhere to go.
This is a stranglehold being put on as Faisal goes in with the Ruthless Predator. Spyrox has to burn his ultimate to get away from the grasp of the Croc. See right there, Supernova making a good attempt to find engage of their own, but they still lose a turret in the grand scheme.
Yeah, with that turret gone, Dragon Steel able to slowly walk into the mid lane. They still have over a minute of the Rally Cry Baron buff, and with the inhibitor just open to fight, yeah, this turret's just going to be a little bit of extra gold going right over to Dragon Steel. It goes up, it goes down immediately. That'll be the first inhibitor of Diamond.
All right, last chance for Diamond. He comes in with the Magnetic Storm, and we finally see the Wombo combo, but no one goes down but Diamond. Now on the back line, Spyrox is able to cleave down the Turkish crits. They will chase down the remaining members of Supernova with authority. This is the team that we expected to see perform like this coming off of a perfect season. They'll take game number 1 in the upper bracket.
Zyko completely whipped the ultimate, and it did not matter. It actually went down the lane, but that's how far ahead Dragon Steel are in this game. They controlled the game from minute 1. There was a small mishap. They lost an early flash from Zamudo. Finally pays for it 27 minutes later. Just complete control from Dragon Steel. Don't be afraid. 27 minutes in, that game was not close. That was Dragon Steel the entire time, and they are still the team to beat.
And this is what I wanted to see out of Dragon Steel, man. Throw back to when they were Maryville, go to what we saw last spring, and they were falling out in round number 1 despite being second place in the regular season. This is how you want to start off in the playoffs. It's looking great for them. It seems like they're stronger than ever, and a lot of that is thanks to that star marksman, most improved from that last season. It is Scary Jerry, who put on a phenomenal performance, Josh.
And Scary Jerry, I think the play that spoke most to me from this guy was up in that top lane when he was flashing forward on that Varus, knowing the equalizer was still up from Zamudo, and just auto-attacking multiple players to death. We got to see him also moving Diamond out of that flanking position and instantly pivoting his attention to the other side of the fight. This guy seems to have it all right now, taking control of the bottom side of the map, taking control of the fights. Scary Jerry, the complete package.
And a tremendous performance out of Dragon Steel. I don't think there's really too much to say about this one, Josh, because it was pretty clinical. We had a little twinkle for Supernova, but nothing that was that galactic event that we were expecting. Dragon Steel being pretty unstoppable. You got anything to add to it, Josh?
Nah, I mean, started off with a good showing coming out from Dragon Steel. It ended with a good showing from Dragon Steel. Everything seems to be going their way, and so next question is, can Supernova fight back when they have site selection?
All right, well, we'll see if that question does get answered. As we throw it over to short break, when we return, we'll get into game number 2, Dragon Steel versus Supernova.
I'd give the back-to-back to Yuji. In this league, like right now, there's no like really standout player. But I mean, I have to give it to someone on DSTL because they're really having a good regular season split. I just think Yuji, like he just has aura. Like their lanes are always like perma fighting, like really flexing on everyone, and then everyone's just always thinking in the back of their head, like, where's Yuji? Like, I'm actually scared, bro.
For me, I'd have to go with Yuji for the back-to-back. I think Maryville is definitely the strongest team this split. Like, everyone knows that, and I think it's right for someone to be on that team. And I think Yuji, strongest champ pool. Almost every game he's playing a carry, and I think this meta right now is kind of centered around jungle. I think laners play around jungle well, and I think Yuji is just like a strong, consistent leader on the team, and easily it's Yuji for the back-to-back.
Probably gonna pick Roamer. I don't think he's peaked yet. Like, he hasn't played Tier 1. I think he's like too good to play in Tier 2. I think he'd be more disciplined if he played LCS. He wouldn't go for as crazy stuff. Probably play Temple more.
If I were to say overall general, I would say Scary Jerry. It's definitely the one that stands out the most when we played against Dragonsteel in the second week after AoE. But overall, in a more specific sense, that a player elevates their team to a higher degree than what you would expect, I would say Toasty Alex from Supernova is a really good candidate as someone who can increase a team's potential, especially when, like, even though they already have great players, Toasty Alex like brings them up to the next level through his communication and his supportive playstyle.
I think the MVP for Summer Split is the Dragonsteel Yuji, because he was the best player on the best performing team. Yuji was the best player in regular season, and that's just period. Nothing else to say.
I think it's got to be either Serdi or Zamudo. Maybe Serdi because clearly he's proven he's worthy off of just solo queue, considering he's 2k LP. And for Zamudo, I think he's on the best team, and clearly, it's clearly for a reason,
I think the easy answer is Serdi. Just knowing him as a person and as a teammate, I feel like he has the competitive drive that some people don't. And I know it's like easy to say, like, oh, he's my roommate and he's my teammate and we won CLO together, or like he carried me or whatever, but I've never seen the competitive drive that in one person from anyone I've ever met.
My most valuable prospect award would have to go for Yuji. I think he's a very consistent player, like last split and this split too. I think he's always he's a big prospect for his team on like winning games. I think that mid jungle has a lot of synergy, but I think Yuji is really good, yeah.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL and our series between Supernova and Dragonsteel. Dragonsteel, undefeated regular season. I'm going to keep emphasizing it because it's the first time in Tier 2 that it happened. This is the performance you want to see from a team that has that record.
Yeah, and for sure, it feels almost as though this game and this series might be on a 2x speed as well here, Districts, because that game didn't really look close. Dragonsteel, had one or two small mistakes here and there, but ultimately, that's not enough to win a game of League of Legends. We are seeing that Dragonsteel are still the #1 team to beat. They are the team that you have to be measuring up to, and Supernova so far coming up a little bit short, not able to ride this roller coaster. So, hopefully, over the break, they've had their growth spurt, just like I did between 8th and 9th grade, and suddenly everyone's like, wow, Josh, you're more than 5 feet tall. Congratulations.
I don't know where you grow though, bro. Like, that was a brutal win because the only mistake that really came out, the only time we saw Supernova have something go their way was when Spyrax was kind of buying into his own hype in the bottom lane, as you had put it. So where does Supernova go from here? If they can't get their foot on the gas pedal, if they're too short to reach the pedal, Josh, how are they going to make the car go?
That's a big question, right? We were already hyping up Lens and Diamond as potentially the angle from which we were most likely to see a comeback, or not even a comeback, but a victory coming out from Supernova, just because we felt as though they were the ones who would have the best laning phase going into the other side. Unfortunately, that was not true this game. We got to see that Scary Jerry and Zyko from minute 1 in control of the bottom side of the map, and they even extended that lead towards Yuji at the same time. So, want to see a bit of a better bot lane matchup potentially. I think the Renata took them a little bit by surprise, and now with all of the engage supports really banned away the first time around, if they can get themselves an engage into Braum kind of matchup, I think it's going to be a lot better for them. They just need the ability to stifle what Dragonsteel is trying to do.
I will say, some of the game plans that Supernova executed, there is an idea there, right? We saw the level 1 where they were able to burn out the flash of Zamudo very early on. We need to see things like that really capitalize on if we're going to see some success out of Supernova. You have a Sejuani and Renekton over on the top side, and it didn't really do anything than get you 6 grubs. That's really rough. So coming into this next game, I don't know. We need to see more of that early agency. If the plan doesn't work, we need to see plan B.
Yeah, we did see Kenby go top to try to set up a dive, but just as we called out, like, Zamudo loves playing under that freeze condition where the wave is just outside of his turret range. It makes it very hard for people to actually go for things. And so maybe a return to lane gank, right? We know return to some of the older styles of ganking would be something that Kenby would need to do, but you only get, you know, we can talk about how that could work. You only get one chance to actually do it in the game. Kenby lost a lot of time trying to make that play work.
And again, I do want to take the conversation back to Dragonsteel and how they've been performing overall as a program. For this to be the start for them, I mean, it's looking great so far. The big question I had coming into playoffs, is it going to be a choke situation? You know, there were some big questions for Maryville last spring where they fell very early on to DSG and went into that lower bracket. I want to see that confidence just be overflowing this time around, and we're getting that right now. Some of the plays that Dragonsteel made on the map, those were very, very confident plays. Maybe Spyrex bought into his hype too much, but moments like Zyko going in for the flash handshake, or Scary Jerry just you know, I'll just walk up and dive on my own. You know, 4 members there, who really cares? It's stuff like that that's showing you the confidence of this squad. And man, I mean, there's not much really to say. It was a dominating game 1, Josh.
It was, but because we are in a fearless draft here, DesRex, that means that we have champions that are banned. You don't even need to spend bans on them in the actual drafting phase. You just know that they are not going to be available. Everything that was played in that first game, not available for the rest of the series for either team. And that means that as we get ready for the second draft, no more Rumble, no more Renekton, no more Misfortune, no more Varus. And that's going to be setting up a lot of pressure, especially on the support, I think, simply because the Leona, the Nautilus, the Braum, all still available, and there's, you know, Braum kind of wins those kind of by default, and without the Renata, or not the Renata, the Rel, who has kind of been the default other pick, it kind of pushes things towards Enchanters. It pushes people towards the Alistar as well in order to try and get things done.
And Dragonsteel in particular, they have not been afraid to play Enchanters in the past. I mean, Zyko's pulled out the Bard before, pulled out the Nami. We've seen some interesting picks coming out from that bot side, but you know, the same can be said for Diamond, who has been very creative when it comes to evaluating the meta and figuring out what supports can pop up. As we get through the draft right now, we are seeing some focus. Ezreal, Vi, both taken away. Aurora, probably not going to see the map for the rest of the day, really. A lot of people think this champion is ridiculously strong. Cassante taken away as well.
Yeah, Aurora just provides too much. It's so much pressure in one lane while also being safe for so much of the play, and so right now Leona banned away does put a little bit more pressure onto the Nautilus at the same time, but as long as the Braum isn't banned, you're simply not afraid of a Nautilus in any of these games. And so Dragonsteel, one more opportunity to try and take something away. I'm kind of wondering if they want to put some more pressure onto Toasty, but the Azir is already gone. I feel as though that has been one of Toasty's best champions so far.
With the final ban is, it's going to be Ashe, so the big engage support still available. It's only really Alistar. If you want to take a Senna route, Senna has been popping up in Prio, so there is other ways to open that up, but for the first pick, B1, Supernova are going for Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, this Lucian, I'm not convinced. I don't think this champion is as strong as a lot of people think. I remember back to when Lucian was just one of the most dominant mid laners in the meta, just because it would just auto-attack everything in the mid lane to death. It would have a very strong training pattern. You'd go in, you'd use the ultimate to take people down. But right now, the Lucian is just nullified by a lot of things that are still meta, even though the marksman mid are not quite as powerful. Corki still going to be the pick here for Spyrex, and as the Lilia comes through for Yuji at the same time, you have this very strong core. Lilia, one of the few junglers that has just pretty much dodged most of the pressure that has actually come through from the Leandre's and Faded Ashes nerfs.
This is still coming up really, really early on, though, which does open up this Lilia to some pretty potent counter picks. First pick coming out for Supernova to follow up that Lucian is going to be the Zyra, so we're going to get some AP jungly going, while as the Gnar over on the top side for Faisal. We'll open up some ability to have a level of crowd control to try and sniff out a lot of these fights towards the mid game. But so far, I am not the most convinced from Supernova's draft.
I'm not super convinced either. The Zyra has been something that Kenvi has shown that he can play, but he doesn't do it particularly quickly. I would be surprised. Okay, the Udyr does come through here for Zamudo. Is something that Zamudo in particular has been enjoying. I'm still not a fan, and he also counterpicked himself. I love playing the Gnar into this matchup, not because the early lane goes well, but because the later the game goes, you get bonus attack range on the Gnar, you get more and more movement speed, you get things like the Black Cleaver, so you can actually chew your way through Zamudo's health bar. I'm a little bit surprised to see the Udyr coming out right now, but it is still a lot of early priority that Dragonsteel has drafted for themselves in order to enable Yuji.
I think we're going to find out a moment if this is ego or confidence coming out of Dragonsteel, because definitely some very bold picks to have at this phase as we head into the phase number 2. Now, this is going to leave the marksman role to be attacked, going after some of Lens's champions, taking away that Kaisa. I'm still looking for the support role to get locked in. I'm a close eye on that Alistar because it is a big engaged champion that either team could really look to take right now.
Yeah, and with the Braum ban finally coming through, it does mean that the Nautilus is going to be on the table here for Supernova. It says that Diamond does want to play it, and at least he's thinking about it, or at least forcing a ban out from Dragonsteel. And so that does signify that they would have a way to get things started. They do have two ranged auto attackers already coming through in the Lucian and the Gnar. They're going to be picking up another one for sure from Lens from this position as well. And you can tell Dragonsteel putting a lot of thought to what it is they want to take away. Ends up being the Zeri.
So a lot of focus onto Lens over in that bottom lane. And, you know, for good reason. Lens has been performing very well over with Diamond down in that bottom lane. He has these moments where he can clutch out on some of these champions, especially when it's these more aggressive picks. We've seen him on Callista, even Xayah pulling off some pretty immaculate moments. So Dragonsteel, they're not going to allow Lens to be too comfortable right here. Supernova, last ban coming over, that Nautilus you were talking about, taken off the map.
That's a very interesting pivot coming through from Supernova, right? Typically, you ban away the Braum to prepare the way for the Nautilus, but now they're like, wait a second, they get to pick before we do, and we ban the Braum, and we ban Leona? I don't know. It feels like a game of chicken that Supernova kind of lost with themselves in a way,
Yeah.
and now Dragonsteel is just setting themselves up for later on. They are looking at some very long-range marksman. It is going to be the Jhin as the answer, and we've been able to see that whenever this champion does get going, you have three very squishy members on the side of Supernova that Jhin is going to tear up.
Yeah, this whole draft feels like a game of chicken as a whole. I'm just going to throw that out there. But now Supernova, talked about the Xayah earlier, alluded to it. Lovers duo, Rakan is still a great engager to have. So that's going to be locked in for Supernova to try and bolster up their mid-game team fight. As right now, Dragonsteel are hovering over something else that was mentioned in that Bard.
Yeah, the Bard does make a lot of sense. It is a way to get things started. You can get a lot of flashes with the ultimate off the Cosmic Radiance. However, this looks more like a pressure game coming out from Dragonsteel so far, just because they have the Lily, you have the Udyr, you can create a lot of pressure up on the side lanes, up in the top side in particular, and Dragonsteel, they're going to be locking the Alistar, so they do have some way to get things started. The Jhin Alistar are a fairly powerful pair, but it's mostly a nullifying tool, so I'm a little bit worried for Dragonsteel that they don't have as much playmaking ability, or rather their playmaking ability is much more difficult than it is for Supernova.
I feel that as well. I'm looking on the table right now, and who's really going to lead some of these engages? If it's not Yuji finding a Wilting Lullaby, it puts all the emphasis onto Zyko to headbutt pulverize someone. into a team that really does want to get into your face and cause disruption, again, around that mid-game spike where a lot of these champions are going to start flourishing. So I do think Supernova, if they are able to finally press that gas pedal, they do have the right tools to allow that acceleration to happen.
Yeah. The big thing here, so Supernova has really good tools to stop engages coming out from Dragonsteel, right? You have the Zyra, you have the Xayah, both of who can be very good at stopping anything from Dragonsteel. Whereas on Dragonsteel, they have the Alistar, but after that, if Zyko doesn't have access to his flash, the other thing you're looking at is Yuji going in for a flash Q into sleeping everybody on the field. But that relies on having your flash. It also relies on having a Zhonya's Hourglass, or at least a Seeker's Arm Guard completed every single time. But the Daki's on the field, which means we're in for a good one.
No Quacker.
No Quacker.
Used to be part of Supernova, so maybe it's
true.
Maybe that's the deep cut call out we're doing right here. Who's got this game? Let us know. Will be Supernova. Have they drafted correctly to take down the beast that is Dragonsteel? Twitch chat, type it up.
Also, pointing out that there is a Conqueror on the Xayah, a little bit unusual there, but does give you all the tools necessary to take down Zyko, take down Zamudo in these longer engagements. So, makes a little bit of sense, but I also feel as though Press the Attack would have done a very similar thing. So, we will see whether or not that will matter in any of the upcoming game plans, but Zamudo doesn't know that Faisal is up here potentially, just throwing down the ward, but it will not slow down a whole lot of play. With Zyko, he might.
Zyko's here, Zamudo's here. You got an invade coming in, and Kenvi is forced away from his blue buff. This is going to delay him a little bit. All at the same time, we are calling out for the lane swap, so you do have Scary Jerry allocated over towards this top lane. Zyko's going to keep hovering and playing interference with Kenvi Faisal. You're not able to get next to that blue buff as the Phoenix continues to burn Faisal.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be trying to reset this blue buff. This is a lot of time coming off. That's tough. That's really tough. We know
frustrating.
that and they're not done. They're still here to make sure this is difficult, trying to force Smite out at the very least. They will eventually get that, but can be very slow on the clear from this position, whereas Yuji, on the other hand, he's one of the few junglers that is very consistently getting close to max speed clearance, because he's constantly able to do it uncontested. We see that Kenvi had his slowed down quite a bit, and even though it is a Zyra, we are still going to be behind, you know, at least an entire camp compared to where Yuji has been. And Zamudo, now coming to teleport to go towards the bottom side of the map, has already done his job. He created a lot of pressure and allowed Scary Jerry and Zyko to build up this big wave to crash.
And you can see the situation over here for Supernova. They called Diamond over in case they were looking for a setup on trying to get the engage on the invade or even the dive outright. Means Diamond's going to go a long time without EXP. All at the same time, the teleport coming out from Zamudo to get down into the bottom lane means that Zamudo's not as pressured, so he will be able to get a decent amount of farm despite the lane swap.
Yeah, Faisal gonna take a lot of damage for that hop, getting that last CS to come through. Zamudo on the other side, I mean, he's just doing the same amount of work that we are currently seeing from Faisal. And luckily for Zamudo, he's not splitting EXP either. Diamond coming up towards the top side, taking a little bit, still not even level 2, not enough experience to get anything done there. And so, Yuji will have the first move into the river here in just a moment. Sparx is there too.
Two marksmen in the mid lane, trading. All around 300 health for both of them. Yuji not going to find the mark. Spyrax takes a chunk of damage. Diamond still roaming down. All the meanwhile, Yuji is grabbing that Scuttle Crab, going for the pick. Spyrax survives by the skin of his teeth.
Kenvi? Okay, just seeing if there's any opportunity of Spyrax, you know, getting caught slipping in that last spot. Not going to find it there. Kenvi will be trying to find exactly where Yuji is, but should have a good idea that it was a mirrored start. Both of them will go ahead and back away. And Kenvi, I think the biggest thing that he lost here is the opportunity to go for any ganks. Zyra is a fantastic champion at just playing these tri-lanes, playing in situations where you force your opponent to play a man down on the map because she is so fast at clearing out the jungle. But Kenvi not having opportunity to do any of that, whereas Supernova back to standard lanes, but their gold lead is actually more than 0 this time.
I do want to attribute some of that to Faisal. Even though he was highly pressured in that top lane, you're on a range champion with the Gnar, which means you do have some safety to be able to CS even with 2 members in your lane. So he held out pretty well despite all that pressure.
Yeah, also want to give a big shout out there to Toasty, getting the flash in the 1v1 going up against Spyrex. And Spyrex has typically been one of the best mid laners that we have had in the tier 2 ecosystem. And Toasty going toe to toe even after seeing the Corki counter pick come through. Good stuff from a relatively rookie mid laner who is just now in his second split.
Overall, Toasty still getting in the face of Spyrax all the meanwhile. Headbutt Pulverize comes out, able to find it on the Lens. Lens taking a good chunk of damage, gets stunned up in the process. Scary Jerry now looking for the chase. 200 health remains on Lens. Diamond on the defense, but now Zyko's in a bad way. The Cow's losing health quickly. Ooh, flashes forward, able to find it right onto Lens. Finds the stun on Lens. Deadly Flourish is not going to land. Forward shot from Scary Jerry will put Lens to the grave. And now the follow-up onto Diamond. Hey, you dug deep. Let's dig it for the double kill and the bot lane of Dragon Steel off to the races.
Oh man, it looked like Lens and Diamond were in such a good position, but the flash Pulverize into Headbutt coming out from Zyko, massively turning around this fight, because Zyko taking a ton of damage as everybody started retreating from this last fight. And I was worried for Zyko. I thought he was going to go down here, but the cooldowns come up just in time. They flashed Pulverize right into knocking back Lens as the fourth shot getting ready here for Scary Jerry, able to find the last one at the last moment, and the reload gives him just enough damage to take down Diamond at the same time. We were saying this was Supernova's best hope, and it feels as though that hope was dashed.
You know, you said you talked to Zyko about what it meant to lose that game in the finals, man. This is a road of redemption that's being paved right now for Zyko and the rest of Dragonsteel. He's putting on phenomenal performances finding these picks. Zyko, absolutely amazing what he's able to pull off right now.
Yeah, gotta be careful as the plans that do come through. Just going to get the bone plating off of Zyko, but now Kenvi.
Uji walks up to Kenvi, able to get the wilting lullaby, but flashing over the wall. Envy gets himself to safety, but at the cost of a summoner. Now Knockup going to be found as the Zion Rakan look for the engage on a Scary Jerry, who falls to about 300 health, now getting chased down by Diamond, but Headbutt pushes Lens into the opposite direction.
Spyrax.
Fight still continues. The Spyrax goes for the hunt onto Toasty. Will be able to take him down, and Dragon still in the prolonged engage, net one ahead.
Ooh, just tickled the little tiny feet feathers on the back of that Corgi, and now Zamudo still looking for even more. That's a lot of damage.
Oh god, Faisal, run! Run from the Man-Bear Pig. Zamudo able to bully Faisal into taking that recall. No teleport, mind you.
Man, it came off with just like raw laning power before. This time it's skirmishing power from Dragonsteel, where they are finding their leads. We were giving a lot of credit to Toasty for staying abreast of Spyrex in that last game, or in earlier, even in this game. The bottom lane was doing a good job, but we're seeing that now the gold lead is starting to go very heavily in favor of the members of Dragonsteel. Every single one higher in gold than their opponents across the board. It is coming from these kills, right? Scary Jerry, the richest member on the map, but he's still behind in farm currently, and it's just because Dragonsteel are not going to be backing down from these skirmishes.
Scary Jerry, last split's most improved player. I remember how volatile he used to be on the first split that we actually saw him. It was like, well, what's he gonna do? Is he gonna, you know, make the play happen, or is he gonna be the reason the play falls apart? Getting that level of consistency at this rate in the NACL has been fantastic for him so far. You know, Scary Jerry definitely living up to it alongside Zyko.
Yeah. Now, one of the places where I am going to be watching Supernova for more pressure layer in the game is going to be coming off of Faisal. Even though it has not been going great so far, this is not why you play this matchup with the Nars, because the side laning later on becomes very strong. But Zamudo, it's not supposed to be this much of a gold lead, not supposed to be this much of a CS deficit already going towards Zamudo, and
shellacking too.
Yeah, he's just losing so much farm on this Gnar. You got to get to those items, otherwise Zamudo will have total control, and Yuji, still up on the top half of the map, could potentially look to affect a dive.
This is so painful right now for Faisal. I mean, he's losing out on so many minions, and now with Yuji arriving at the time that he's arriving, it means you're pushed out from this entire minion wave. It's just famine for Faisal, as now the gank in the bottom lane is gonna find Zyko by himself. The root lands flush, and Lens gets the kill.
Yeah, a little bit of an unforced error there from Zyko ultimately, as Faisal trying to even just get his way back to the turret.
And Zamudo It's just an absolute menace. Ultimate going to be used as well as the Wilting Lullaby. Going to put to sleep Faisal. Permanent end as Zamudo will land that Phoenix stance and get another kill for Dragonsteel.
Yeah, that one's at least a little bit more forgivable as a top laner like, please, I need to farm. Scary Jerry flashes.
A flash coming out now. Curtain call opened up. First shot gonna land on Kenvi. Second shot, Diamond and Kenvi don't have much health to work with right here. Fourth shot lands. Scary Cherry gets the kill and goes on a killing spree. Now Kenvi critically low. Lens will put out the Featherstorm. Gets the Blade Collar. Able to finish off the kill on the Spyrax. Ooh, Scary Cherry still gonna hunt the plant down. One more shot needed to reload. Lens walks up, feeling the confidence start to swing. An exchange going down in the bottom lane. You see Spyrax fall. Deadly Flourish goes out. Stops the recall of Toasty. Len's going to find his recall.
But still, it is going to be Dragonsteel who is coming out on top across the map. They shut down a lot of Faisal's ability to farm. They're clearing out this wave. They're going to crash it as well before Lens and Diamond can get back there. And Yuji also getting the grub again. And I believe this is the second time, actually, Spyrax.
Yeah, Spyrax a little bit too far forward. Didn't realize that Diamond is in the vicinity. He does have his Valkyrie, though, so even with flash down, not going to be in too much of a situation. Yuji starting up the Void Grubs. This would be Grub-ageddon. This time Dragonsteel able to grab it.
Yeah. I mean, Dragonsteel, congratulations Twitch chat to be Dragonsteel fans in this game. It is very easy to root for them right now. 3,000 gold ahead, 6-2 in kills, all 6 grubs. They don't have the same kind of dragon pressure they had last game, but they can still start to turn things around very quickly, and they absolutely have a fantastic scaling team with the amount of pressure that Spyrax and Scary Jerry are going to put on this game, because there's no true tanks on the side of Supernova. Both of these players can build just raw AD, raw damage, and it's going to be going through as we see Scary Jerry with the perfect number of kills on Jhin.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Call Cubby. Or, you know, there's my lame joke right there. I'm going to let that one just slide right on off. But no, yeah. This is looking absolutely tremendous right now. And Faisal might find his way back into it as he tries to find a few picks on Zamudo, who's taking one too many tower shots. And Supernova setting up on Dragon.
We do see Yuji in the area. He has been having a fantastic record in terms of smiting. He also has more farm than Zyra. That's not supposed to be happening. Is Dragonsteel going to be relinquishing this one over, saying, yeah, it's a it's a Chemtech Soul or a Chemtech Dragon. You can have this one. We're going to be getting a plate over to Scary Jerry, and then trying to go after the play immediately afterwards.
Supernova looking for a play in the bottom lane, but Zyko was waiting and willing. Opening the curtain, Scary Jerry pops his fourth shot, finds it on Kenvi. Kenvi rooted up by the Deadly Flourish will fall to Yuji. The rest of Supernova, tails tucked between the legs as they retreat.
Zamudo coming in as well. Going to be going very fast. Flash Bear Slap.
Oh, Diamond's got to get away. Caught out's going to be Lens. He puts out the Featherstorm, trying to find the Blade Collar. One's going to be picked off. Zamudo picks up another. And just like that, Supernova are erased off the map.
That's how you use a teleport advantage. Faisal not able to get anything done up on the top side. He's going to get a wave crashed in, but not even going to get a plate, not even going to get any money, whereas Spyrax immediately afterwards also gets another plate off the mid lane. And
look at this man.
I mean, Supernova knew. Supernova had a good idea that someone was here, but they still bunched up. Zyko still managing to find the 3-man pulverizing Kenvi. He's forcing Yuji out of the fight, but you're just taking so much damage at the same time that you're going to be losing way too many members. And then Zamudo is able to get on top of the team again. You can't do anything. Supernova just a little bit less coordinated, a little bit less confident than their opponents, and it is costing them dearly.
And Zyko, you are a god. I'm just going to throw that out there right now. This road to redemption has been absolutely amazing out of him. That engage, catching out 3 members, a lot of these engages coming out from Dragonsteel have been led by what Zyko's been able to pull.
Yeah, really good presence coming out from Zyko, and you could tell, again, like Supernova, they knew something was going on. They're like, well, there's no way that Scary Jerry is just hitting that turret by himself, right? Like, we need to check. He threw out the Q coming out from the Zarya. They were able to see that there might have been something there. They had a good idea that there was an attack, and now Kenvi at the same time is like, my red buff was there just a moment ago. Where could it possibly have gone? Oh, they're going for Faisal.
Faisal. I don't think he gets out of this one, Kenvi. Are you sure you want to hang out on this side of the map? will throw some thorns down to stop Dragonsteel from taking one route, but not the other, as Yuji continues the chase onto Faisal, poking away at his health bar, forces Dive to use the ultimate. Same thing said for Kenby, gets the knock-up onto Zyko. Now look at this, Mega Gnar going to be channeled out from Faisal, slams Zyko against the wall, and maybe buying into too much of their hype once again. Dragonsteel going to lose a man.
I mean, they still get the turret down in the bottom side, so it's not a total waste of life in that last one. They're also still putting pressure in the mid lane. They're still putting pressure up on the top side of the map, so Supernova still bleeding across the board. Dragonsteel, like you said, leaving their own hype a little bit too much. That's what the thing about propaganda, man. You got to make sure that you know what is and is not as they go too far. And now Zamudo not even going to be doing more damage to the structure, but there is a Herald on the table ready for both teams to fight for.
Yuji will be clearing his camps on that side of the map, so Dragonsteel, if they want to put some presence over there, now would be the time to do it. You do have Grubageddon. This means that if you do take the Rift Herald, that's a big crash that's going to be coming, and Tower dead to rights. Supernova feeling that pressure. Set up around the Scuttle Crab and get some vision for themselves in the top quadrant.
That's Psycho.
But Pulverize on the Diamond. Be able to land the next shot to set up the Wilting Lullabies. Supernova. The presence, only for a moment. Then Zyko says, get out.
Out. Get.
Get. My lawn.
Mine. Well, Dragonsteel, they're setting up. They have more mid lane priority than Supernova do here, and that does mean that the mid lane turret will take a bit more damage. And Toasty.
Ooh, look at that damage from Spyrax. Herd Call opened up as well. Toasty, body block for the man. No, he's dead. Scary Jerry was the man that did it, but who's going to stop him?
Man, that's brutal. It felt as though everything was just blocking, but he still ends up going down anyway. And Dragonsteel now in control around the Rift Herald. They have control here. Faisal kicking him through, but he has no rage bar. He needs time to build that one up, and so Dragonsteel not going to be giving Supernova time to get themselves set. They will be finding themselves another neutral objective yet again, and this is feeling a lot like a repeat of Game 1 as Zyko.
Oh, Zyko once again headbutt Pulverize. Deadly Flourish finds the root. Kenby's in a bad way. Zamudo comes in from a different angle. Now Scary Jerry, critically low, has to bail out. Now Faisal wants to join the fight. He has Mega Gnar taken away. Flashing forward. Lens doesn't get it. It's going to cost him his life. Spyrax gets the kill onto Lens. Toasty now with the calling, chasing onto Spyrax. Zyko is low as well, wants to play interference. Headbutt Pulverize, waiting for the channel. Now Yuji jumps in. Zyko's not able to grab it. Wilting Lullaby channeled onto Toasty. And Spyrax will take him down. What a disaster. Zamudo's still alive on the opposite end. Faisal will finally Goomba stomp onto his head and take him down, but Yuji is calling the rest of your team. Dragonsteel extended engage, win out the team fight.
Oh man, that's so tough. There's only one person who went down, and it was Zamudo, and he was on the opposite side of the fight from where most people were. So Dragonsteel find themselves 6,000 gold in the lead from this position. A teleport from Spyrax does mean that this wave will crash. Checking to see if there's any stragglers, but it's going to be a turret as well, taking the maximum from their opponent. Scary Jerry crashes a wave in the mid lane. Is he going to get that turret there? No, he's not going to, but there's a dragon still available. Zamudo has to teleport it to make sure that it's not an undermanned fight.
So Zamudo can go wherever he pleases, no problems. Dragonsteel really control the map. They own the Rift right now in Supernova, and Rent might be due pretty soon. As Dragon stacking going to be stopped, Dragonsteel will be able to grab it.
Putting stop to the Dragon stacking was one of the last win conditions that Supernova still plausibly had available in this game. Scary Jerry?
Oh, Scary Jerry's caught out, so an opportunity right here, but look at Spyrax. He says, no, you're the one that are caught out. Curtain call going to be open. Diamond playing interference. A couple more shots might take out Kenby, but Toasty is there. And now look at Zamudo coming out from the flank. Big Zamudo is here, and Supernova or not. Beep, beep, ram it right into the tower as Dragonsteel look unstoppable.
We're looking at potentially a record-setting pace coming out from Dragonsteel as they're going to be opening up the... they're going to get another crash onto the inhibitor turret of Supernova. They're setting up on the top side of the map. They're 9,000 gold in the lead, and that's just more and more damage taken away. Supernova trying to get things done. They're trying to look for these opportunities, but the opportunities just aren't there. Dragonsteel outplaying their way through every single one of those as Spyrax, the flanking Corki, comes in yet again.
I do want to take a moment to think about some of the history of these teams. I mean, if you guys have been watching the Tier 3 scene for a long time, Supernova versus Maryville used to always be one of the big matches, always where it was at
Classic.
in the Tier 3 space, the El Clasico, as you would call it. So it's interesting seeing how this has developed over time. I mean, sure, completely different infrastructure for Supernova, but same old Clerky over here for Dragonsteel, and same old whooping. They're able to lay down to anyone who stands in the way. Headbutt, Pulverize finds Lens. He will fall to Zyko as Yuji gets another swipe right on in. Does not have the Wilting Lullaby, so can't continue with the chase. Content, which is getting 1 kill and getting out.
Yeah, it feels like most of the Tier 2 and Tier 3 rivalries have oftentimes included Supernova, but this rivalry seems like it is on pause right now as Dragonsteel seems to be getting the absolute best of it. Turns out the best collegiate right now doing better than the heart of amateur. And Dragonsteel, 20 minutes basically on the dot, getting ready to start up with this Baron, the Rally Cry Baron buff, looking at like it's going to be just completely going their way.
10.9k in the lead right now for Dragonsteel. This team, absolutely unstoppable. Both games have been clinics. I really don't have much else to really put to this. I mean, I want to see Dragonsteel be as strong as they can possibly be coming into this playoffs bracket. I'm getting what I want, so I'm happy, Josh.
Yeah, any fan of Dragonsteel has to be happy from this position. They've been looking so good throughout this series. There's not really been... there's like 1 or 2 small mistakes that they're making here and there where they're trying to find opportunities to make plays happen when they're, you know, a little bit too aggressive, right? But now, Dragonsteel, they're setting it up. They're going to be going for the siege, and Spyrex are like, oh, nope, I know the tricks that you have going on, Diamond. I played against you long enough. You're not going to catch me out with this one. And Dragonsteel with 4 members strong here in the top side, leaving Zamudo once again in the mid lane to try and get some pressure there. And you got to ask, where's the engage coming through from the side of Supernova? It's got to come from Diamond, but if he's not coming from Fog of War, how are you supposed to take Dragonsteel by surprise?
You're not. You're absolutely not. Dragonsteel, with the wards being applied, there's nowhere that Diamond is going to be able to find a flank. The minion wave's getting pressed both in the top lane and in the mid lane. You already see a tower going down in the mid lane. Hitter's going to be exposed, and this might be Supernova's only chance. They try and find it onto Yuji. Empty-handed, here comes Psycho. Wilting Lullaby as well. It is a complete disaster. You want a Supernova? Hey, Dragonsteel are going to give you it by slaughtering the damn team.
I mean, you get Zamudo. That is A-okay by Dragonsteel. They find 4 members. It's only 5 left alive. 22 minutes into this game, and Dragonsteel are speed-running Supernova.
When you have a season like Dragonsteel had, you have expectations to meet, man, and Dragonsteel are meeting them. Let the entire league know that the Kings in the North have begun their conquest.
Man, I got flashbacks right there from, what was it? Darkwing scooping Team Liquid.
Yep.
You know, I lost a couple of years of life off of that one. I almost lost a little bit more off of this one.
I had flashbacks from last series for Supernova where they chased Blue Otter onto the fountain and then didn't end the game and lost a team fight for it. It happens in Tier 2, man, but... you know what feels inevitable right now is Dragonsteel 2-0 in 2 back-to-back dominant wins, Josh.
Yeah, looking really good. Like we said, this is a team to beat. They are undefeated for a reason. Supernova were one of those squads that might have been on the edge where we were thinking, maybe this team can actually do it. Maybe they can take games. But Dragonsteel, a resounding no to that question as they move themselves on in the upper bracket.
Impressive display coming out from Dragonsteel. A very dominant display in both games. Supernova will not be out just yet. They'll be falling into the lower bracket, but that puts Dragonsteel 1 win away. You said it was the easy road, Josh. It definitely is 1 win away from making it to the Riot Games arena. So they're feeling confident right now. They got that momentum on their side.
It's not just going to play at the Riot Games arena. It is also, if they find themselves in finals, it's a trip to Sao Paulo.
Yes. Big one right there. Go ahead and play in our Americas Tier 2, which is going to be...
Academy Worlds!
Academy Worlds is finally here, man. But off that note, we are going to take a moment to throw it over a short break because I want to hear from Zyko. You'll catch me on the other side with an interview. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. I am joined by Zyko of Dragonsteel after a dominant 2-0, bro. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm doing really
great.
awesome.
I heard you have some victory boba that was just presented to you.
Oh yeah, one of my friends just dropped me a boba. Really nice of him. I'm so happy.
All right. So first things first, coming into playoffs, what was the preparation like to make sure we're starting off strong?
We were like mostly focused on their bot lane because like that's where like their strong point is for the majority of their games. And since Lens and Diamond are both like really good players, we decided to try out some matchups that like we played Varus Renata game 1, so we could take the Renata away, so they can't like Kalista Renata game 2 or 3. And then we knew they were gonna Zyra Khan game 2, because that's what they're really comfortable on. And then we just beat them as Jin Alistar. Yeah, it was a clinic.
Yeah, talk to me about some of those Alistar plays. Like, for example, the one where you were in Tribush, 3 members are walking by and you just hex flash and engage onto them. You seem to have this new confidence in you to go for these heavy engages, man, and it's great. Talk to me about them.
So, Jin, like, we were stronger there, like, jungle AD, and we knew they were going to pull Drake, and afterwards, Jerry was like, you want to look at them when they're like entering bot? And I was like, I can think of something. And then I just like
yeah, you could
maneuvered to try, and then just waited for them to walk in, and then I was just screaming, look at me, and then they all died.
Well, we all witnessed, man. That was some great stuff. So getting on to the bigger picture now, I want to talk to you. It's the perfect season accomplished for the first time in Tier 2 history. What does that mean to you?
Personally, it means a lot to me, just because like the growth that like not just our team but like for me as well, it just like kind of like shows that like all my efforts and like hard work kind of like, you know, made it so that we went 9-0. Also playing with the best jungler, you know, in the league, like I have to take care of him, and likewise.
Of course. And now I do want to get into something, talking about what happened last split. You know, you did go to finals. It was a 3-0. What does that mean to you now that you're in playoffs once again, looking to get to both finals, overcome that, maybe get to Sao Paulo? What does that play on you now?
Getting 3-0'd like that during the spring, like it definitely hit like a spot for me. Like I was like, oh, like maybe, or I just like had like regrets on like the way that I played. It wasn't like the best, and I made a lot of hiccups during that match. But this time going around, I feel more confident not just in my team, but like myself, that like I can make a difference, and I hope I do.
It's been showing, man. It definitely has been showing. Your progress, your growth, everything. It's been so great for yourself and, of course, the viewers to watch. So off of that note, man, do you have any shout-outs you want to give for viewers, any staff, family, friends?
Well, shout out to the program, my team. They're all great, wonderful
Daniel Clerky,
human
of course.
beings, and Dan, of course, and my friends and family. Shout out to Levitate and Rovix for helping us 2v2s today before our match.
Oh.
Really nice of them. We got revenge for them. But yeah.
Fair enough. Anything you're going to do to celebrate? I'm sorry, I had one more question there. That's what it is. Yeah.
Gonna grab some dinner. I think first off, because we're all really hungry. I don't think we ate yet before the match, or at least I haven't. So, and yeah.
I mean, you feasted on the corpse supernova. I guess it's not enough. Go have yourself a good dinner, man. We'll see you next time. We're going to throw it to a short break. When we return, we'll get ready for our next series of the day.
Sounds good.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. What a dominant performance from Dragonsteel. Always great to hear from Zyko. But now we got to move on to the next match of the day, and that is going to be Fear Starforge versus FlyQuest NZXT. With this one, let's start off with the rosters right away. Let's get out of the gates. This has been a squad that has been very, very strong so far, Josh.
Yeah, and Fear X Starforge is a team that has had a lot of opportunities to showcase exactly how good they are. And look at that, lovely new jerseys. Before, they had all the old jerseys, but now they have it all coming together. And boy, do they look fly in those. In particular, though, I want to highlight this mid-jungle duo, XU and Ablaze Olive, because they're going to have to go up against Bradley and Shaden. And XU and Ablaze Olive, I think, are one of the few mid-jungle 2v2s that have an opportunity to not only go toe-to-toe, but realistically best 2v2s like Bradley and Shaden.
Yeah, the team you're looking at right now, FlyQuest, NZXT Challengers, they are your defending champions. Only the mid lane has changed since then, but you want to talk about mid lane, Bradley in that last series versus TLC looked absolutely tremendous. So there's a lot of power for the defending champions, but you got to put up, they are the 3rd seed, which tells you their season wasn't exactly the way they wanted it.
And as we look at this next one, we have to remember that these two squads, even though the rosters have changed over the past couple of years, have gone head-to-head quite often in playoffs. In spring 2023, Cincinnati Fear, as they were known then, were able to beat FlyQuest 3-2. But then since then, this split, we have been able to see that FlyQuest did win 2-1 in spring 2024 and also 2-1 during the regular season. So Fear X Starforge, even though I kind of have them favored a little bit, I think this is much more likely to be close than our previous series.
And sometimes when it does come down to playoffs, we do see a completely different animal, completely different beast. When these teams are able to hit that.
Thanks, Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. You've done that to me before. I remember. It was a great little call. But as we do get into the bans coming in, top lane focus, both going to take away the Rumble and the Renekton, as well as the Misfortune, take away from the Marksman role. Aurora, again, is the champion I don't expect to see to get through a lot of the drafts unless we get really, really deep into this, as well as the Ashe and Azir taken away.
Yeah, a lot of very normal champions taken off the table, and that means that Instinct is going to be getting the Ezreal, a champion that has been banned rather consistently so far in the 14-16. We did see it banned quite a bit in our previous series, but now it's going to be going over to Fear X Starforge, and as Starforge and NZXT going head-to-head over which computer you're supposed to be buying in this one. FlyQuest, the major thing about what we've seen from Fear X Starforge and FlyQuest in the past is how much pressure is actually put on the top lane. We have seen that Philip has done a fantastic job at preventing Surdy from taking over a lot of games, and XU very willing to help out Philip in the top side.
I mean, that's one thing I gave Philip a lot of credit for as the season went on, is how well he can stonewall some of these opponents. I haven't seen him go into the situations where he's just absolutely dominating them, but he can stop them from dominating him. Is that going both ways? You get what I mean.
Yeah.
As the next lock-in for FlyQuest NZXT, they're going to go for both the Orianna as well as the Kaisa. Interesting picks to go in, especially very early on into this draft, but Shockwave does provide you some teamfight potential to come through. You like the aggression that you get with the Kaisa. All's in Fear Starforge's court for the next draft, and they go for LeBlanc. Wow.
Yeah, the LeBlanc coming through along with the Vi getting a very heavy focus on the mid lane 2v2. We were saying this was something that Fear X Starforge could rely upon to potentially build them an advantage in all of these games, but also the LeBlanc into the Orianna is one that LeBlanc is supposed to win, but it doesn't take large mistakes on the side of the LeBlanc to really put it back in the Orianna's favor. At the same time, though, Ablaze Olive has been one of those players that a lot of people have been looking at as, wow, this guy took a break off for like a split, but he did not drop a beat. This guy looks like he might be ready to go immediately back into the LCS. One of the most dominant mid laners that we have had, and definitely got at least some consideration as we were looking towards the most valuable prospect this split.
I'm going to be honest, I'm a little terrified for Bradley in the mid lane right now, given this 1-2 punch that we have out of our mid-jungle duo of Fear Starforge. Given that you have XU and ABO, you already said ABO is performing well, while XU has been as well. They've locked together this mid-jungle synergy, and you have something that can aggress on you so hard very early on with the Vi. Point and click CC, as well as the Vault Breaker Cease and Desist, both of those can stop this Orianna from really doing too much in the lane. You don't have that much mobility as Orianna. Use the dissonance on yourself, movement speed boost, flash, that's all you have. So this could be a potential weakness that Fear Starforge can exploit.
We'll see what it is that Bradley can do to keep himself alive. We do see the Nautilus picked up and the ban away of the Braum, so Chime will be able to get through with that one. And the other major thing that I'm kind of looking at is the fact that That is 4 top lane bans from Fear X Starforge levied at Surdy up in the top side of the map, and that just really says that Fear X Starforge putting a lot of respect on Surdy's name. We got to see some people talk about him as a potential most valuable prospect as well, especially in that earlier video, where people were saying this guy has what it takes, he has the mindset, he has the gameplay necessary, and it seems as though we're starting to get back to the Surdy that we kind of knew and loved from before. He was having a lot of trouble during the regular season, making a lot of mistakes and playing too much for himself, too solo queue, and not enough for his team.
That's a really good way to put it. Too much solo queue. You get locked into that style. It can affect your gameplay in the long run. I talked with some other players, and some people did feel like that was why Surdy was starting to dip in some of the performances that we've been seeing. But now Fear Starforge. Engage supports are on the table, so let's start taking them. And this is going to be pretty snappy on those engages to follow up that Vi. We got a Leona locked in by Fear Starforge.
Yeah, I mean, you ban away the Braum. Leona is the natural answer, and it is going to be forcing out a cleanse from Sajed, which limits his ability to play that barrier and have the extra HP, and an early Ornn coming through from Philip. I mean, the Gnar ban kind of makes sense, the Camille ban kind of makes sense. These are all things that would get free scaling opportunities from the side of Surdy, but now he kind of has the pick of the litter, and it does look like it might be going over towards the Jax, another very classic champion coming through from Surdy. There's lots of tools coming out from Fear. They have lots of tools to just kind of play however they want, but the one thing that they are missing is safe wave clear out on this team. You have the Ornn ultimate once, and then Blaze Olive has to clear waves with his face, and that's not necessarily where you want to be going into things like a Nautilus.
Which makes me look at the mid game more for Fear Starforge than anything else, and what XU in particular is going to do. I love Vise. I love how much she brings to the Rift just because she can gank early and keep those aggressive ganks going. You're pairing it now with Winsome, who's on this Leona, so there's a lot of tools for just not just the mid jungle duo, but the jungle support duo to kind of run this map.
Now, looking at these two teams, the one major thing that I think FlyQuest NZXT challengers can prey upon is the fact that Winsome oftentimes has been getting himself caught out in the last couple of series that we have watched from Starforge. They are oftentimes in a position where they're just too far forward. They were not on point in terms of their solar flares the last time they were playing Leona, and FlyQuest can really prey upon that. So this is an opportunity to really jump on top of that very tanky champion, make sure they can't get anything done, and if FlyQuest can build themselves a lead through the bottom lane, we have seen Sajed, one of the rapidly rising stars in the Tier 2 ecosystem.
As we get ready for this match, upper bracket Fear Starforge versus FlyQuest NZXT challengers, let us know in Twitch chat, who do you think got this one? Will it be Fear Starforge taking that second place seeding, or the defending champions in FlyQuest? Surdy, I heard he was typing in all chat hi to the enemy team. Well, Fear Starforge going to give a big ol' hello to him as he goes to about 200 health. Underneath his tower, they're going for the dive. One more auto. ABO finds it for first blood.
Ooh, Shaden, gotta be very careful here. Chooses not to go in on that one, but that's gonna be a flash trade from Surdy and a Blaze Olive. But Blaze Olive walks away with a kill. Surdy is gonna have to walk back towards the top side. Turns out, typing in chat, I thought that was a Maryville thing. It turns out FlyQuest can get caught out from it as well. That is next level gameplay coming through. Typing hello to the other team and then abusing the fact that they're going to be late to it. But now, Blaze Olive and Instinct and Winsome all going to be late to lane. So Bradley has the opportunity to try and let some of these minions die, but he's just going to be clearing it out, so not going to be losing any XP on the side of Fear X Starforge.
And if LCS gets their APA trash talk, APA came from here, bro. Come on, we should have ours. We got to get one for Surdy. We got to get one for Scary Jerry. Got a lot of good trash talkers out here, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it all comes from at the end of the day, is how willing you are to type. And we know that XU, I've actually talked to him a lot in the past. He and I used to play tennis together a bit. He's not much of a typer. He would oftentimes laugh whenever anybody was typing, but he wouldn't participate in it himself. And so, as we start looking at this one, we are seeing that Blaze Olive gets to walk into lane with that extra amplifying tome, but can't really make use of it just quite yet because he's going to be behind the curve for every single one of these upcoming levels, simply because Bradley is going to have control over the lane. Actually, I think because of how far this wave has been pushed, Blaze Olive might hit level 3 first. I think I just lied to you guys.
Oh yeah, there's level 3.
Wow.
Bradley going to be forced back. Talking a bit more about some of the trash talk. 30 before, we had tried to do a content piece with him that was supposed to have trash talk in it. And like, he really didn't want to do it. And we asked why. Like, normally you've been really great at that. And he's like, yeah, I just get...
Yeah, but I don't consider it trash talk.
I just get too toxic. I don't like to trash talk. I get too toxic.
Yeah, I can absolutely see that. He's definitely the kind of guy who's just like, if you are allowed to turn on his ability to trash talk, the guy is brutal, right? He will say what he thinks and he will not shy away from it. Now, I'm going to do a little bit of trash talking myself because I actually think Fearix Starforge picking this LeBlanc is a boon to FlyQuest because now Bradley can't play it.
True, yeah. That was one of the champions he did pull out against Team Liquid yesterday, so... I'm not going to be on the map.
That is true. He did have a very good performance of LeBlanc yesterday, but I've seen a lot of Bradley games not go particularly well on that champion. So he oftentimes like gets very like, oh, look at this cool thing I can do on the LeBlanc.
Look at my 2 chains.
Not going in his favor. Wow. Yeah. What happens if he happens to win a 3rd time?
3 chains.
But you can't. You only have 2.
3 chains. We make a 3rd. We get a skin.
Maybe he starts. He has to play only Silas at that point.
Get more ability haste.
Either way, here comes XU up in the top side. As we said, very much willing to help out Philip to make sure that Surdy cannot get any advantages here. And this is one where Ornn actually has the ability to play very heavily because of the fact that your W is on a slightly lower cooldown than these counter strikes.
One of the things I'm going to be curious about is what difference in performance we're going to see out of Fear Starforge in playoffs. Because it's not just the fact that it's playoffs. This team is together in Ohio right now. Actually in the same room, same team house. There we go. That's what we're looking for.
Yeah.
So they're actually like in the same proximity, which means that you just turn to your left, your teammate there, turn to your right, got your teammate there.
Also, better ping. Remember, our servers are in Chicago, and Ohio is closer to Chicago than Los Angeles is for anybody who doesn't live in the United States like Magnetic. But it is still the opportunity here to know exactly where you need to be. They have a little bit better reactions to all of these things than they might have previously. And so far, Fearix Starforge do have small leads across the board, but it's not necessarily going to be more than that first blood in a lot of ways. Blazelaw finally getting his back off, and he should be able to get back into lane without needing to expend the teleport.
You don't want to talk about their gaming house? They've had a few in the past, too. I remember they had one that wasn't too far from us over here in Los Angeles.
First
time we had them in the season.
Not too far is a very relative term here for anybody who doesn't live in Southern California. They lived in Ontario, California, which is like 2 hours from like real Los Angeles.
It's not that far.
It is pretty far. I mean, you were in Pasadena, so like it's not that far for you.
Again, here comes a bit of a trade going down in the bottom lane. The support's taking the worst of it so far. We are at the point of the game where level 6s are starting to click in. Jaden not going to have that level 6, but you can see the gank looking to come out. Flash not going to be burnt in time for Winsome. Still gets caught out by the hook. Now Winsome with 100 health remains. Has no escapes, has no chance. Sajed will get the kill.
And that's really good for the bot lane of FlyQuest NZXT. Already finding a kill, going over to Sajed. We have seen this guy go absolutely nuts on this Kaisa in the past, and he has been one of the AD carries that is following in Masu's footsteps. Not that far off from potentially looking for opportunities to play for LCS in the near future at the same time. He's got that first kill. He has what he needs, and plays Olive, finding what he needs too.
Here he goes, going after Bradley. Wants the solo kill. 100 health remains, but does not have the cooldowns to go for it. Distortion and chains on cooldown. Bradley will be able to keep his life, at least for now.
But still, being forced out of the mid lane does leave a Blaze Olive, and Winsome moving towards the top side of the map, potentially looking to set up a trap with the grubs already gone. Redcliffe is going to be the target, and Chime getting here first, but being here first as a Nautilus isn't necessarily the best position to be in.
Chime, he knows something's up right now. Like, why is that marker still on my map? Is someone here? And oh, A little bit too late, buddy. And now Shaden's going to get caught out in his jungle. Cease and desist goes off, followed by the descended play call. The Forge God on the opposite side. Shaden looking for the juke. He's ticking away, and he will live. Ain't no monkey business for Shaden.
Oh, too good coming out from Shaden. A brilliant escape. That was a lot committed from Fear. They end up bringing Winsome up. They commit the ultimate from Philip. I thought it could have gotten off a little bit earlier to sync up with some of the crowd control. That would have been enough damage, but still, Shaden fighting his way out of that one just showcases why this guy has been one of the best junglers in the Tier 2 ecosystem. We know he had opportunities to play in the LCS. We know that he would have had more if the same organizations were still playing, but this time around, FlyQuest have found themselves a gem. And is yet again showcasing that it's not just his offensive plays that made a name for him.
Last spring, all we said was, why is Shaden here? Why is Surdy here? Please, LCS, take them. Stop having them body our players. Well, it might not be the same level of play that we saw in the regular season from spring from FlyQuest, but we still know that these are those caliber of players, man. And Shaden looking absolutely fantastic. Will take his time to start up the Dragon, having some priority down in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Bradley trying to duke it out in the mid lane. Dragon does belong to FlyQuest NZXT.
We'll pick that one up. You gotta be looking at the fact that Shaden is relatively behind in terms of clear, and XU is one of the best smiters in the game. We have been seeing that he consistently wins these 50-50s. And honestly, you gotta ask, like, what is it about the water? What is it that he's doing in order to make sure he gets every single one of these? Because he is already up a lot of camps here on Shaden. It's not as though Shaden has been going for a lot of ganks either. He found the one down in the bottom lane, but XU going for just as much pressure, hiding in a lot of these pockets of fog of war.
Is in the water at Ohio.
I don't know. More water?
Shaden onto his Wolves camp right now.
Wait, I know, I got it.
What is it? What is it?
It's Ohio. It's because it's H and then 2 O's.
Josh, I hate that I actually think that was good. Damn it, man.
I don't know where the I figures into this, but you know, maybe there's like, is that in Indium? Is that, I think that's the element.
It's high on the level of O. Assuming with that.
There you go. That's what we're going to go for anyway. But still, it is going to be on the side of Fear X Starforce. They still have a little bit of a lead, but one of the major things about FlyQuest is that they're a team that is good at coming back from deficits. And now, Shaden is at least getting to farm his own side of the jungle, but XU, ooh, is he thinking about that? No, okay.
Had a thought.
No monkey business. He had a thought.
You can tell that one click where he like kind of went away. That was the thought.
Yeah.
Decided to go back. Not gonna over-aggress onto this early on. Oh,
Yeah.
meanwhile,
Doesn't need to go for anything while the grubs are spawning.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
They just need one more of these in order to make sure that they get the, you know, the little Twitch chatters on their side, so they do have that available. And now they're kind of like, okay, you know, FlyQuest, you can get the other one. Like, we don't care that much. And so XU was spotted picking that one up. They do see the grubs reset. There's a lot of players up here on the top side, and Bradley Teleport is coming up soon.
Bradley in the bottom lane. Teleport, as you had mentioned, Instinct will be down there matching him, so this means that FlyQuest NZXT challengers can actually group up as a full 5 if they need to fight for the Void Grubs. I don't think Fear really want to actually take that challenge, and yeah, they're just going to back off. Oh. FlyQuest NZXT challengers will grab 2 grubs to the 4 of Fear Starforge.
Yeah, a lot of jockeying over vision here, and now Chime just playing with fire a little bit, but the other team doesn't know what's going on. Oh, hello.
All right, Chime gonna burn the full combo onto ABO. Please, Olive. Caught by the Ignite, will be able to distort away, but FlyQuest get pressure into the jungle.
A little bold. Definitely think he could do more, as XU getting caught as well.
We're just gonna continue with the shenanigans right now. XU trying to catch his own Gromp, won't be able to catch much. Catch these hands, man, as Shaden goes down. It's Winsome who gets the kill. Hook onto the wall, using the flash to get away from a Blaze Olive, and it's Fear who get the kill.
That was the crowd control combo I was looking to see the first time around near the Raptors. But also, we got to say, the amount of pressure that Chime put on was looking so good until they end up catching out Shade. And Chime has been one of the best supports that we have had in the league. Moves around with his jungler so effectively and creates so much of this pressure, just making sure that you're never comfortable wherever he is around. And now, oh my god.
Boy, Winsome hops in, shockwaves used. It stops Winsome from getting any more crowd control immediately after that, but man, here Starforge time and time again have really been pressuring Bradley.
Yeah. And it's gotten this flash out this time around. It plays Olive only with the 1 kill, but this Orion is slowly scaling into the game at the same time. I mean, we are seeing a lot of pressure coming through. We see a kill going to Winsome. We see a kill going to Ablaze Olive. So the small gold lead that Fear has built up for themselves isn't necessarily in the most impactful of places that it could be. However, both teams pretty confident just scaling into this game, right? One of the teams has Ornn, who's going to make everybody have more gold than they actually do later on. And he's also absurdly taking... Did you know he gets like, I think it's 35% bonus HP and resistances once he has all of the Ornn items built?
Does he just build that on top of his trucker cap? Is that what it is?
Yeah. Every single time he like upgrades an item for someone else, he gets bonus armor, MR, and health. He's just like 35% tankier than every other tank, just because.
He's a wall on feet, basically.
Yes. Stole the words out of my mouth.
Well, XU, an attempted engage onto Bradley over in the mid lane. Now XU putting his attention bot side. His red buff will be spawning soon. At the same time, we have Dragon coming up within the next 5 seconds. Likewise, and ZXT challengers are the first one to set up on the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, and we aren't really seeing anything from Fear just quite yet. They do have Ablaze Olive looking for something, and here's the teleport from Philip. They're committing for this fight.
Right, here come Fear Starforge, called the Forge God coming out. Philip looking for the knock-up. It lands on the 4. And just like that, Shaden's gone. Now Instinct looking to back out. We'll be able to get that Arcane Shift. Big Philip leading the charge alongside XU. They're looking for Surdy. Surdy gets the sidestep, but can't get away from the breath of Philip. The continued chase, Sachet gets XU on the back end. Killer Instinct goes out, can't find Winsome, has to bail immediately because Instinct instantly jumps onto him, and just like that, back and forth, blow for blow, a 2-for-1 exchange.
Oh, gotta be careful with all of those W's coming out from the Kaisa. It ends up being a 2-for-1 at the end of it. They also stop the Dragon, and that gives them a lot more time to get back out onto the map. But now, everybody's going to be trying to play the exact same fight without the same flashes, without the same number of summoner spells, potentially without ultimates. And it looks as though, I mean, both teams, they are going to not be playing for the Dragon right away. There is a Rift held up on the top side that you can play for instead, and that is exactly where Fear are sending their support.
We just say how valuable that Call of the Forge God was. If we're going to see more like that... Okay, we got stats coming up.
Okay, it's not 35, it's just 30 instead. So 10 base, and then 4% bonus for each of the items for up to 5 items. So only 30, my bad. I liked you guys again.
He's still a brick wall, though.
Yeah.
And that kind of just ran like through FlyQuest, dude.
He's like those houses, like, don't build the roof all the time.
What?
That's the thing.
Oh.
Yeah, because you don't have to pay taxes if there's no roof on your house.
What constitutes a roof?
The 6th item that Ornn builds.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Either
way, we've got another Dragon going over to FlyQuest and ZXT. They're able to pick that one up, and it does nullify a lot of the gold lead, but the gold lead, I mean, we're only a couple levels away from the gold lead just meaning absolutely nothing, because it doesn't include the Ornn items that you are going to be building. But Bradley, yet again, he's losing a lot of these trades, but at least he's doing a good job farming. But this is the danger about having a LeBlanc off in the side lane, especially with all of these grubs, because look at the amount of pressure that Ablaze Olive can put on the side lane. It's not going to get easier, and as Shaden shows down here in the bottom side of the map, yes, you'll clear out some vision, make it a little bit more difficult for Ablaze Olive, but that doesn't change the amount of damage that this guy can do.
And it's absolute domination for ABO, which gives such strong side lane pressure for Fear Starforge. Considering you had Jax drafted by Surdy, who's looking to also put that side lane pressure in, really does put the struggle in the ball into the court of Fear Starforge. They'll continue putting Bradley to bad situations. All that being said, Bradley still has been farming pretty well against ABO. It's just the pressure that's Honestly, I gotta say, he's absorbing it decently well on the fact that he hasn't fallen just yet.
Yeah. We also have to remember that, the side lane is like only it's only real when turrets start falling. We're still at a position where the side laning is just laning with extra steps. But now Instinct has to be careful as he does just use the Arcane Shift and Shade's here.
Knock it onto Instinct, but Instinct's not really worried. He's got the Call of Torch God in the back pocket. Teleport going to be used. Depth Charge lands on the ABO, who doubles up on the Distortion by accident. Not going to cost him anything. Engage, doesn't find any fight to follow.
Yeah, just flash trade from Shaden and Instinct. It's kind of a net neutral there. They're both characters that want their flashes but don't rely on the flashes. I think I'd rather have Ezreal's flash slightly. But either way, Ornn is still going to be scaling up into this game. The first turret goes down, but the real side laning begins once these outer turrets in the top and bottom lane fall, because Jax loves laning into Ornn when he has a long lane, right? Philip can't push out in the same way that Jax can. At the same time, Bradley can't push out in these really long fights in the ways that ABO can.
He's going to get the kill.
Oh,
wow, geez. Bradley. Solo kill against a Blaze Olive. And think about all the attempts that ABO's done in the mid lane. Sent Bradley back so many times. Didn't kill him. Finally, it's Bradley who turns that on its head.
Yeah, and Blaze Olive still has the flash available. Just getting caught out as the block. Surdy,
a couple of bonks onto the Ornn. Philip still wants to be that wall as the pressure comes in. Surdy starting to find that momentum.
Yeah, I got bad news though for Surdy because Philip is getting very close to being done with a very important item in the side laning part of the game, which is Warmogs. And that makes it very difficult for Surdy to go for any of these long engagements. But we do have to say, now that Bradley has gotten that kill onto a Blaze Olive, the gold lead in that lane started to swing right on back. As we can take a look, it is a small lead coming out here for Bradley. He's been doing a better job farming. But at the same time, Instinct very quietly farming his way up, getting himself a lot of plates, presumably. Where's my button? There's my button. How many plates did he actually get? It's actually not even that many plates. He's just getting it off of, farming and, I guess, the mid lane turret as well.
I mean, when I was going to make my point about Bradley in the mid lane, I felt like he was getting dominated in that lane, more so than he actually was, but keeping up in CS really well. The moment I saw his numbers, I was like, wait a second, Bradley's actually okay. And it did show in that last exchange, that last little fight. So now, it's going to be the next setup. We got 40 seconds before Dragons on the map. FlyQuest NZXT challengers have been stacking those up, already have 2 to their name.
And Instinct is very close to finishing the Muramana, but he does not have Flash for this Dragon, so he is under threat. However, Ornn is one of the best front-to-back team fighters in the entire game, and Instinct has already started to build up the mid lane fire.
We go hook on to win some. Leona will be able to absorb a good amount of that damage. W proc, but can't absorb too much else. Bradley will grab that kill before Fierce Starforge could set up on the map to find their engage. FlyQuest already taken down your support.
And we were saying that that was one of the ways that FlyQuest NZXT could find their advantages, is Winsome getting caught out in so many of these instances, and you're seeing that Fear immediately move on to the rest of the map, and XU might even be caught.
Ooh, XU, wrong side of the map. He's in no man's land. Has to get away from Sajed and Surdy. That's not going to be an issue, though, because there's not that much crowd control. Still, earns his flash to get out. All the meanwhile, Shaden has open season on this Drake. That's 3 Drakes, Dragon Soul Point for FlyQuest and ZXT challengers.
Yeah, really good pick onto Leona, knowing that they had the damage necessary, didn't even need to commit the Shockwave, as another bit of a scuffle happening down on the bottom side of the map, but still, FlyQuest is still looking for more pressure. The biggest worry that I have right now is how they're actually going to be dealing with the Ezreal, because Ezreal still on the 2 items. You can kill the people around him. Sometimes the answer to dealing with Ezreal is you kill the support system around them so they can't actually auto-attack, but Ferric Starforge, they're now moving towards the bottom half of the map, trying to open this up, trying to get these long lanes set so that they can actually leverage some of the side lane pressure that LeBlanc is supposed to have.
Fear Starforge on the opposite side of the Dragon Pit. All the meanwhile, FlyQuest will be able to grab that Scuttle. So looking at what's next to really go for, I mean, Or Fear Starforge, again, they do have 4 grubs to their name, so they do have a lot of presence when it comes to these side lanes. And speaking of, you have ABO in the bot lane all the meanwhile. Surdy will be late to the party, which means another tower going over to Fear Starforge.
All the straight dies. Do you know what the new name of Trinity Force is when it's upgraded?
Quantity Force.
Trick question, they removed the special names.
Oh, right.
I think it's just called like upgraded Trinity Force or something.
Trinity Force
At this
2.
point.
Like
Trinity
Boogaloo.
Force 2. It's like the new Matrix, you know, reloaded or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, haha, we're doing the same thing again.
No,
Either way.
it's better when it was like Die Hard. It was like
Oh, Masterwork.
Masterwork.
That's the.
Better with like Die Hard, where it's like Die Hard with a vengeance on their
Die
sequels.
Harder.
Die Harder.
Dumb and Dumber.
Dumb and Dumbest.
Yeah, I don't think they made that
No,
one.
they didn't.
Either way, FlyQuest challengers, I look at this game, and they're in control, right? They've been the ones dictating a lot of the paces. They've shut down a lot of plays coming from Fear, and now, ooh,
Shade is
split engage.
This is a lot of front line that Fear can continue their engage with. And you can see right there, Solar Flare going to land onto Shaden. Call the Forge God follows up. Shaden's hurt. Shaden can't even get much of the Cyclone off. He's going to fall. It does get traded as Surdy jumps in. Can't find much else though because ABO is here. Looks to get his burst. Now Sawjet on the back foot. Philip puts him down. Surdy looking for another. He's able to grab it. It's a kill over, but Fear are finding more. And Surdy hops over the wall. 2 fall, but Fear grabbed 4.
Wow, Cincinnati Fear, or Fear X Starforge, as they're known now, end up coming ahead in that one. And look at that, the double Warmogs from Philip and Winsome mean that they have all the health in the world to continue pushing Instinct. Just be a little bit careful if people do start responding. It's a tier 2 turret, but you get the fight, you get this top lane structure as well, and you get more time and more experience on the Philip, so you can buy more items, craft more masterworks for the rest of his team. And what an odd fight that was. It was so split. You saw Winsome going in on one side, Chime going in on the other. And ultimately, Philip gets there first, and he's a bigger front line than anything on the side of FlyQuest.
FlyQuest just don't look attached. They don't look synergistic. They're not on the same page right now. And it's really showing with how split, as you said, Josh, those fights were really coming down to. Now we got a minute 30 seconds before Dragon does spawn. One of the conditions that FlyQuest can still get into this game, I mean, that's an Infernal Soul you can pick up, so FlyQuest will be eyeballing that.
You definitely need to grab that. You cannot afford to let extra AD and AP go over towards characters like LeBlanc, towards the Ezreal. Bradley, 1 level away, level 15. I mean, the level 3 Shockwave is one of the craziest abilities in the entire game, especially up against the triple melee threat that is the Fear X Starforge team. So in 1 minute, this could be a fight that will end the game. But we have 3 Masterwork items already going over towards the side of Fear. They have the Trinity Force, the Sunfire, and the blue one.
We got to give them names. We got to especially name them. If Riot's not going to do it, we'll
What's the one that LeBlanc has again? It's the one that amps damage?
Horizon...
Yeah, Horizon Focus.
Yeah.
That's it. For people, okay, anybody who's watching is like, I can't believe the casters don't know the names of the items. When you've been playing for like over a decade at this point, sometimes they blur together.
They really do.
Anyway, Shaden.
Especially when the rename. Now Shaden comes in with the Cyclone. He doesn't find much else. Call the Forge God goes right through the middle. It is going to get interrupted. Philip still goes in, able to find the knock, finds it onto the Nautilus. And now it's 2 for 1. Surdy wants to make it more. Goes in with the counter strike. Only gets the stun onto Instinct. But Instinct's okay to take this fight anytime, any day. ABO follows through with the distortion. They can't pick up Bradley. True shot barrage will not land. And a scrappy fight. But once again, Fear Starforge can't stop winning.
And Philip was a brick house in that one. He just stood in front of the entire team. Bradley's a Jed wailed on him the entire fight, and still he walks out of that with half of his HP. This Ornn, a champion that only shows up ever in playoffs, and then everyone's like, oh yeah guys, this champion's pretty good. Philip is showing us exactly why we are seeing this champion show up right now, giving so much time to Instinct to just free fire in that last fight, but Philip doing everything necessary in that fight to keep his backline safe.
My man is the wall. He keeps getting upgraded. It's a different material every time. What's Wolverine's claws made out of?
adamantium,
Yeah,
baby.
there we are now. Philip.
Yeah, he's no longer that third little piggy. He's actually doing the brick. He's got the adamantium. It's all coming through in Fear. Now with a 5,000 gold lead, they have still the 3 masterwork items coming through. They effectively have an 8,000 gold lead and have at least slowed down the dragon stacking win condition from FlyQuest NZXT. Now, they need to close it out. This has been one of the hardest parts of the Tier 2 ecosystem so far this split. You can build the leads, but the game becomes difficult after that. We can be friends until the revolution.
Yeah, we've seen a number of teams kind of struggle to that regard. Team Liquid being one of them, Supernova.
Ooh, Bradley.
Who we'd seen earlier was another one. Now Bradley by himself, all by his lonesome, but there are dangers on this side of the map. Bradley gives his life, and FlyQuest try and chase the rest of Fear away.
That was some of the craziest reach I think I've ever seen from a team ever. They're like, that guy is like barely on our screen. What if we all hit him? And Fear just like, they throw a Blaze Olive. It's like, okay, there's XU. They throw out the Solar Flare, the True Shot Barrage, and Bradley died to people who were pretty much a flag for the whole time. Winsome.
Oh, here we go. Winsome in, but he's on the clone. A FlyQuest might look further away on a counter engage. Call the Forge God is available for Philip, who's currently in the mid lane, so it would be a dangerous engage to take. Chime pulled in, he's popped! Oh, goodness gracious! Sajed has to flash over the wall to find his safety, but Fear are bringing too much damn damage.
Gotta give a lot of respect there to Sajed for waiting to use the flash until after the Call of the Forge God had gone by. Oop, Philip's a bit fast.
Oh, there it goes once again. The Solar Flare. Surdy's hurt. Has to head back to the respawn. And even if you're underneath your tower, Josh, you are not safe.
You're not safe anywhere. We still have so much pressure coming through from Fear. 2.5 minutes until the dragon actually spawns, and they say this is enough. 7,000 gold in the lead at this point, and now they can set up for the Baron at the same time. They're coming out of base. The Jack Show is completed here for Philip. He is absurdly tanky. And Shirley has another item. Where is it going? It's a Masterwork Sterix coming out for XU at the same time. Remember, Philip, that little 26 above his head in the bottom left, that is 26% tankier than he's supposed to be.
From Chime. Maybe I was getting caught out.
Oh, they got
follow through with the Killer Instinct. That's a big shutdown found by Sajed. Teleport. Bradley has joined the fray. Watch out for the ball. The Shock Wave could be a big turning of this game. Now FlyQuest, they might have found their opening.
You have to commit to this. You have to make sure you get this Baron. Chime already deep flanking, and it's XU.
All right, here we go. Cyclone going to come out from Shaden. He's looking for Instinct. Instinct needs to peel back. Oh, and he's down. It's a big pick for FlyQuest. The Reapers are starting to get reaped on as Philip has to flash away, gets caught by the hook. And FlyQuest fight back.
What a turnaround from FlyQuest. They find one member of a Blaze Olive now. XU still in the area. Does he go for a smite? He is the best 50-50 smiter in the league, and he is still around. Chime, it's your duty to make sure he never gets a chance.
He's still looking for the angle. 3k health remains. He's not going to get there in time. 1k. A Blaze Olive over the wall is not going to distort. Baron belongs to FlyQuest NCXT Challengers.
A huge turnaround, a massive win coming through from FlyQuest, keeping them alive in this game. And now we have to turn our attention, because that was one big objective, Deserex. We have another one spawning in 30 seconds with the Infernal Dragon. This would be Soul for FlyQuest. But a Blaze Olive still on the map. He has not had to reset. He can get all that money off the mid lane. And now as a teleport comes through from Philip as well, their lanes are going to be in good shape. They are able to get the priority up in the top side. They can get it in the bottom lane at the same time. This forces FlyQuest to be the team that has to do something.
The Baron buff doing a lot of work for that priority you were just mentioning, Josh. This gives FlyQuest the inside track onto the Dragon. Keep in mind, this would be Infernal Soul for FlyQuest if they're able to get it. XU versus Shaden on a smite fight. Now Dragon's being pulled. Sajed autoing away on it. 8k health remains. Getting closer is going to be Fear. Starforge going for Bradley. Bradley able to use the Hourglass Counter-Strike. Finds the stun onto Winsome. Out comes the Shockwave. It only lands on the ABO. Call the Forge God right through the middle. Here comes Shaden. He's going straight for the team fight. He feels the momentum, but he feels the flames of Winsome, who brings the fire. Hook comes in. Sajed will go on a killing spree. Instinct tries to bail, but Sajed says no. You cannot escape the death I am dealing here today. Infernal Soul to FlyQuest.
A huge turnaround coming out from FlyQuest. Chime still hunting for XU, but Sajed once again standing tall when it really matters. They're fighting so much damage. 7, 1, and 4 now on this Kaisa, and the target selection has been immaculate from this player. They still have the Relic Cry Baron buff. They're up 2k off of it. They have cut into the Fear X Starforge lead, and crucially, they're hitting so many of these level 16s at this point. Bradley, Surdy have already crossed it. Sajed also there as well. They have all of these super powerful ultimates, and they are shutting down Ablaze Olive, the crown jewel of Fear X Starforge so far throughout the regular season. They're making sure he cannot do anything. And Sajed just continuously dogpiling everyone they need to.
I really do hope we get a replay of that last one, because you were talking about, I mean, Bradley, his Shockwave only landed on one guy. Hey, guess what? It was onto ABO. That is one of the most crucial members you can get it onto. It's things like that that's getting FlyQuest back into this. Waiting for the Cyclone opportunity. Shaden's going to get it right onto 2. Call the Forge God comes out. The knockup finds 3. Winsome goes in, but he has to get out of there because he is not tanky enough. And Surdy has found his stride. He will start bonking left and right. Anyone he sees. Counter-strike onto Philip. Bonk, bonk, bonk. He might be the wall, but I brought the hurt. I brought a pickaxe. I'm going to break it down. ABO still gets the shutdown, though. It's a triple kill for Surdy. FlyQuest setting up for the siege.
Ablaze Olive, though, killing Surdy at the end, potentially saves the game in what was looking like a doomed situation for Fear. They're up 2,000 gold. They're up way more money than that, actually, with Philip being this Ornn on their team. But we see yet another fight. This is the one around the dragon, and with all the pressure coming through, you got to take a look at how Sajed navigates this fight, because he's not even hitting for most of it until he finds his opportunity to hit XU, takes him down, gets a lot of damage, but then as he just moves me from one target to another, watch for him finding his opportunity to suddenly jump on Instinct. He has the shield, he has the extra resist from the Command Protect from Bradley, and at that point he finally finds Instinct, the one person who can punch through the front lines of FlyQuest.
FlyQuest have stayed composed in the long con, and it's now starting to show off, even in the times where they had so much pressure they had to deal with, like Bradley constantly being ganked in the mid lane, man. I don't know how he survived all those. I don't know how he stayed ahead in CS. It's all adding up now. On top of that, Infernal Soul, looking at what's coming up next, we got a minute 45 before there's a Baron. What in the world can Fear Starforge really do about this? They're the ones with the gold lead too, but it really does not feel like it.
They have the gold lead, but it definitely looks as though FlyQuest have been consistently the ones who are dictating how the fights start, and that's a problem because LeBlanc doesn't do her best work in the team fights. Ablaze Olive, you know, he's had some good plays, he's gotten caught a couple of times, but LeBlanc does their best work before the fight actually starts. She pokes people with her face, she clears waves with her face, right? She makes sure that everything your opponent does has to be under some threat of just losing a member like Bradley or Sajed. But they're not having time to set these things up. FlyQuest are just, they get there and then they go. There's not a second thought. They're not like, is this going to work? No. They look for the targets if they need to, and that has been the difference.
And for a lot of teams who are trying to close out, it's that killer instinct that they've been missing. Oh! Okay, LeBlanc.
That's what we've been looking for. LeBlanc doesn't want to get the fight started because he's like, okay, cool, well, I don't really want to jump in. I get crowd control and then I die, right? Fear X Starforge, Ablaze Olive finally takes 3/4 of Shaden's HP away almost instantly. That gives them the setup around this Baron, and this is when LeBlanc is so much more dangerous. You get the priority in the mid lane, you clear all this vision, and now you have to blind face check into LeBlanc, and she could be in any of these bushes. Well, now she's top one, but she could be in any of these bushes.
But to the opposite end of that, LeBlanc is still a short-range champion, which puts a lot of threat for some of these picks if you're going in the 5v5 in particular.
Yeah.
But
Oh
getting to
no!
the sidelines,
Buck's not here.
Shaden jumps in, able to get the Cyclone, finds it, but he's gonna die for it as well. Winsome picks up that kill. Even with the block not being there, Shaden dived a little bit too far, and it's big consequences if Sphere Starforge head straight for the purple worm.
But it's going to be a bit of a base race. They're going to be losing an inhibitor for this at least, as people on the other side are starting to reset. They have Instinct and XU still hitting the Baron, but you are pulling the members of Fear X Starforge around. Not going to be ending the game, but look at what's spawning in 1 minute. We have the Elder Dragon available. Fear X Starforge don't need to give battle at the Elder Dragon right away. They have time to push out these waves. They have time to threaten to end the game if FlyQuest actually try and hit the Elder Dragon. So Fear are now on a clock to push out these waves as far as they possibly can so that Fear cannot set up around this dragon.
I'm not gonna lie, this Wukong pick has been on a struggle bus for Shaden. That's 8 deaths so far. A lot of this is he's trying to engage for his squad, but oftentimes they can't follow up. Oftentimes he's going too far forward. They can't get to back him up in time, and he just pops off the map. This is where we got to start to see things sync up, because when they are together, that's when FlyQuest have their comeback moments. That's why they have this Infernal Soul right now. Fear Starforge are the first ones on the map for the Elder. Who comes out? Chime only lands it onto the wall.
And this is it, right? Look at where Blaze Olive is. He's not able to get some of this poke down early on. He's not trying to find the sides. He's only now starting to move around to potentially find Shaden. And oh,
not again for Shaden. He got caught out by the cease and desist. Shaden's gonna go down. He has to hop right over the wall. He will survive, but the Cyclone was used defensively. Now Philip on the opposite side, right underneath the Elder Drake. ABO comes in. He's looking for the monkey. He'll pick him right off. And now Fear Starforge. The Reaper's caught by the shockwave. Bradley looking for the last stand for FlyQuest to turn this fight around. 6k health remains on the Elder. ABO has to bail. Sajed follows with the killer instinct. The kills. The blood in the river. It is being found, but the bodies that are falling are Fear Starforge. FlyQuest get the team fight. They'll get the Elder.
And he's looking for XU as well. There's no way you're going to be able to get into this pit. No, okay, not going to fight it there either. FlyQuest challengers fighting their way back. We get to see Sajed standing tall, a triple kill yet again coming through from this marksman, and FlyQuest down so much throughout this game, down 7,000 gold. Finally find themselves with a gold lead, and finally find themselves with game 1 win.
Comeback victory for FlyQuest NCXT challengers. They're able to find it nonetheless. What a display, and what ability to absorb pressure from FlyQuest as a whole. I kept pointing out Bradley in specific. He was absorbing a lot of that pressure that was going his way. But of course, to take that and turn it around, I think one of the players that we have to highlight that was really able to do that was Sajed on the back end of a lot of those fights. In fact, let's pull up a replay so we can get a better look at that.
Yeah, this fight looked terrible at the beginning coming out from the members of FlyQuest. Shaden nearly losing his life right off the bat. Great stuff from Fear, but look at what happens immediately afterwards. You see Sajed just hitting Philip, and then a shockwave coming out in just a moment from Bradley to find, I think it's 3 different players to completely stop any opportunity for Fear to do anything. And Sajed still just waiting his time, looking for an opportunity to try and jump in, loses half his health to a Blaze Olive, but it doesn't matter. Still able to find him at the very end, puts himself in a perfect position where he can jump in. He knows as this Kaisa, he's not necessarily, he's a good auto attacker for sure, but the big thing he can do, he can try and put a lot of damage on one target all at the same time. And he picks his target one by one, never in doubt where it is that he is allowed to be. He does so much damage and only dies twice in an incredibly bloody game.
Remember, he was such an outstanding rookie that we saw from last spring. To see the continuation of his progress where he was able to step up, not just be a strong laner and show up in, well-positioned team fights or whatnot, but take some chances, actually dive in to clean up some of these fights. That's what we saw from Sajid right there as we see the next chapter in his growth. Looked brilliant coming out from FlyQuest as defending champions. I mean, it was a tough game, but they win it out nonetheless.
Yeah, I still look at Sajed in particular as a player that is following the footsteps of Masu. Maybe a single step behind where Masu was, right? He was our most valuable prospect in his second split, but Sajed a team fighting monster. This guy, he puts a little bit more work into his laning phase. He's able to find a little bit more consistent leads early on in the game. This guy is going to be an LCS so quickly and absolutely the most valuable player of this game one.
FlyQuest were able to start off their second series in playoffs with a dub. One more away if they want to proceed forward and continue on that easy path. What is the upper bracket to face Dragonsteel coming up next? On that note, we are going to take a moment to throw it over to short break. When we return, we'll get into game number 2. FlyQuest NZXT Challengers versus Fear Starforge. Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL and our series between FlyQuest NZXT Challengers and Fear Starforge. What should have been Fear's game, Josh, ultimately got turned on its head.
I feel like that's been the case of a lot of games so far, not just for FlyQuest NZXT, but also just for the Tier 2 ecosystem in general. And it definitely felt, looking at this game, that Fear Starforge had a better plan throughout most of it, right? They had a good early game, they had good ideas of how to play around a lot of these dragons. Unfortunately, FlyQuest had better synergy. FlyQuest had more confidence in each other. And as we take a look at the gold lead and the mountains and valleys that come along with it, you can see that Fear Starforge had a lead from minute 1 of this game, and it only ended at minute 39 when they finally actually lost that gold lead because FlyQuest were better at getting teamfights started.
You know, you had Sajed as the player of the game. I want to have Bradley as the survivor of the game, man, because he played his part in just absorbing a lot of the early game plans that we saw coming out from Fear Starforge. Really, what I was expecting was it's LeBlanc and Vi. They should just be bodying this Orianna over and over as long as they catch her without flash. It's easy kills to come through. I got to give credit to Bradley for being able to survive that. And some of the shockwaves he had, I mean, there was one where he caught just ABO, but ABO being low means LeBlanc can't be bursting out people. So it was a good answer from FlyQuest and a good response to absorb those early game plans that we saw from Fear that we felt were actually pretty good, Josh.
Yeah, I am excited because this means that both these teams feels as though they're pushing each other to the limit of what they're both capable
Absolutely.
of. Like you said, Bradley stifling a lot of the things that LeBlanc wanted to do, and the decisiveness with which Shane was engaging, even though the last score I saw from him was like 0-8, like 0-8-10 or something. He never stopped trying, and that is the mark of a player who is going to move well with the rest of the team. But we do have another game where Fear X Starforge are going to be on the blue side, and we also have to remember that it is still Fearless Draft. So everything that anybody played in that first game not going to be available for the rest of the series. Now, the Orianna and the Vi, some of the big ones already coming out, but the Ezreal and the Kai'Sa, in fact, the entirety of the bottom lane, Ezreal, Kai'Sa, Leona, Nautilus, have been some of the most played champions throughout the League of Legends ecosystem worldwide. That means we're going to get all those champions chucked in the bin and grab some new ones.
One of the things that does stand out to me, you had mentioned it during the last draft, is the mid lane matchup, or specifically the fact that LeBlanc was picked rather early, and it's going to take it away from Bradley. So now Bradley's pool should get pushed a little bit more. That's going to be a curious thing to see go through, because again, Bradley is someone who's resituating into the mid lane, used to be a top laner, was playing top for TLC when he got his 2 chains, now wanted to go back into that mid lane. And I do think it's a pretty formidable opponent in having ABO.
Yeah. And I definitely feel like ABO was getting the better of Bradley through a lot of that early game, but never enough to take control. Like you said, Bradley kept living in almost every single one of those instances. And so it does leave a situation now where you have to put more pressure on there, or you have to pivot your attention elsewhere. We were saying that Philip versus Surdy had been heavily neutralized the last 2 times that these 2 teams had played up against each other, and XU moving towards the top side in order to make sure that Philip had a good lane position there really helped them find such success that they had. But the last time, actually every single time these 2 orgs have played each other in the past like year and a half, has always gone to the maximum number of games.
So we should expect to see another game 3 right now, is what you're saying, Josh.
I think it's pretty likely, but the big thing is that Fear has to prove it, right? You do have an advantage on blue side, but you have to prove that that advantage is real. It's not enough to say, haha, I'm playing blue side, I win a game, okay, your turn to play blue side. No, you actually have to find some of these wins, and now as the bans come through, yet again, a lot of pressure being put onto Surdy's champion pool right away with their Nectin and Rumbles already banned.
So with that getting banned away, this does leave that Varus up for the B1 that gets snatched right away. Fear Starforge. This is a champion that has become rather flexible in the current meta so far, both for that AP build as well as the AD staying on hit. Now, next pick coming out for FlyQuest. Is what they want to go for in the response of it. It's not going to be any Katarina. You're not fooling me with that one, so go ahead and put that one back in the bin alongside a lot of those engaged supports, and it's going to be a Ziggs that responds to the Varus.
Yeah, interesting thing. We do see that Sajed does like playing this Ziggs from time to time. The Varus is something that just gets a little bit outranged from the Ziggs, and also generally stays far enough back that you're going to struggle to actually do damage to the Ziggs later on. Corki comes through, a lot of poke, a lot of long-range damage coming out from FlyQuest and ZXT, whereas Fear is building a much shorter range composition, as it looks as though Blaze Olive going with the Zeri to challenge the Corki in the mid lane.
I will say Corki has been one of the champions that Bradley has been playing a lot from the regular season and has looked pretty phenomenal on it. I mean, Corki is strong to his own regard, especially with what happened leading into the offseason, into this season that we currently have in the NACL. Let's see what gets paired alongside that. We are getting more long range out from FlyQuest. Shaden will be on the tree. Okay.
a lot of control of the battlefield coming out from FlyQuest. They have the saplings, they have the bombs, they have the phosphorus bombs, and just general long
Rockets.
range just coming out from both of these Yordles for FlyQuest. And now it is going to be on Fear, and they're rapidly running out of tools in order to close the gap. It's going to put Philip on something much more aggressive because you can't afford to be like, we're going to play front to back, ahaha, because FlyQuest is like, well, what if we just outrange you and slowly chip you down?
See, right now, FlyQuest are taking away some of their AP profile that Fear can look to draft for more in the jungle role as Nidalee gets taken away. For Fear Starforge, they're looking to take away more of that heavy engage, which would pair incredibly well with the Maokai. There's already a lot of battlefield control, as you had mentioned, Josh, for FlyQuest, so not allowing FlyQuest to get more of that. By taking away the Alistair, another AP jungler in the Lilia banned away by FlyQuest.
Yeah, trying to force the Varus maybe into more of a magic damage style role. Again, Blade of the Rune King or Kraken Slayer into this more AP. The Camille ban also taken away from Surdy, so 3 champions off of his champion pool this time. Plus, of course, the bans that existed previously. Renata would be an interesting combination for the Ziggs, just because the the auto attack passive from Renata is largely lost, but you do have a Corki that will be benefiting from it later on in the game, and it entirely puts a stop, right? There's nothing that Fear can really do to try and engage upon that kind of thing. Bard, not quite as good at that, but provides more aggressive engage. I really want to see Fear split the map from this position, right? You have a strong 3-man core, who will slowly get poked out, but if you get 2 very strong side lane champions like a Twisted Fate or not the Gragas, I'm trying to think of what could even be played by Philip that would be good in the side lane, like long term. Not that.
When? Are we going for an
would be
AP
good.
route? Is that?
I mean,
AP
just
side
something
lane
that
or-
can put pressure off
Yeah.
the side lane. Like, LeBlanc was the natural thing I was kind of thinking of for a Blaze Olive. Yone, maybe? But then you're... Oh,
It'd
no,
be
he already
too
has
heavily
the...
AD.
He already has the Zeri at that spot. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not convinced on this draft coming out from Fear. They have a lot of tank up in the front line, but the problem is, how do you ever do damage to the backline of Fly? And this is a perfect setup right now for a Vayne, for Surdy to kind of play whatever he wants in order to dominate the lane, because his opponents have to go for these very aggressive plays. He knows that they have Shaden on this Maokai to do whatever he needs to do to keep the Yordles alive, because Fear X Starforge cannot push lanes.
This is a really tricky one for Fear Starforge, because it feels like they're putting all their conditions into just one basket and hoping that's going to be the one that hatches. I mean, what do we really got that we can pull off here? I like the fact that they do have a very stable and capable front line. The Varus is able to pivot towards AP, so you can get that damage profile going in for that burst. But I feel like you just have a much more easier to execute composition from FlyQuest that has something it can do at all stages of the game.
Yeah, the FlyQuest threw a curveball here, and I'm not convinced that Fear was able to knock it out of the park. Maybe a bunt, like they gotta sprint their way to first base, but FlyQuest definitely going to be walking into this one with a favorable situation. The Gnar versus Sion is a matchup that can swing wildly depending on how you actually play it, and Gnar has to be very careful about the fact that Shaden XU is one of the best ganking champions going up against Gnar, so we'll see how it is that Surdy's able to survive it.
All right, we're ready to hit the rift for what might be the last time today. Who's got this one? The defending champions. FlyQuest NZXT challengers, type that in chat right now. I see if you want them to take the dub, or Fear X Starforge. Will that Ohio Riz be what comes successful to take down the defending champions? Type in chat, man.
Look at this guy cheating. Chime is already 14% to level 2.
What could he do?
He's barred. He's barred.
Meeps, man. Meeps are busted.
Meeps. Anyway, yeah. Fear looking for some fun stuff. Unsealed Spellbook, interesting choice from Philip. This is a more classic option that you used to see in the matchup quite a lot, but as Sion kind of ebbs and flows, people are like, oh, right, this keystone exists. We can take extra summoner spells when we need them. So we'll have the shorter cooldown on the teleport. We'll have the ability to cycle through all these different things, but otherwise, not a whole lot of super exciting options coming through. Instinct did take teleport as well, so will be able to survive in the side lane by himself a little bit more early on in the game, allowing Winsome to roam more aggressively. But Fear, interestingly enough, going to be starting Philip down the bottom side of the map. It seems like they almost anticipated a lane swap, but just getting XU to clear out this bottom side of the map incredibly quickly.
Now, this brings up a conversation. Before we really get the action going, we got to get some of the softer points, you know, of Chime's name. Do you remember when he was it was a Thresh one trick, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And his namesake is related to Bard, despite him not being a Bard one trick, which very interesting. Just like this invade is incredibly interesting right now. Chime getting jumped on. XU tries to follow through, is level 3. Winsome on the opposite side. 4 members of Fear Starforge are here. They're currently surrounding. They smell blood in the water. Teleport's going to be channeled out. Surdy looking to arrive and help out. Philip will give his life. It's going to be first blood given up, and he will just use the zombie mode to punch down Sanjay. He's not going to die. He's not going to die. They're going to lose another one. It's a double kill for Chime. Are you kidding me? Absolute disaster, man. And FlyQuest trade up.
Oh, gosh. Shaden goes for a flash?
What is going on, man? Oh! No!
It's still a
remake.
It's still a disaster. It's still a disaster for Fear. Okay, wait, maybe not. Shaden going a little bit too far. They know he has no flash.
Okay, Shaden's finally gonna get dropped. We got something back. And Blamio takes the kill as well. Okay, my sanity's back, Josh. Take it over.
All right. Saved a little bit. ABO coming back, getting the red buff, and finding that kill is a great combination because XU had committed so much time to the other side of the map, and Shaden not able to find the flash W in the mid lane, not able to get on top of a Blaze Olive, does mean that ABO will be able to farm this out, and XU will deny a lot of farming opportunity for Shaden, who now has no quadrant to farm, and he doesn't know what it is that XU's farming. He's not going to be able to recoup any of the losses that he had from the early game, and Shaden has been a player who has struggled if he doesn't have an opportunity to get his first gank or his first couple of clears off in a normal fashion.
Yeah, look at his jungle. It's just empty. There's nothing for him to farm up, so he has to go after the Scuttle Crab for now, which that's the right time. We'll be able to take that. You still have XU on the opposite side, so it'll be Scuttle for Scuttle, but it's just a lot lost out in these early stages for Shaden, as you had mentioned.
I do have to give a lot of credit over to Fear for bringing something out that you don't see. I think the first time I actually saw something like that was in the LJL, where DFM was messing around with that kind of strategy with the Scion, where you go for some of these like weird early plays and you like take away a bunch of jungle camps into these plays in the bottom side of the map, and it worked out. And then I remember seeing an LPL shortly after that, but it's a strategy that has largely disappeared over the last several years. Unfortunately, we get to see why.
There's a lot of risk.
Teams are, there's a lot of risk that you take on when you are committing yourself to a dive that early, and they end up giving over 2 kills to Chime. Now, luckily, none of them went to Sajet. Yes.
That was the big one right there. You saw the zombie mode. One more auto away, and the turret was, like, denied.
Yeah. It was very, very tough. So, Philip, at least is going to be okay, but you see he is down 2 levels to Surdy, and the bottom lane is not safe.
Remember, you have a satchel charge with no flash. That means you can punt Instinct back into the fray. Sajed will take down the kill. Easy cash and easy gank for FlyQuest.
Yeah, I don't know, Disrex. This one might not be going to game 3 like I was kind of expecting it to. This draft seems to have gone belly up for the side of Fear. Surdy is level 6 to Phillips level 4. And the bottom lane, you're forcing Instinct back to base yet again. This time he does not have teleport. He's going to be losing out on a wave. And the wave is going to be pushing back towards FlyQuest when they return. So now XU has to just rush around. He is the player in the game with the most gold with a kill and an assist. He's going to be picking up this dragon, but his top lane is dead.
No! Philip solo killed. The brick wall gets destroyed. Deconstruction for Surdy.
That's tough. That's real tough. Philip has been one of the players who has been one of the most solo killed and highest solo kills for any player in the top lane, pretty much ever in Tier 2. And this time around, he's going to be on the worst end of that. Goes back to lane with a Warden's Mail, but he's losing out on so much experience.
Oh, yeah.
Surdy maintains that 2-level lead, and I know I can show you guys right here, like, it's not just 2 levels. It's that it is an entire 2 levels. It's not like you know, a level and a bit. It is an entire 2 levels that Philip is going to have to try and make up, and we know that Shaden is right around the corner. XU's coming through, but what can he do? He can get a grub.
Don't give up any more kills. Let's not be happening here. I mean, Philip, walk faster. Get away. Hurry up. Go away. 30 doesn't want you here, man. 30 hates it when other top laners play only tanks, so it's taking out that aggression.
XU trying to run in on Shaden. We know XU has no smite, but Shaden might not know that. He is still very poor on this Maokai, still not level 6. Might have to give up the red buff. XU is saying, like, yeah, you're right, I don't have a smite, so we'll be giving that one over at the very least. But FlyQuest with a 1,500 gold lead. Bottom lane is doing good, the top lane is doing great, and Bradley also finding a CS lead going into this area on a very strong scaling champion.
And again, I still think this FlyQuest composition is easier to execute. You have a gold lead this early on, it's going to look bad for Fear Starforge. They're still trying to find their way into it. Focus is now on this top side, but Shaden's over here to protect his top laner. Sapling goes down. It's going to spot out where XU is. XU will just have to walk on out.
Tough. I like the looks coming out from XU. He's trying to make something happen. I know I've said a lot in the past. If there was like one jungler who I wanted to see have these kind of weird, nearly unwinnable matchups, it would be Contracts. But XU trying to showcase that he can do the exact same thing by constantly looking for these plays. And that's when you have these kind of situations, that's what you got to do.
I will say this, even though Shaden has been put behind pretty significantly by XU, good thing is you're a Maokai. The entire thing about your kit is your kit itself, right? You want to crowd control people, you have the long range ultimate, you are still going to lock someone down. So even with some of the benefits that Fear Starforge are getting, it's not the biggest in terms of rewards.
Yeah. Now XU has to showcase that this early investment into his clear speed was worth it. He is still very far ahead, and oh my god, they're rabbits.
Funny meeps.
I used to be like so on top of the League of Legends skins. Like I used to know everything that was coming out like as it happened, and now I just get surprised sometimes. Like, whoa, when did that bar skin come out? Someone's gonna be like, oh yeah, this has been out since 2021, and I'll be like, I believe you.
You gotta realize that the history of League of Legends goes back 10 years now, so a long time, man. There's a lot of skins, a lot of stuff in this game. As an attempted gank coming out from Chime over in the mid lane, it's gonna get XU into this area. Shaden at the same time will hop on to win some. FlyQuest are not getting there fast enough, so magical journey to get Chime out.
Oh? I got excited for a moment.
Okay, it was just the ignite to get the spellbook going. I always get confused whenever I see that.
Yeah. I mean, you just got to get the teleport back up.
Yeah.
That's one of the things you oftentimes do. But he's down 30 CS already. Instinct, ooh, barely not stunned.
Oh. He's having a bad day. When it rains, it pours, and it's hailing bombs at the moment, so go home.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, what the? This is bad.
I mean, there's a dragon coming up soon. Fear got the first one, so they can slow down the massive pressure that FlyQuest are going to have for that part. But a Blaze Olive is the only player on Fear that is still doing well. Like, he's up by about a kill's worth of gold onto Bradley on the Zeri. There is a bit of difficulty on the side of FlyQuest to actually take him down. It's mostly just like the point and click, what if I auto attack you power that Bradley has. And then if they can lock them down, like if Shaden like kills everyone else and then can turn onto a Blaze Olive, you just need to hit him like once or twice to make sure you can kill a Blaze. But until then, he's just trying to find some kind of pressure. They're going to be sending XU up towards the top side in order to get some grubs. But the dragon spawning in 15 seconds, and now FlyQuest has got to make a decision.
Exactly, and that's all you really got, man. Philip, over on that top side, he's getting soloed out CS. The bot lane, Instinct has gone down twice. Even if he's keeping up with farm, that's a lot of gold given over to FlyQuest's way. It makes it so hard for them. It makes it so hard for ABO to get his window of opportunity when he's the one who has to pretty much hit it up himself alongside XU.
Yeah, and even trying to move Philip down to play for this Dragon is a bit of a bluff because he doesn't have his ultimate. Sion without his ultimate to get things started is not going to be very effective. And so they are at least going to be getting this Dragon because FlyQuest not in a position to fight for it. Instead, they're going to be getting themselves a couple more of the grubs. Once again, welcome to the FlyQuest fandom for everybody in Twitch chat because you're going to be the ones helping them take down all of these turrets going through because the little void mites look like you guys, Twitch chat. Anyway, Surdy's going to love having those.
Oh boy, Philip. Not going to be your day. He does have the ultimate available to get some crowd control going, and it stops Shaden for just a moment, but then Shaden presses that gas pedal once again. Philip dies.
Yeah, and just going to get a ward there. Not a whole lot coming through, and Surdy, he's just going to be blowing up this top half of the map, and it, you know, oftentimes we talk about how good Surdy is at extending these leads, but this time it was like gifted to him, right? Philip shows up in lane 2 levels down and is like, nice, well done. Now Blazeolve's got to be careful.
ABO gonna pop the ultimate as he tries to escape, and some being there means that ABO has some backup. The Chime takes a magical journey out. All the meanwhile, Surdy, a lot of plates he's been collecting, is going to be able to get one more. Now Engage is going to be found, but look at that. He will go golden, and Valkyrie away. You can't catch this man. The Bard paying dividends, but Instinct will find Sajed in the bot lane all the meanwhile, Josh.
I mean, you got to be looking for these plays, right? You're down 2,000 gold. Now you're only down 1,500. Great flash from Instinct to make sure he could get onto Sajed with that piercing arrow. Take that one down. That doesn't change the fact that this game is slowly slipping out of their grasp. All right, we can take another look at this as Sajed. Oh, he just gets taken by surprise.
Chain of Corruption.
We're laying a trap. That's the W.
Hunting Yordles. Oh, yeah. It really was that easy, wasn't it?
Yeah. Don't love that play from Sajed, but it is what it is.
You can tell he was suspecting something was there. He put his satchel in the first rush, but rush number 2.
Yeah. I mean, in general, as a Ziggs player, you generally, like, you can do that with your satchel charge, but most of the time you're going to do it with your E, because it sits there for a long time. Also, it's not your escape button. And then you just use your Q to clear the way, because at this point, he's already past level 7, has the first item. That means it's going to be clearing the back wave with 1 Q.
Anytime Chime ends up in a bad situation, Magical Journey will get him to safety. FlyQuest, a lot of attention onto this top side. This is because Surdy has been dominating. He has his Trinity Force completed already. Now FlyQuest pulling onto the Rift Herald using that priority established by Surdy. This means that Fear will focus onto the mid lane with their own priority. Another dive on the Bradley, but he will survive it.
Okay, the Rift Herald goes. We are seeing Fear try to move into position to try and contest. But it's so hard to run into Maokai plus the Guard.
You got Meganar right here as well. Fear really want to contest this one, and out comes the Tempered Fate. Meganar does time out, though, but look who's caught out. ABO trying to escape. He's able to pedal backwards, and down will go Bradley. Fear Starforge. They have an opportunity. They're looking for another pick, and the arrow lands into the heart of Surdy. Fear Starforge not going to go quietly into that good night.
Oh, we spent so much of Game 1 praising FlyQuest for being so on point with all their engages, working together in all of these moments, but this time, the ultimate from Chime and the ultimate coming out from Shaden missed time with each other. You can see that Chime, as he throws out the ultimate, and Shaden, as they both do it, the ultimate from Maokai is going to harmlessly go through XU and Ablaze Olive. They get a lot of damage done, but the instant turnaround comes through. They get everyone down. Surdy tries to get the last bit of damage onto Philip to kill him and just stands in perfect spot for piercing arrows. That's 3 kills going right on back. A trade of turrets the top lane for the mid lane, but Fear suddenly have the confidence necessary to actually start looking for plays once again, as Instinct now has 3 kills, now has the damage necessary to start blowing up individuals if they step too far.
And so many instances of anti-synergy just happened there. You had mentioned one with Shaden. Surdy was in Meganar form waiting for the Bard ult to time out. He couldn't actually use his Meganar ultimate because by the time it did time out, so did his Meganar. And it's moments like that that is FlyQuest being desynced that Fear have been able to capitalize on. They found it once. Looking for it again as Dragon will be spawning in the next 20 seconds.
And Fear, they want to make sure they can continue chaining these dragons. It is a real win condition for them if they are just too tanky, if they have the tools to be more aggressive and instinct. I mean, he's not going for the lethality style build where you just, you know, chunk people out in massive ways with the ultimate, but it's the next best thing, because whenever your ultimate is up, you don't necessarily need anything after that. You throw out the ultimate, you hit them with a Q, Instinct able to walk out of that ultimate. And now FlyQuest, they're trying to create some space, but if they get hit by a single ult from Instinct, they gotta get out of dodge.
Instinct did burn his Chain of Corruptions onto Chime, though. Winsome looking for an angle onto Surdy. Chime, Magical Journey away from Instinct. Ultimate can be used, lands onto Shaden. Shaden returns his ultimate. Instinct standing in the middle of it, ready to swing away. But Surdy, look at that Meganar bar. It's growing up. Now Bradley off on the flank, gets a bit more poke damage in. With that, the engage, no one goes down.
Look how hard it is to get fights started into FlyQuest. They just have so many range champions. All three of these Yordles just running around at range. But now, as multiple ultimates are down and Shaden does not have the ultimate available, you can start muscling your way in, and Philip, very tanky at this point in the game. He needs to create enough space. He's the one who has the ultimate ready to go to try and get engaged started.
With the health bars, though, we are going to have a pretty significant health difference leading into the start of this one because FlyQuest members have had a chance to reset. Chime was already on that recall, came back. Bradley has teleport. He's taking his reset right now. Here's Starforge. They have a tough fight if they want to get towards that dragon as Bradley rejoins.
I had flashbacks to when Package was the thing. It was like, oh my gosh, he's resetting perfectly with the Package. But now Winsome trying to find a flank, but he can't get in.
Winsome by himself. Sure, you get out the Magnet Storm, but what's it going to cost you? Your life. Out comes the ultimate from the Bard. It's able to free up some time for FlyQuest to work with here. Shaden finds one. It's a shutdown acquired by Bradley. Flash over the wall. Phillips able to escape, but ABO will pick off Shaden on the back line. He's looking to scrap. 2k health remains. But there's no Smite Curly available for FlyQuest. XU steps up, puts down the ultimate. He wants to claim it, and he will as he smites it down. Now, how do you escape? You just don't. Hunted down by FlyQuest. Dragon goes to Fear Starforge.
The gold still only about 1,000 difference between these two teams, but Fear find themselves a third dragon. That next mountain dragon could be the thing that breaks the camel's back. But we are still seeing that FlyQuest, this is a very different composition, and it plays in a very different way from how they're oftentimes used to playing. They're so used to being the aggressors in these fights, but this time they're trying to play much more defensively, and it's putting a lot of pressure on their team. And now Fear, they have some tools. Instinct has the 2 items available. It's not going to be the AP build like we have been seeing. It's not going to be the same kind of explosion build.
With it being on hit, how do you feel about that given the damage profile? Because we don't have that much AP really coming in, right?
I don't love it. I don't think it's a difference of like having physical versus magic damage so much as just like, you know, you had the ability to just make any fight a 5v4. You know, you landed your ultimate, you followed up with the Q, and Philip goes in.
And he goes out.
But yeah, it's your... Are we done? Are we calm down? Yeah?
He's a big boy. You can take the damage. Go ahead.
It's like your main easy counterplay into things like a Corki and a Ziggs. Like, hey, you walk up to throw that bomb. What if you're dead?
Okay, ultimate lands. It's going to find Instinct on the back line as well as the Super Mega Death Bomb. Did it the wrong way. It doesn't really matter. 1 for 1 so far underneath the tower. Winsome traded for Chime support for support.
But look who's still here, right? It's the Corki and the Ziggs. You do not need to leave the Ziggs with a lot of time. That's why we're instantly seeing teleports come through right away, trying to make sure that they can defend this structure. Instinct is still here, X is around the side.
Doesn't have ultimate though, so there's no engage to be found by Fear Starforge in the current time. Surdy heads over to the side lanes. He's gonna have a lot of alone time with his tower. Still got a while before Philip's able to rejoin, and this should be taken.
This is why these two teams are some of the top teams that we currently have in the Tier 2 league. The number 2 and the number 3 seed is because they do things like that, right? You win these individual fights and you get way more off of it. We see that Surdy goes down towards the bottom lane, picks up the bottom lane turret. Bradley and Sajed trying to stick around in order to pick up the mid lane. every time you lose a fight, you're going to be losing a lot more against these two teams than you would against some of the other teams in the league. And now, that means it's Fear's turn, right? They're the ones with people out on the map. They're the ones with HP, mana, and gold already spent, whereas FlyQuest still trying to find an opportunity to get something done. But the turn being played by Fear right now is not going to last a whole lot longer, as they can't continue to put on pressure without the vision necessary on the top side of the map.
That top side of the map so far, Fear are pushing that vision forward. They got a little bit into the jungle of FlyQuest so far. And they're doing a good job of denying the river vision, which allows XU to float around a bit. Try and figure out an angle where they are going to find their fight. Right now, FlyQuest are looking for a fight of their own. Tempered Fate lands. It's on to ABO, who's left by his lonesome shutdown, picked up by Bradley. Surdy, Meganar coming up soon. Wants to continue the long chase right here. Here comes Shaden. Will be able to root down Winsome. And with Surdy arriving, he will just slam him against the wall, waiting for it close enough. The bomb will finish him off. Got to save his ultimate in the process, and FlyQuest hunt down Fear.
And just as we were talking about at Fear, they try to overforce their turn, and suddenly FlyQuest, the ones with more members on, they completely stopped anything that Fear was trying to do. And FlyQuest, now they just need to play blocker. XU, we're not going to let you go for this 50-50 smite. We're going to keep you out.
Chime's looking to play that interference right now. You have Bradley on one side, but look at the rest of Fear. They're poking away. Philip goes down. XU looking to bail out. Now Philip's dead. Sajed will be able to keep his life. Fear stop the Baron.
Not a bad turn from FlyQuest, getting a little bit more gold off of that one, but now comes the real test. 30 seconds until the next dragon spawns. Everybody needs to back away. Everybody needs to spend as much gold as they can, and XU's like, I got nothing to buy. What if I stop Bradley and get his teleport out of it?
Yeah, you can get his teleport out of it. Maybe make him stay a little bit longer. Maybe take his life. Bradley burns Flash. He will escape. But that's a big pick right there. Even if you didn't get the kill, you got time to go right over towards that dragon and look for that dragon soul. Get the first setup before FlyQuest.
Yeah, but the teleport comes through from Bradley. He's still able to buy. He's still able to be here in time. But Surdy, already having spent the Mega and XU, he's not playing the Warmog style of Sejuani right now. He's getting pushed right on out, and Surdy's hunting.
No ultimate for XU. Did burn it while trying to grab Bradley. This means Engage is weakened for Fear Starforge. FlyQuest.
Surdy, go to Winsome.
Easy track right there to grab the dragon. Finally, Surdy able to notice where Winsome is. There's a few boomerangs. Seems like it's going to be a little bit of a drive-by. He might just go outright for the kill. He does get it. I was not expecting that third shot to be the one that cleans it. Dragon goes over to FlyQuest.
ABO in the top lane trying to get something back as they've already lost this dragon, and now Surdy, he's totally fine, but here comes the play looking for Instinct.
Oh no, and that's the thing about the Tempered Fate. If you dodge it the wrong way, it makes it hard to actually escape the grasp of the team that's chasing your ass down. Sajed gets the kill, and FlyQuest set up on Baron.
2 members down from Fear. Winsome respawning, but he's going to be late, and now FlyQuest are hunting. They can push in the mid lane. They still have a Ziggs. They can do whatever they want. They do so much damage at this point. But FlyQuest, they're picking 2 decisions a little bit at the same time. They're trying to play for this mid lane turret. So Jed, not able to just quite strike yet. There it is. The satchel goes out. The mid lane turret opens. 3,500 gold now in favor of FlyQuest. They just need to be calm, right? They have so much more pressure. They get stronger and stronger as the game goes. Bradley looking for that third item. So Jed trying to get to that level 16. So the Mega Inferno Bomb just kills Instinct outright.
And now with that mid lane tower down, it gets even harder for Fear Starforge. You don't have something that's helping you both shove the waves in, that's helping you give some presence towards the mid side. It means that FlyQuest can now push their vision even deeper into the jungle of Fear Starforge. Man, it is a very, very spooky jungle to be walking around in, considering the level of engage that you have from FlyQuest. They've been using it quite well, both with Shaden and Chime. We saw that one blunder very early on where they didn't have it in sync, but everything else ever since to catch out some of these carries has been phenomenal from these two.
So now the question becomes, how are they going to play? Oh, they're just going to hit the Baron. Yeah, that makes sense. They got to force Philip to group with the rest of the team. They want to be playing this long, protracted dance. Now XU running over very fast.
Okay, 3K remains. XU's nowhere near. It's secured. It's going over to FlyQuest. Now the fight looking to come out. Chain of Corruptions land on Shaden. Shaden's taking a lot of damage. Has to flash backwards. FlyQuest backs against the wall. Magical Journey over the wall. Here comes Surdy, though. Will slam them against the wall. 2 down in the blink of an eye. It's Sajed who's able to bomb them. And now over the wall with Shaden. A Blazed Olive looking for his escape. Philip will not find it. Instead, he's fighting an express route to the respawn. 4 down. Baron belongs to FlyQuest.
I was really worried that Surdy had gone too deep, but this is why Ziggs is awesome. This is why Ziggs is one of the best champions in the game. He's like, oh, wait, there's an opportunity. Here's 3,000 damage across the entire team, still on the board. Because you can see, as Surdy goes in, the rest of his team is like, what if we left? What if we went out of the Baron pit? Surdy, though, is like, no, I have this Mega Gnar. It is time. We are fighting. Everybody leaves the Baron pit, and here comes the Mega Inferno Bomb. And there it is. 2 people almost instantly dying. Winsome left alone in a Blaze Olive. And he's a Zeri. But this is not the certified Zeri moment that we needed. Just running away, leaving Philip to the wolves.
Josh, if your name is Instinct, what the hell do you do, man? You can't find safety anywhere. Shaden's doing it from a mile away. Same thing with Chime. There isn't that many ways to escape. Sajed, he's got his ultimate too. This feels like the worst case scenario for Avaris to even exist on this rift right now.
It's really tough, and this is the kind of thing that you need to see at this level of play when you have people first picking champions like Varus that are exploitable, and now here comes a teleport. This is a lot of people all of a sudden.
Tempered Fate gonna land right onto the tank. XU looking for a way out. Chain of Corruptions only gonna slow down FlyQuest as Surdy comes from the back line. Hops right back over the wall. Ultimate gonna be found by Shaden, and Instinct is dead again. XU looking to hop the opposite way to save the rest of his team, but Surdy will hunt them down. Shaden will hunt them down. Send them to the hill. Send them back to their tower. They're looking to send them to the lower bracket, Josh.
And it's looking right now, Deserex, that we have a pretty definitive top 2 in the league. Dragonsteel, taking all comers, remains undefeated. Now FlyQuest, NZXT taking down the #1 other challenger that they had to potentially go for a rematch versus Dragonsteel, and FlyQuest not quite as cleanly, but man, has it just been absolutely dominant ever since then. Sajed, gotta run.
Sajed uses the satchel. Wrong place to be. A Blaze Olive's gonna go for the chase, and he will find it. It is a shutdown. Maybe
10 seconds before Dragon.
a touch of life or fear.
10 seconds before Dragon actually spawns. Gotta back away, but he has a teleport to rejoin the rest of the squad. And now FlyQuest gotta defend the Mountain Soul. 4 versus 5. They still have a Corki. They still have Surdy. He is very strong. They still have 7,000 gold in the lead. They might be able to do this, but they have to deny the engage coming through from Philip. Deny the engage coming through from XU.
Look at a lot of the poke coming in. Philip is taking a
Look at where Instinct
ton
is.
of
It's a
damage.
4v4.
Instinct so far away. 4v4 coming in. Philip hops in with the ultimate, but there it is. Once again, Tempered Fate is going to land right onto ABO. Chain of Corruptions comes out, but Bradley goes dominating. 1-for-1 trade. 7k health remains onto the Dragon. Instinct wailing away. XU looking to secure that smite. Shaden gonna challenge it. It gets secured. It's Instinct who grabs it. Dragon Soul belongs to Fear. Can they find the comeback? Instinct leading the charge. Leaves with one more piercing arrow, and Fear, they're still fighting, Josh, even with their backs against the wall. What seemed like they were in the grave, they are still fighting.
They're still fighting. It was an admirable thing. I thought it would be XU winning this might fight, but of all people doing his best Gumayushi impression, it's Instinct. I was so terrified because Instinct still not in this fight. Chai throws out the ultimate. A Blaze Olive not in this fight, but the damage without Sajed just wasn't there. Bradley not able to do damage to anyone other than Philip, the target that Fear want you to be doing damage to. But then, at the very end, as the Mountain Dragon goes over and Fear say, hey, we're out of here, that does mean that they have a lease on life at the very least. Now, Blaze Olive now also has the QSS completed. There's not as many ways for Shaden or Surdy to put pressure onto the Zeri, and we're getting closer and closer to those certified Zeri moments.
Maybe there is a chance now. It really did feel like they were down and out. Sometimes all it takes is that one moment. ABO Finding Sajed by himself means that Dragon Soul has been given over to Fierce Starforge. Now Chime looking for an angle in. ABO's caught out. He's caught out. Will he be caught? Will he be dead to rights? No, he's stepping back, and so are FlyQuest. They're heading right out of this fight. They realize they didn't get the engage that they wanted. It's not worth the risk.
Sajed really low on mana here. They want to try and pick up that blue buff, but they want to continue going for these sieges. They got to get a bit more pressure, but that was a turn from FlyQuest. They're going to have to back away, deal with the waves up on the top side, spend all of this money, replenish their mana. But during Fear's turn, there is going to be a Baron spawning. I gotta say, not a fan of this 6 build. Ox, if you're out there, where's the Rabadons? Where's the Void Staff? Or, you know, just raw AP. That's what Ziggs needs. You saw how little damage he actually did when that bomb landed on a Blaze Olive, when it landed on Instinct. They have the magic resist now. You need more pen.
They have a Mountain Soul, man. You need that damage.
Just flat damage. That's what we're looking for. Either way, though, you see what can happen. The Baron has spawned, and Fear pushing out the wave at least a little bit. But it's so hard to get priority going up against a Ziggs and a Corki.
Here's Starforge, priority in the mid lane, transferring that over to the Baron ramp. FlyQuest, not much vision really placed forward, but they do have some deep ones. Watch out for those wards. There's always an opportunity for Surdy or Bradley to take some of those deep wards. Ooh, they just timed out, so no more flanking teleports for FlyQuest.
So watch Surdy's Rage Bar. It is very easy for teams at this level to play around when he goes Mega. I would really love seeing someone from FlyQuest move over and pick up that blue buff so that Ziggs and Corki have impunity, like they can just spam spells for it forever. But now, Bradley does go down, he can't pick it up, he does have the teleport, somebody has to deal with the bottom wave, but there's not an opportunity for Fear to just hit the Baron. Or they do, Shaden just backed away.
Oh no. Oh no, the timing could be catastrophic right now.
FlyQuest don't know.
They have no
idea.
idea.
Do it now.
Okay, Chime's walking up. 11k health remains. Remember, Chime has an ultimate he can use to actually put the Baron into stasis. This could buy time. Jaden has arrived now. Here's Starforge as a unit leaving the Baron pit.
Oh man, Sajid just does not have the damage to take down these members. Even the bomb landing onto Instinct does not do the damage that he wants it to.
Oh.
But they do end up stopping the Baron. Fear not willing to take those 50-50 plays. There's 3 teleports on both sides. It is so hard to find a window where your opponents cannot deal with you. Winsome trying to clear out any of this vision, but both teams just stalling out. It looks like we're going to be gearing up for an Elder Dragon flip. At some point, these two teams have to fight, but both teams not willing to make the engage happen because it is so hard to actually get a successful engage off.
1 minute 30 seconds before Elder Drake is up. Baron still on the table. All the bunny rabbits right behind Chime, following him. But will that road lead to victory or defeat in this game number 2 right here, right now in playoffs? FlyQuest have some time to work with the vision. Well, they'll do that, taking away the vision that Fear Starforge had placed. See Chime getting a lot of those wards down. Now Fear Starforge back on the map.
A minute left until the Elder. FlyQuest looking to get their first opportunity at a rematch with Dragonsteel. Fear looking to do the same thing. We know that Fear was able to find a win earlier on up against Dragonsteel, a very close series.
Yeah.
FlyQuest, they didn't get to do it until like week 1, so it would be their first time playing them in 2 or 3 months at this point.
And Fear is expected to be the better team going into this just from seeding alone. I mean, this is the number 2 seeded team at a pretty spot-on regular season. They're going against defending champions and on the potential for a comeback victory. They were able to grab that Mountain Soul, which is going to help alleviate some of this damage that's coming through from FlyQuest right now. It's all about the engage, and can they find it on the right members?
Yeah, the poke has been nullified quite a bit due to this Mountain Soul. And
yeah, the Mountain Soul's doing so much, man.
Rabadon's not yet coming out from Sajed. He is level 16, so the ultimate is going to hurt no matter what. And now Shaden actually pulling the Elder Dragon. XU in a fantastic flank here.
keep an eye on who XU can jump on. Even if he just wants to go for the steal itself. Surdy out of position, and here we go. Winsome hops in, looking for the engage. Find the ultimate onto the back end, and just like that, Shaden's gonna fall. There's gonna be no smite for FlyQuest. Surdy now looking to bail, but Chimes on the opposite end, and he can't provide any backup. Bradley and Sajed, they can only watch as the Elder Drake now being attacked by Fierce Starforge. They will secure it. They have the smite. It's only gonna be a Hail Mary steal attempt, but they won't even go for that. Fierce Starforge, they're shrinking down the gold lead, Josh.
The Elder into the Baron, the huge double buffs that Fleer X Starforge have been needing this entire game. You can't fight through the Elder, you can't fight through the Baron buff, even with the Ziggs. If he has his wrap on, maybe they can slow down the game, maybe they can get another chance at it. But this time, it has been FlyQuest who have been so good at picking their engagements, but they find Shaden immediately at the beginning of this fight. They take him down, and there's just not the damage to punch through. The Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't hit the targets that it needs to, and FlyQuest are completely routed off of that. Fantastic play coming through from Fear, and looking like we're going to be going to a Game 3.
Winsome instant engage onto Shaden, and Shaden cannot do a thing about it. The damage follow-up was too big. Smiteless means you don't have a chance to take that Elder right back. XU securing that. This is so much now into the court of Fierce Starforge. 3.5k is all that remains of a 9k lead that we had earlier, Josh.
9k is drastically reduced, and it does not feel like you're ahead if you're a FlyQuest fan from this position, because there's still about a minute left for Fear to have both of these potentially game-ending buffs. Philip, so tanky at this point, just walking up, tanking the turret. And as Fear are getting ready to end the game, you have a minute where FlyQuest can do nothing to stop them.
Fear looked unstoppable at a time where they were just getting absolutely demolished. And now here they are, marching in right on the base. They will be the first one to crack it. Inhibitor under attack will fall. Super minions now will be spawning in the bottom lane. Fear Starforge rotating towards the mid lane. Teleport going to be channeled. Instinct catching the wave in the mid lane to lead it in to continue the siege with this Baron buff.
And here we go. Again, about 25 seconds left of the Elder Dragon, where there is nothing that FlyQuest can really do. The poke is just not there. And it's Philip tanking up the turret once again. 15 seconds left of the Elder Dragon, and FlyQuest have done a really good job slowing things down, but it is going to be a second inhibitor turret falling.
Tempered Fate goes out, lands on the 3, but it's all for nothing.
Oh, that's good.
It did no damage. It did no damage. I think this game's over now. You don't got the damage. You don't got the chance to fight. ABO steps up, takes down the tower, takes down Sajed. Looking to take down Shaden, who runs right for the respawn. 2 inhibitors. Forfeit. Fear Starforge looking for the end.
40 seconds left of the Elder Dragon. It plays all of saying, hey, I got a pretty big item, maybe I can back, but no, FlyQuest, they have Bradley up, they still have some damage. Can they get through?
Knockup comes through. Another engage found by Fear Starforge. Jungler's gonna go down both ways. Nexus Tower number 1 gonna fall. Bradley steps up, tries to find Instinct, but Instinct will flash on him and execute him. Philip and Winsome will body down onto Surdy. Another arrow comes through from Instinct. Fear are not done. Fear will fight.
I was not expecting a Game 3, a 10,000 gold lead at one point in this game, going over to FlyQuest NZXT, and it was not enough for them to close out. That's 2 comeback victories in a row, going back and forth. These two teams so evenly matched in every single one of these games, and looking at how the rest of the game is going to be going, we are going to be seeing a lot of opportunities for both of these teams to continue showcasing that they can do, but our player of the game is going to be Fear X Starforge XU. Even though he didn't have the most impressive scoreline, he was the one who was constantly looking to make things happen. He found so many important ultimates in these team fights, and he was setting the rest of his team up for so much success. Seeing him go in when it meant that his life was on the line every single time, making sure that everyone else could be set up for success, really allowed this team to come back, because they were constantly looking for opportunities.
What a wild game that really was. I mean, XU was definitely a big part of the foundation, but I do feel like that misstep that we saw from Sajed was what allowed that window to open. He recalled at the wrong spot, ABO capitalized on it, and from there out, it was just Fear Starforge's game. They took over big time. I mean, that Mountain Drake did a lot to just neutralize Sajed from getting that poke damage to really hit true.
Yeah. I mean, I mentioned it in the game, was not convinced on the build coming out. I don't normally talk about it, but this one was a math problem. You just needed as much damage as possible to make sure there was no opportunity to come back, and we saw that Fear X Starforge was able to solve it a little bit better. So congrats to them on picking up this game. And that means we're going to be going to a Game 3 as both these teams looking for their rematch with Dragonsteel.
Yeah, you heard that, Game 3. It always has to go the distance between these two teams, Josh, and this is no different. We're going to throw it over to short break. When we return, we'll get ready for that game number 3, Fear Starforge, FlyQuest, and ZXT Challengers on the other side.
You know Viper and you know Sniper, but did you know they had a third brother? That's right, the third brother, Crimson, has been playing in the Challengers League this split, and his brothers are convinced he only needs one split of Challengers League before he is ready for the LCS, and he's already well on track as a frontrunner for the Rookie of the Split. And yes, of course, he does play Riven. We have even more awards, and one of these players has just replaced his coach in the top lane. You all remember Niles from his time on Golden Guardians? Well, he's been replaced by Zamudo, and he's been looking fantastic with some of the best roams and flanks in the entire league, consistently winning lanes and finding wins for his team. We've consistently seen that Zamudo has leveled up his game over the season now that he's on a top team. The growth of Zamudo has made him an easy frontrunner for the most improved. After that, we're seeing potentially the first time where someone will win the most valuable prospect 2 splits in a row. Having already won the most valuable prospect award with Maryville last split, Yuji has not dropped a beat. Showcasing proficiency on both bruisers and on AP junglers, Yuji is once again leading Dragonsteel to an as-of-yet undefeated split. However, the award is tightly contested as 2 former LCS pros are once again looking like they might deserve another shot. Tomo has taken his LCS level laning that we already knew he had and converted it into way more wins than Disguise would have otherwise taken. Now he continues to show dominance as the best AD carry in the league, and it's not close. Last split, we got to see Shaden play around his laners with increasing ability. However, we did not get to see him play much of a supportive role in his games. This split, now that we are strictly in a carry meta, we are continuing to see him level up that play, showcasing abilities on both AP carries and physical damage ones. Tune in at 5 p.m. Pacific, and remember, the future of the LCS starts after the LCS.
Josh, the rules of Tier 2 are simple. Don't say it's over until it's over. And, 9K...
Look, the game was cooked.
9K,
okay?
9K apparently is not over for some reason. Here.
That game should have been over. It's honestly insane how good teams have become at coming back. Just seeing the fact that Fear X Starforge constantly looking for these opportunities. And there's just enough catches that happen in every single one of these games that you can find these paths back in. Again, finding that pick at the very end on Sajed right before the dragon was spawning set up Fear for so many things, and it just happens so consistently. It's just a small mistake here and there, especially this late into the game, that are giving teams opportunities to come back in.
Yeah, it really was one small mistake out of Sajed, that pick that ABO was able to grab. Because what did that translate to, right? Immediately, it translated to the Dragon Soul. Suddenly, a lot of this poke that FlyQuest had drafted is neutralized. They can't get through the defenses anymore, especially giving Saja's itemization. You know, it really does hurt, But this is not the end for sure. We're just 1-1. It has now made this a series, which means there's still time to bounce back. Either team really looking to take this right now. I mean, this is our number 2 and number 3 seed. So going to a game 3, would have expected nothing less.
I really want to see both Philip and Shaden on champions that do damage.
Yeah, it's going to bit.
Period.
Philip.
Yeah.
Unless it's Gragas. He does like his Gragas.
He does have a really good Gragas. It's not that I think they are bad at playing the tanks. I just think they are better at playing champions that actually do more than what we've been seeing from them so far. We know that Surdy has not been pleased that Philip is once again playing Ornn into San, you know, playing the champions that I like to play, actually. But we are seeing that Shaden in particular has kind of struggled to get a lot done. He's really not been able to get plays going on, and we know that this guy will fight tooth and nail. He will claw at a game to make sure that he wins on a character like Viego. And I don't think he feels the same kind of pressure, the same kind of capability to do that when he's playing the Maokai.
I want to see it, dude. I want to see it. You start mentioning it, and it instantly gets me excited. If those of you who have watched Tier 2 for a long time remember when Shaden was on Evil Geniuses Academy /Challengers, he had games where he was just eating people alive with multiple digit KDAs. Just absolutely brutal. It was a lot of Viego games, it was a lot of Graves games. He looks phenomenal when he's on those carries, and I would definitely like to see it again. Let's go ahead and pull up our banned champions to see if we've taken enough tanks off the table. Maybe we can convince him to go back on those carries.
I mean, we'll see. There is a lot of pressure currently being put on the bottom lane at this point, right? The Nautilus, the Leona, the Bard, and the Rel taken away. Braum is still available, but with the two things you normally play it into, it's not as exciting. The Owlstar is still very strong. You still see Milio pop up from time to time, but this is where the Fearless starts getting a bit more interesting because the champions are just gone. Yeah. And I know whenever, as a caster, I'll sometimes look and be like, man, I would really love to pick a Corki this game. Oh, wait, it is not available. That makes my drafting a little bit more difficult. So you have to see a lot of adaptability from both sides of the draft.
Yeah, draft going to be ready in just a moment as we start to set up for this game number 3. And as we do this, keep in mind, number 3 seed versus number 2 seed. Fear Starforge, again, a very strong team coming into this season. We had high expectations with both XU and ABO being those members who were going to be the stars of this one. Well, funnily enough, they're able to go ahead and take that game number 2 and start to show what this team can bring. And taking down the defending champions, that would be no sweeter going forward as we start to get into this draft. Already champions taken away. A lot of marksman bans now coming through. Misfortune, Ash taken away by FlyQuest. Aurora, again, we're never ever going to see it. Rumble banned away as well.
And this is really good for FlyQuest, being on the blue side for the first time, because there is less pressure that can be put onto Surdy's champion pool. However, it also means that Surdy is not guaranteed to get a counter pick, especially if you want to try and pick something up early on. I'm expecting a lot of play around the Renekton in particular. The Surdy has been, you know, slamming at B1 in a lot of games. It's hard to do that into Philip as long as the Gragas is available, but we also know that Philip loves playing the Renekton. And whenever I see Philip on the Renekton, I think back again to his days back on Radiance multiple years ago. Yeah. But it is going to be Surdy playing the Krog this time around. And like I said, Philip loves playing the Gragas into it. He's got a good Gragas, and he knows this matchup very well.
Yeah, Gragas is a champion we've seen him time and time again play, and look absolutely phenomenal, whether he is being that frontline engager, just trying to bring the damage over. So we'll see if he's willing to go for that. Right now, it seems like the priority is focusing down onto that bottom lane. You did put a big point of pressure down there, Josh, and here Starforge kind of feel it too, as they'll take the Lovers Duo.
Yeah, it's still a very strong combination. This has survived meta after meta. Now it is still available, and ooh, interesting look coming out from FlyQuest. We have seen this. We did see it earlier on as a mid laner. I believe it was Quad that was playing it also for FlyQuest. You generally don't blind pick it in the mid lane, but it does have an opportunity to play there depending on what Ablaze Olive wants to bring into that spot. But now FlyQuest, once again, saying they're happy taking this game a little bit longer, making sure that they can be more aggressive later in the game. But the issue does become Smolder does not have a good time playing up against Xayah Khan early in the game just because he doesn't do as much damage as Xayah does.
I mean, Smolder has a struggle when it comes to any early game, really. It's all about scaling up, so that is the most abusable point that Fear Starforge can look to try and take advantage of in the early stages of this game, especially with the draft. And for now, we were kind of alluding to it earlier. We talked about how much Philip does like to play this Gragas and how good he is on it. That will be locked in for Fear Starforge.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Now you got to start putting pressure onto Shaden's champion pool. Take away some of those things that he has been known to carry on. The Viego is the one that always comes to mind first. I think after that, Kindred is a pretty natural thing to pick. However, with the Gragas already selected here for Fear, it's less exciting because Gragas is a fairly classic counterpick to the Kindred. You throw down the Lambs for Spy, and then they go, what if you were not standing in that anymore? So it is more difficult to play that. And then Shaden Xinjiao is another thing I think of him as playing a lot of.
Yeah, Xinjiao, Graves was one of his big ones when he
Graves,
went on that spree. If he wants to go AP junglers, I mean, there's still stuff like the Brand and Karthus that's available that he's been playing in the regular season.
Yeah, I don't love him on those, especially in his sighting game. I think the Brand is playable, but not necessarily quite as good. Anyway, it is going to be banned away. I feel like that pushes him back towards more of these bruiser junglers. And
maybe a Vi? Oh no, Vi's already been picked.
Vi's already got. Is he right?
Welcome to Fearless.
Wouldn't it be great if I could pick this champion? That's too bad. But one more ban come through, and Fear. I mean, so much of their power has come through the mid jungle 2v2, but Instinct showing up big as well. And the other side, Sajed, just getting picked off one time, and I think, unfortunately, it was the difference in whether or not they won or lost that last game. But it is still the kind of thing where whenever he finds himself in team fights, he knows how to move very effectively. Now, I'm expecting a mid laner, either a jungler to block something from Shaden, or a mid laner. The Corki's already picked.
I like this.
Ooh.
That's a good route to go right there.
That's confidence.
It is confidence, but it's also the tried and true pick that XU has played time and time again. Every time XU is on Italy, we always have to give a shout out to Rafa. It's just tradition here on NACL.
Yep.
One of his favorite champions to play and one of his favorite players on top of that. But yeah, tried and true, Italy going to be locked in.
Yeah, this is a lot of confidence coming through from XU. It's not a blocker champion. I'm sure Shaden can play it, but I remember hearing stories that he didn't always remember, like he didn't know all the auto cancels on the champion, and that hurt quite a bit in his ability to clear. And now that he knows them, he's way better at it. However, the bigger point here is that this is XU's tried and true. This is something that XU has been playing for years. It is something that he has so much practice on, and it just means that I think I'm better at my champion than anything that you can pick in this position. And so, XU now has as the coach, Kiao, give me my champion, give me what I need to do, I will win us this game. And that confidence to come out from Lawrence XU Shu needs to showcase right now that he is right, that he deserves to have these major picks picked for him in these clutch moments.
Interesting final pick coming out from Shaden. He's not going to go that carry route that we're hoping. Instead, is going to be on the more supportive side of things. So whenever I do see the Ivern, the biggest thing I'm hoping for is you can keep the fights prolonged. The more second rotations you get, the more effectiveness he's able to find, especially with Daisy being there, running a lot of that interference. It's always going to be pretty big. And now we're just going straight poke, man, as the lock in his Jace.
Ooh, Blaze Olive going to be picking up this Jace here in the mid lane. This is, again, another confidence pick coming out from Fear X Starforge going into FlyQuest NZXT. We do see Bradley going over for the Hui at the same time. So, there's a timer on this game. Fear X Starforge have a neutralizing lane up in the top side of the map. They have a winning lane in the bottom side, and then a lane that is supposed to be good for a Blaze Olive. But the key to this matchup is making sure that you can dodge out on the fear that Bradley will throw. I remember thinking for a long time there was a point and click. It's not. It is a skill shot. You do have to land it, but the only time you ever use it is when it's basically point blank and really hard to miss. So, a Blaze Olive needs to start trying to do that. They have the tools. They have a lot of poke. They have some damage, but the engage, a little bit iffy as long as the Alistar and the Ivern are around.
And I don't know, man. I'm looking over at FlyQuest's side. Do you like the Ivern? I mean, on paper, sure, but for Shaden in particular,
he's okay at it. I think the big thing is that he's not the best at using Daisy, which really separates like the good Iverns from the great Iverns. And as long as you can use that Daisy to be that little bit of extra things, whenever I see you know, Shaden play Ivern in particular, I think of that one meme of like Daisy and Luigi being like, he asked for no pickles, and then Shaden is just like, but what if my Daisy is shorter and not as willing to stand up for me?
Then you might have some issues on the battlefield, Josh. I mean, Daisy's supposed to be the strong one there. It's to help you in the relationship, man.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying all the time. I gotta find me a Daisy too, but now we're looking at how Fear is going to try to navigate this game. They have 2 transform champions. They have a very strong early game. They have some poke to rely on later on, but it is definitely a game that is on a timer. If you let this game go too late, Sajed wins.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Smolder, the stacks, 225. Once you get there, that's when the executes start coming online. That's why that timer can be a big thing to watch out. Just gonna keep watching those stacks. Let us know in Twitch chat, who do you think has this one for the final game of the day? FlyQuest NZXT Challengers or Fear Starforge? Defending champions are once again the Ohio Riz.
The what?
Ohio Riz.
What is Ohio Riz?
The boot camping in Ohio, brother.
Yeah, but why is that Riz?
'Cause that's the type of memes they keep throwing. Have you watched what Fear throw in their socials, Josh?
Sometimes.
Like, come on, man. You got to stay up to date with that. They got some.
My bad.
They got some bangers
It took me a while to figure out what the Supernova Blue Otter beef was all about. Like,
It was mostly a battle of the socials guy than it was the actual players.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you know, sometimes, like, either pops up a lot in my feed or it just doesn't. Either way, Winsome looking to get a little bit of early damage. Remember, this is a parry that can do a ton of damage at level 1. But not going to be getting anything off right away. And so you have to remember, ooh, we got a little stacker, that little one next to the Dwagon.
The little baby Dwagon. We're going to be watching those stacks. The continued stack up. One more time, 225, magic number to watch out for when that Smolder does come online. Taking a look at what's happening for the jungle pathing right now, you are going to have a topside start coming out of XU, clearing out his red buff. Those golems immediately after. With the Ivern, always kind of interesting seeing their clears. You always have that passive.
Real quick, what is that first rune that Smolder has? What is it called? I know it's the one where you kill a thing and you get some HP. But, like, I don't remember what it's called. There are too many things in this game, Eric.
I rarely remember the name of runes. I only remember the keystones, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Like, I just know this one does thing. This one make me attack tower harder. This one help passive health regrowth, you know?
Yeah, there's a lot of them. I know what they all do by looking at them, but I can't always remember the names. Okay, brief aside, I would love if they stopped changing items from, like, Navori Quick Blade to Navori Flicker Blade. It's like, ooh, it's the same thing, but we changed the name this time. But the Orn items should get their names back. Like, that was just cool.
I like the Orn items names, that's for sure.
Not that.
Well, why? Yeah. This is...
I don't know the names of Hui's abilities.
He's got 9 of them, dude. Got 9 basic abilities. I always end up mixing up his ultimate. I think it's the Spiraling Despair. Please tell me I'm right on that one.
I think that's his ultimate, yeah. That sounds right. Anyway, Shaden is here in the mid lane. He goes for that very fast player and a Blaze Olive.
Ooh, there's that Fear you were talking about. Does land onto ABO. He will have to flash over that wall to find himself some safety. Problem is, he's going deeper in no man's land. The headbutt pulverized onto Instinct. The baby dragon's not looking too good. Sajed has to escape. Will burn his flash, and he gets out by the skin of his teeth. But Exio's now in the area, and here comes the spear. Sajed's still alive.
Down.
He's chipping away. He's drinking. It's the chug jug. He's trying to get as much health back as possible before this 4-man dive comes in, and here comes Winsome. First blood secured by Fear Starforge. It's a double kill to ABO.
Oh my gosh, Bradley not moving that entire time, and a Blaze Olive going to be walking back into lane as Jace with 2 early kills. People think this guy is an early game champion, and he kind of is. But more importantly than that, he's also a late game champion. When all of the poke starts coming through, he's going to be skyrocketing his way into this game. He's already going to be getting the Merc Treads relatively quickly, and now a lot of the issues that he was having by losing that flash have been alleviated because he traded it for 2 kills.
That's Ohio Riz, Josh. That's what it is. ABO went from getting ganked in the mid lane and ran it straight to the bottom for a double kill, bro. That is kind of nutty, but that is pretty much a dream start for a Jace.
Yeah, you also have to remember that it's important that Instinct and Winsome immediately put pressure on the bottom lane so that Sajed and Chime cannot go catch a Blaze Olive in the bottom side of the map. They cannot catch him as he moves down into the red side jungle because as long as you're fighting them, they can't leave. And that worked out perfectly. Now, as top side, we are seeing that Surdy is doing a good job at keeping Philip in the lane. One of the major things that you can look at in his top side to see how well the lane is going is, one, does Renekton have a lead? He needs to do it before Philip gets the first back off. Secondly, how much mana does Philip have? Because whenever you're playing against Gragas, you're not really attacking his HP pool, you're attacking his mana pool. And the fact that Philip gets off a back relatively early on does mean that he's doing A-okay in this matchup because the lane gets harder for Renekton in the next couple of levels.
Now Surdy will have to take his back and rejoin the fight and to do this topside duel that we have. All the meanwhile, we have XU who's going to start up the dragon stacking in the name of Fear Starforge. And last time that dragon stacking absolutely proved crucial. It was that big point, turning point, grabbing that dragon soul that got them back into this game. So XU going to start up that win condition once again.
It's a really good first dragon to get as well with the Jace and the Nidalee on the team. They love having all that extra just raw adaptive power coming through. Or it's not even adaptive, you just get, you know, both AD and AP. But the important thing is it wasn't even traded for the grubs, right? That is one of the most common trades that you always see in this game. You get first dragon or the grubs. You generally don't get both, but now Fear Starforge can potentially play for both of them because of the strength that a Blaze Olive has in the mid lane.
Shaden's still trying to start him up. You have XU right over the wall. Spot what's going on right now. Will be Shaden should be at least able to claim one of them. Anything. Still, no. Both junglers, they're just going to farm together. It's kind of a leash.
Chime is on his way up. Look at where Sajed is relative to Instinct and Winsome. Alright, he ends up being okay. He's calling like, please help. I need some assistance in the bottom lane. Shaden will get one. Does still have the smite for the other one? Yeah, so that should be two going over right there. XU at least gets one of them. So it does ask questions a little bit more about the second set of grubs coming up in a bit. But still, Varric Starforge, they put some pressure down onto Sajed. They push him into a very odd spot. They crash this wave. That does mean that at least one plate going over to Instinct.
Shaden is coming up towards this top side. As of the moment, it seems like it was only to establish vision of his own, so not much going to be found. I mean, Ivern isn't the most aggressive of junglers that we do get on the map. Yeah, with that sweeper being used, it's just to deny vision. Make sure that Philip doesn't feel too comfortable out up here in the top lane.
Yeah. It's honestly really good for Surdy to be putting this much pressure onto Philip early in this game because, like we said, this matchup does tend to get harder, and Philip trying to make sure that Surdy cannot get the full play, but Surdy will manage to do it before he has to go for another back, and that's even more gold going through towards the side of FlyQuest challengers. However, alright, totally fine. However, the gold, as we can kind of see throughout this game, still plays all of the strongest player on the map, but doesn't necessarily have the damage just quite yet. He's past the point where his base damages are just good enough to fight everyone. Now he needs to start building up that lethality and AD.
Chime's gonna bump into the enemy jungler. XU spotting out the cow. There is no ultimate for Chime, so you don't have as much tanky stats to get out of this situation. He'll have to burn his flash to find safety.
Yeah, ooh, and Sajed getting some more dragon training stacks, and they can't really fire back because they can't see him, and so Instinct and Winsome going to have to back around or back away from that one. But it is still a very good position right now for Fear. But the key now is you already have the good starting position. You have to extend it. As it plays all of, he wants Daisy. Oh no, he wants Shaden.
And over there, waiting for the spear to come through, can follow up with the pounce.
My Daisy.
My Daisy.
That's 50 gold.
Easy money right there. Oh, okay. Daisy will just continue on with Shaden as XU hops over the wall. He's coming through now. Here comes Surdy. He's hopping straight forward. Going to use the Dominus. All the meanwhile, Mom being channeled out. Find too much else on this bottom side. Sajid just trying to clear the wave.
Yeah. Still, lots of pressure on both sides of the map, and Surdy has enough rage. Okay.
Not much mana for Philip.
Yeah. Philip not going to give him an opportunity. I was looking for potentially like a flash stun into Q from Surdy that could have gotten the kill after the body slam. You have to be very careful and very confident in the win.
That means Philip has to go back once again. I do want to do that check-in, as you are our top lane expert, Josh.
Yeah,
How we
this
feeling
is
about Phillip?
Surdy smashing this matchup, actually. This is Surdy doing a really good job, already getting 2 plates, already like 25 CS ahead in this matchup. It's supposed to have gotten better for Philip by now. He has not recouped some of the early losses, and this is one of those things where I think a lot of okay, do you remember a thread that Shoji started like 2 or 3 months ago where he was talking about players with aura?
No.
Okay,
I want
do
to
you
hear
know what
about
aura
this, though.
is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Surdy has aura, and Shochu just like posted like 50 or something names of players in solo queue who have aura. And this definitely is a position where Surdy has had aura, where people just assume he's always making the right decisions. And unfortunately, Philip has not been able to get the better of him. The last time we saw these two play against each other was actually this exact matchup. And Philip just completely stopped Surdy from having an impact on so much of the game, partly because XU came up to help him. But neither top laner has come up towards the top side to have an effect at all.
A lot of those times when people are that level of confident, it kind of takes away confidence from you. And I think that's some of the situations that Philip's running into. He's like, what, is this the right play or not? What is he doing? I'm scared. I need to get away.
Oh, Winsome.
Now Bradley looking to get away from Winsome. Winsome still going to be able to find the charm right onto Bradley as the Feather Storm comes out, looking for the Blade Collar. Bradley is picked off. Spiraling Despair going to pop, but it doesn't get anyone from Fear Starforge to fall. All the meanwhile, a fight breaking out between the supports. Chime versus ABO. Chime going for the long chase. Mom will not take him down. Now focus back onto the Rift Herald. Here comes Philip. Body slam finds it. Smart. Surdy's hurt. Surdy jumps in. Tries to take one with them. Will not be able to claim Winston. It's Instinct who's wearing gator boots.
Oh, wow. Kills going over to Fear up in the top side. ABO trying to find Zajet in the bottom side. Doesn't manage to do it, but also walks away with his life in the 1v2. And this should be enough. Nobody going to be walking away with the grubs. But Fear not claiming that prize. They're just going to walk away with the 2 kills, a 2,000 gold lead. And also, they have 2 dragons from this position. So they're getting the dragons, and they're not giving over the crazy power that the Void Mines, the Twitch chatters will actually have. Take another look at the bottom side of the map. This is what I was watching during most of the fight, because ABO just goes in order to try and take down Sajed, but doesn't have the base damages, right? He's relying a bit more on the scaling AD. He gets a lot of damage, and if that Q lands,
he's dead.
Probably takes down Sajed. Needs one more auto after that, but Chime just running after him, not able to get quite enough damage down, as Sajed just a little bit too far away. Even Mom can't help him.
That check-in on stacks. It is currently
no
86. Now Bradley caught out in the mid lane, does not have flash, but he does have a cow. Chime jumps in, headbutt pulverizes enough to disengage. Fight's still very close in the bot lane, all the meanwhile between Sajid and Instinct.
Yeah, both of them on identical items. Here's a teleport coming through from Surdy.
Oh no. Instinct, he doesn't have his Feather Storm. He does have his flash. Ooh, tries to use the Blade Collar in a creative way, but Surdy will slice and dice around it and take down Instinct.
Yeah, really good attempt coming through from Instinct to try and live there with the flash and the Blade Collar. If he had just gotten a little bit more damage, it would have been enough, but that kill going over to Surdy, currently being traded out for 2 plates by Philip, and also a bit of damage down onto Sajed, but he's going to secure just as much CS up in the top side map as the bottom side. Actually picks up the last grub, but Surdy also getting some free time down in the bottom side of the map, and maybe one more plate going over. Ooh, the teleport coming through from Philip, making sure that it's not going to be any more money. The gold has remained fairly steady for the past 4 or 5 minutes overall, but still, FlyQuest showcasing signs of life in this one because so much of the early game had gone over to Fear with that skirmish around the second set of grubs.
And you know, if we do continue in this game, say another 10 minutes, and this is still the gold lead, then I really do put the benefit over to FlyQuest. That scaling of the Smolder is going to be something big, and around that time frame is when we start to see that execute come online, as well as some of the artillery that FlyQuest do have to challenge the artillery coming out from Fear. Bradley will be the one bringing that. Now Fear Starforge starting up the Rift Herald.
Yeah, look at where the plates are going, though. A lot of money getting picked up by Surrey, but fairly spread out on the other side of Fear. It is more for Fear by a single plate. But the big thing is Sajed now at 103 stacks at 14.5 minutes. A little bit behind where he wants to be, but pretty close ultimately, and now is when it starts to pick up, because this is where you can start moving towards the Raptors, moving towards the Wolves, getting some Dragon training there. But Fear trying to accelerate the game by moving towards the top side.
Here comes Winsome,
Flash.
looking for an angle onto Bradley. Will find the charm, and the knock-up, and Bradley is gone. Chime is by himself, trying to keep them underneath the tower to get a kill back. He won't find it, though, and Fear get the assassination on Big Brad.
I love that. The fact that they have attacked Bradley twice while he does not have the flash, once in the mid lane, once in the top lane, really showcasing that Fear, playing a lot around all of these abilities back and forth, making sure they abuse the cooldowns. Now, 30 seconds until the dragon spawns. Philip a little bit late on his reset, but with no teleports coming out from Sturdy or Bradley, ultimately everyone's going to have to come down. Oh, Shaden backing up on the top side, also going to be late, so that means Fear get to set up.
20 seconds before it comes up, and as you said, Fear having at least first spawn onto the map. Finally get over towards the river. We'll be able to take the Scuttle Crab XU over there. Got to challenge this man. He's so hard to take smites away from. With that, if you don't have that much vision pushed forward into this river, it's a little bit dangerous, man. There's shock blasts and spears headed for your face.
Philip has to come in, but ooh, the opportunity, meaning that last shock blast did a lot of damage to Bradley and Shaden. Philip now taking space in the bottom side of the river. But we gotta see some poke landing first, and FlyQuest don't need to give them time to do that. Another shock blast landing onto Bradley, and Spears really punishing his health bar.
Yeah, Bradley's getting hurt big time. Falls to about a third of his health bar, and FlyQuest, they realize that this is not their fight. They'll surrender the dragon over to Fear Starforge.
This is one of the major reasons why nerfs to Smolder over several patches over the half season or whatever that he has been out has hurt so much, because he's currently at 126, right? He's gotten 20 in the past 2 minutes, right? About 10 per minute. But in 5 minutes, if we assume the same trajectory, he will be at 170, 180. And
what
Eric,
spawns
I know
around
you're a
then,
math
huh?
major. I know you're a math major. Is 180 more or less than 225?
I think it might be less, Josh.
Might be less? Yeah, that is a problem when a mountain soul is spawning when you have less than 225 stacks.
And you gotta appreciate that from Fear on the opposite side of things, because it means they're pushing the tempo faster than FlyQuest can get towards their breakpoints. Something they absolutely need to do when they're dealing with this level of scaling, like the Smolder. And now, for FlyQuest, feels like gonna be rough waters for quite some time. Rift Herald now going down, looking for a charge into the mid lane.
Oh, Winsome's gonna go in. It's gonna do a decent chunk of damage. Remember, both sides only have 3 grubs.
Oh no, Chime's on the other side, yeah. Oh, that's gonna be bad for Winsome. He's gonna have to burn his ultimate to try and escape this one, but he does find his way out of this, but this puts Instinct into the crosshairs, and here comes Surdy. The jaws chomp down right onto his neck, and that's 1 kill going over to FlyQuest.
That was big. That's going to be a bunch more dragon training stacks going over to Sajed, as well as getting that kill onto Instinct. As soon as I saw Winsome committing to the turret, I was like, I don't know about this one. Philip also taking a lot of damage.
Dude, as soon as I saw Chime, I'm an Alistair, and you're gonna be behind me, you say.
I'm in danger.
Blue team's turret.
And look at that, Fear now grabbing turrets. Able to get some into their name. It's ABO who gets that brick gold all by himself. Meanwhile, FlyQuest are going to respond with a top lane turret.
Yeah, Bradley will be able to pick up this one, but 3 minutes until the dragon spawns again. Keeping close track of where Sajed is. Again, 145. Still needs 80 in order to get to the all-important number. And, ooh, Spear just not quite landing. Now, I haven't, XQ's been fine on this Nidalee, right? He's landed a couple of clutch spears, but ABO on this Jace has been great, right? The bottom lane dive into, almost picking up Sajed later on, in the bottom lane in the 1v2, doing a lot of good work. However, now, we have to see the acceleration of the game. They got the bottom lane turret, Blaze all up in the top side. You love seeing this Jace just free farming in all of these situations, because this champion is so nuts on free items, right? When you have access to the level 16, you have Accelerated Shock Blast doing like 800 damage to anyone. You have this Smolder is not going to be doing anything, or doesn't have the HP to survive that kind of damage. You can kill him in 2 Shock Blasts. Like, that's going to get worse. He just finished the Murm on him. Also, Daisy just died. Sorry, didn't ask for pickles.
I'm still in shock from that damage I saw on Shaden. Those Shock Blasts, man, they add up. And at this stage of the game, when you're this far ahead, and there's not much really to be said. Blazolve is just going to be doing damage, and Surdy wants to bring the damage back. Problem is, he doesn't have as much as ABO does. Redemption goes out, going to get a bit of healing back over to FlyQuest. Here, still posture around this tower.
Yeah, there's no wave. But they will get it. That's the thing. It's just going to take some time, and Smolder is going to move into the mid lane. Blaze Olive will be able to clear out this wave. He has the next wave coming through as well. This top lane turret will eventually go down. Surdy not having the damage to take down the Jace at this point in time. And as Jace gets more and more money, he might have enough to get a 3rd completed item before the Mountain Soul spawns.
50 seconds before it's up. He's going on his recall. Let's take a close look at that inventory. I mean, he's already got a Dirk finished. So there's a decent chance he might be able to finish off his 2nd item. He's staying a little bit longer, so that might be an indicator that he has the gold just shy.
Yeah, he clears out another wave, has a teleport to make sure he is at the dragon on time. 1400, I don't think that's enough to get a completed item. Maybe a Yomu's if he sells like his Doran's item. We'll find out in just a moment. Either way, teleporting into the game. Oh, he's got the Last Whisper coming through, and look at that damage already going to Jed, who is still 60 stacks away from that 225 execute. The damage not quite there, and you're already seeing them pinging, hey, Surdy, go clear out the top wave. We are planning to give over this Mountain Soul. Shaden, good luck.
Already, Mountain Soul. I just realized that we're 21 minutes in, and Fear are claiming it. FlyQuest, they're just watching. They can't do anything about this. The poke is too much. The gold lead is too much. Mountain Soul belongs to Fear Starforge. Now, Philip teleporting back up top. Trying to make sure that Surdy's not going to grab that. He's still going to get it nonetheless. Now Winsome goes in with the engage. Looks for Bradley. Redemption goes down. Healing in for FlyQuest. Surdy going to reconvene with the rest of his team as the Spears and Shock Blasts keep on flying in the direction of FlyQuest.
Okay, I got a prediction here, Destrox. Every team that has had a lead at around 20 minutes has lost. So, clearly, this is the perfect situation for FlyQuest and ZXT. They've been setting this up from minute 1. No, Fear X Starforge have this huge lead, and now they're going to be able to pick up another structure off of this. They have Gragas about to come through. Oh, the damage! The damages!
John Desage and XU as well.
Oh, no!
Mom comes down, but there's no execute, man. Here's a Gator, though. We'll be able to finish off the kill. Focus on to ABO. Explosive Cast comes out and pulls 30 right back in. And that's exactly what FlyQuest want! Double kill for 30!
That was the worst Nambo combo I've seen in ages. You saw that Blaze Olive knock Surdy back directly into the explosive cast, which gives him the movement to get into the rest of Fear. A terrible blunder comes through from Fear X Starforge, and FlyQuest are in a perfect position to pick this up. There's no smite from XU. There's no opportunity, and the gold lead has evaporated, and we're going right back in the other direction.
You gotta be kidding me, Josh! How many times? No one's allowed to get a gold lead at 20 minutes. You lose the game for it every damn time. How the hell did this happen? It's Fear with Dragon Soul. Everything was in their favor, and it all goes awry from this moment.
It's just so much damage coming through. They don't have the ability to do anything. Mom comes through, almost takes down XU, and once again, after Surdy does this, the flash, watch the combo that comes through. Blaze Olive is like, what if? What if Surdy was in the rest of the team? And you gotta feel for them, because if that combination doesn't happen, you get multiple numbers out.
This is life, man. I just can't believe this keeps happening. What a wild series of events that have come through. It's gotten our gold lead evened up now.
Yeah,
and it does.
Rally Cry Baron buff does a lot.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel that way, given the way the games have gone so far. I mean, look at where the buffs are all allocated. FlyQuest have Baron, you have Mountain Soul over for Fear. Nothing's making sense at the moment. We're just here to slug it out.
But, and this is a really big but,
Biggest
Sajed
buts.
has more time. Sajed has a lot of time.
Very true.
Sajed has 3 minutes to get about 30 stacks on his dragon training. Fear do not want to flip around this upcoming Elder.
Oh no! Beautiful sidestep by Chime. Gets away from the explosive cast. Not going to go down. Pretty significant right there. That would have been a nice pick for FlyQuest.
That would have been important. Just getting that little bit of extra gold. Unfortunately, that's the second. I'll give Philip that one because it was a dodge. The other one I'll also give him because it was not his fault that Ablaze Olive knocked Surdy into it. But, oh man, that is just, you have to feel for a player like that. It's like, it's not my fault.
The
Like, it doesn't
struggles
matter whose
that you're
fault it
going
is.
with, man. I mean, that's the explosive cast. Sometimes you live by it, sometimes you die by it.
Yeah. It doesn't matter whose fault it is at the end of the day, right? The result is the same, regardless of how the game gets to where you're at. The gold lead is identical. We have a Baron spawning in a long time, but FlyQuest, they haven't really gotten a whole lot off this Relic Right Baron buff. Only about 1,000 more gold than just picking up the Baron itself. But 2 minutes left until the Elder Dragon spawns. Now, we do have to note that the execute matters. Like, it is just, you know, because you execute at like 4 or 5-ish%. That is, I don't know, whatever percent it is. It's that, you could think of it as like end collector, as you just do 5% more damage. You just have to get there, right? But 3% increased damage for whatever number it happens to be right now isn't that big of a deal when you have this much, when you don't have a ton of damage to start with anyway. So Fear X Starforge, as they start looking towards this next one, they have to decide how they want to play around this Elder Dragon. They have the best 50-50 smiter in the league. But even if it's a 70-30, do you take that around this Elder Dragon, or you try and fight them before the Elder Dragon spawns?
By the way, a little bit of humor going on. XU asking Sajed when he's gonna hit 225. It's been a while, man.
Been a while.
But just throwing a
27
little bit of
minutes in.
shade right there. Hey, 6 more stacks.
Yeah. I mean, he'll get it for the Elder Dragon for sure. It is pretty late. But it doesn't matter how late it is, you know. Sajed, just like Gandalf, gets there exactly when he intends to. Could be at exactly the right moment. And both teams are setting up a lot of vision, a lot of control around the bottom half of the map. Everybody says the top lane, we do not care about that. It is not a real lane in this game. It can't hurt you. So, FlyQuest, now moving around. They think they've caught Ablaze Olive.
All right, going after ABO. Teleports are being channeled. Bradley has arrived, waiting for
Win
the next
some.
one. It's Philip. Now win some. Punted away by Chime. The rest of Fear Starforge throwing in that poke. Shock Blast lands onto nothing. Sajed able to join back with the team. 5 members strong is going to be FlyQuest. Now they got a 6
Instinct
in
isn't here.
Daisy. The long chase coming out. Fear Starforge starting to collect around this Elder Drake. It has just spawned. And you still don't have the execute from Sajed.
I mean, he'll get it off of one ability. He'll get it on the first thing that happens in this fight. It's okay. Daisy goes in. This is what I was saying.
Oh, no.
That Daisy's not protecting you from those pickles, man. But
No,
Chime,
but Chime
going
might.
around.
Chime might. Here's Chime on the back end. He's looking for an angle, but there's only Philip to grab. Mom comes down. There's a lot of damage onto Philip. The chase with the slice and dice. Philip backs
Hold
up.
that
And ABO takes down Shaden. ABO, those shock blasts. This chase is so damn fed. He's going to bring the hammer down as Bradley flashes over the wall. ABO will chase him and take his damn soul. Surdy looking for the escape, but the Reapers will be felt. Defending champions meet the dealers of death. The Reapers of the Rift looking to take down FlyQuest.
This confidence pick from Ablaze Olive finding their way to their rematch. Coming in with Dragon Steel. Ablaze Olive on the Jace. Going massive in this last fight. Landing Shock Blast after Shock Blast. Finding every single person that they needed. This game going back and forth every single time. This series was absolutely insane. These two teams so evenly matched. And they're just fighting for an opportunity to continue staying in the upper bracket, the easy path to finals.
One simple shock blast, man. One simple shock blast, and our heads are just blown. The damage that man was doing. My word, Josh. Let's pull up the replay. I got to see this again.
Yeah, I mean, it starts off just throwing Daisy directly into the fire right at the beginning. Like, Philip is in a really tough position, but Daisy already gone, and then ABO has already hit a couple of very important shot blasts. He finds one more. It's on the backside of Shaden. And then the big thing I like about this is actually watch his interaction with Bradley. He can switch to melee, but he knows Bradley's about to flash this wall. He needs to follow the play, still have that queue up so that he can get on top of Bradley a second time, takes down all of the damage that is available to FlyQuest before turning his attention. That patience with his abilities is what wins them this fight, and that winning of this fight is what wins them this game.
Very interesting situation that we have with the gold graph right now, Josh. Just peeking back over to FlyQuest, kind of making us think that gold leads on the 20-minute mark are a death sentence, but finally able to break the curse is Fear Starforge. Tremendous win, especially against defending champions. The number 2 seed will now proceed forward. FlyQuest not going to be out of the runnings just yet. They're going into the lower bracket, but Fear have a date with Dragonsteel.
Fantastic stuff. We knew these two teams were going to be close. Every single game really delivered on that on how close this series really was. And at the end of it, the confidence coming through from Fear to take the Nidalee, take the Jace, and just go into that last game saying, we are better. We're going to take everything into our own hands. We'll know we are going to be on this timer up against the Smolder and still have the confidence to take it through. Just speaks to how good this team really is.
No kidding, Josh. Gonna really add more to that, so I'm not. In fact, I'm gonna throw it over to break because I know I want to hear from the winners, so we're gonna do just that. We'll be right back. On the other side, we'll have an interview with one of the members of Fear Starforge.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Rally Cry post-game interview. I'm Josh, and I'm joined here by the winning mid laner of Fear x Starforge, Blaze Olive. So first off, man, I hear that you're feeling a little bit under the weather. Traveling not necessarily agreeing with you?
Yeah, I got really sick yesterday, and that sort of continued to today. I kind of underplayed it to my team because I didn't want them to worry. But no, I've been really struggling, and I was basically muted all 3 games. So I think that contributed to why things weren't as clean as we would have hoped.
That's totally fair. I mean, I know that you've had a big voice in a lot of teams that you've played on in the past. So, when you're just able to buckle down and focus in on what you are going to do, it ends up working out. But that series, you said it wasn't particularly clean. Both teams going back and forth. I joked in the third game about whoever has a goal lead at 20 minutes can't win. And then immediately afterwards, you had that bit of a disastrous fight where you knocked Surdy back. Philip knocked him back into you, and I have to ask, what was going through your mind as soon as the crocodile was suddenly exactly where you didn't want him to be?
Yeah, that was definitely not optimal. For a second, I thought we might be able to kill him, but then he had Steric, so he didn't die. And I was a bit worried that we were going to throw again like game 1, but honestly, our comp was so much better than theirs in the third game that it didn't even really matter, and we had Mountain Soul. So in the last fight, it was kind of unplayable for them. It wasn't even close. So I wasn't too worried.
That makes sense. I mean, you had the really big comp just pick on the Jays, which you looked fantastic on. I do want to pivot a little bit, though, because I see that you guys are not in the places that we're used to seeing you guys. You guys have all been at home for a while, and now you're at a LAN center all together. What's the difference in the atmosphere that it brings when you guys are all in the same place?
Honestly, I missed it so much. The first couple days being here, I was really cheesing because I was so excited being back in a in-person scrimming, reviewing. It's like a really nice change of pace from doing it online, where you don't get the same like personal connection because you don't see people saying and how they're reacting. It really helps. I think it's really helped us get better quality practice and also get us closer together. So
yeah,
I think
awesome.
I'm really happy that Fear got us to all boot camp here.
Yeah, that's very exciting because I know a bunch of you guys have to be meeting for the first time, so just building up that camaraderie will help a lot, especially as we start looking forward to your guys' next matchup. You guys are going up against Dragonsteel, who you guys had a close series against, but they still remain undefeated. What is it about the next match that you guys are going to be taking that's going to make it different than the first time around?
Honestly, I think Dragonsteel is like the only team that I'm worried about. I feel like all the other teams are such a level below Dragonsteel, so we really have to lock in and play our best. We've been scrimming with them a bit, and they definitely have not gone the way I would have hoped. But I was sick yesterday, so it doesn't really count. And I feel they are really good as a team, and they play really well as a team. And if we can shore up some of our mistakes that we make as a team, then I think our individual strengths and player advantage is going to shine through, because I feel, not to say like they're getting carried by how good they are as a team, but they play so well as a team and their macro is so good that it's kind of annoying. But I think we can beat them for sure. I feel really confident.
That's awesome. Really looking forward to seeing how that matchup ends up going, because remember, the top two are going to be going to Academy Worlds. It's finally real, having an opportunity to go play in Brazil. But before I let you go here, BlazeOlive, is there anything else you'd like to shout out?
Yeah, I just want to shout out all of the fans. Thank you so much for supporting us. Fear X Starforge, thank you so much for helping us get everyone to this boot camp, getting us locked in. And thanks to all the staff helping us, driving us here and back and getting us food and stuff like that, accommodating us. Gamers are not the most, sometimes they can have interesting things about them, so everyone's been really kind and helpful. So just want to say thank you so much to them, and appreciate all the support.
Yeah, they're just quirks, man. Don't worry about it too much. Well, I'm going to go ahead and let you go here. Hope you feel a little bit better towards the end of it. Hope you get some good rest as you guys prepare for that rematch with Dragonsteel. I'm going to go ahead and bring Destrux back in and go ahead and close out the day. So thank you so much to BlazeOlive, and once again, congratulations.
Josh, in that game 2, we had a moment where it's just like, oh, it's a FlyQuest 2-0. Now we're interviewing ABO. What a wild series that ended up being. I mean, hats off, credit to Fear Starforge, of course, credit to the org as well for actually flying the players out, getting them all in the same area. It does make a difference having your teammates next to you, building that camaraderie, and just enjoying the game together, man.
Yeah.
So it's good stuff to see.
I mean, that's something that Dragonsteel has had going for them this entire split, right? They are a school. They are having a bunch of players working out of the same LAN center that has to have done a lot of good for them, as long as everybody's getting together. And we can finally see what happens when we put a bunch of strong players in the same room to try and take them down. But as we take a look at the bracket here, Deserex, that does end up sending both Supernova and FlyQuest down towards the lower bracket because of the difference in seeds. That is part of why we are seeing FlyQuest further along in the bracket than Supernova. However, it does still mean that they only have a single life left and a lot of best of fives if they want to try and make their way to the finals.
And that's what I was about to say, Josh. You know what we have next? Best of fives. No more best of threes. The lower bracket starts off in best of fives. Look at the upper bracket. It's going to be best of fives as well. And that is also going to be fearless. So it means that when we get into the deep ends of these games, man, we're going to see just really what they have in store for us and what they can bring when their champion pools are really tested to the limits there, Josh. Off of that note, let's go ahead and move on to our Samsung SSD Fast 5 because, hey, it's a Sunday, which means we got stats to pull up. Josh.
Nice. Look at all 5 members of Supernova on there. That's not something that happens every single time, right? You have Faisal, Kenby, Toasty, Lens, and Diamond all showing up in their respective positions. And what else is really exciting here? I mean, fastest ADC kill from spawn at 330. I think we could get those up a little bit faster. But still, it's the kind of thing where you got to go for these invades, man. They're way more exciting.
I wish we could have like a smite steal stat as well for junglers or something, because we had a lot of spicy takes of neutral objectives. Music is up there on fastest level 6, but he was doing some outstanding steals in their match against Supernova when shouldn't have even been having it. But yeah, those are all our stats. Anything else before we go on to the next one, Josh?
I think looking at all of this, there's just a lot to be said. There's a lot of individual talent in particular. I mean, FlyQuest, even though they fell today, Bradley with the fastest legendary and Shine with the fastest item transfer, just need to clean up a little bit of the decision-making later on in the game, and I think that's something that is true of all of these Tier 2 squads. So, very excited to see whether or not FlyQuest can potentially make their way back to defend their title.
Well, that's going to do it for the broadcast, and that's going to do it for the best of threes. As we said, best of fives are now around the corner. You're going to see those next week, and you're going to see what Fearless really has to bring. For the broadcast, I want to give a shout out to all the players, the staff, the coaches, everyone who makes this possible. Everyone working behind the scenes, Magnetic, who's doing some of the producing, subbing in. Great to have him on board. Caddy, Kai, Cynthia, everyone who makes this possible. It really is fun being part of the Tier 2 space and seeing these stories grow together. So off of that note, my name is Eric Desiree Beltran. Joining me was Joshua Joshi Howard, and we'll see you next time next week. Best of fives in our Fearless playoffs.